In a strange and sandy land, a porter fights for his life against a weaker level mob, with him barely managing to win by using an opportunity to stab it from the inside. As the monster falls, the porter gets up and catches his breath, being glad that he can finally use his own strength to defeat a monster. That's when the awakened call him over, as he should be doing his job and collecting the mob drops since he is a porter. Did he think that he would just get to sit around here and do nothing all day? The porter apologizes profusely, and as the awakened turn around, they call him useless, unawakened trash. The world changed completely after the abyss was discovered deep within. The abyss is basically another dimension, where monsters that only exist in fantasy stories exist. After the discovery of this abyss, like clockwork, people with awakened transcendental powers began appearing. With their powers, they were able to explore the abyss and defeat the monsters that were inside. Thanks to all of this, the standard of assessing someone was no longer based on how they are, or how much effort they put in their work. It was all based on one's awakening rank. If one's awakening rank was high enough, they were basically guaranteed a pretty good life. However, that doesn't apply to him at all. He is a porter who only carries around the cargo of the awakened, and an unawakened that hasn't opened his status window in the 35 years of life that he lived. As long as he does not awaken, he will never be able to leave a comfortable life. As he turns around to say that he looted all of the bodies, the porter is shocked to see that all of the awakeners have died in gruesome fashion. But when he tries to back away, he bumps into something, or someone, who says that it appears there is only one left. This is the SSS-ranked monster, Asmodeus. Out of desperation, the porter tries to defend himself with his dinky knife, but with a single motion, Asmodeus blasts his hand away, which makes him fall and scream out in pain. Even so, he does not give up. But unfortunately for him, Asmodeus is eons away from him in terms of power, so he stabs him in the head with an ability and slowly digs it deeper and deeper. As the porter dies, he wonders if this is truly the end. His parents passed away in a tragic car accident. At school, he was bullied without end, and all of his life, he lived ignored and alone, only because he wasn't awakened. He was a loser, but even still, even in these last moments, he still wants to awaken. As his blood starts falling to the ground, one single drop transforms into a light of other colors as the porter is transported somewhere else. Since the awakening conditions have been met, he is dragged to a golden stairway where a mystical being descends. The porter attempts to make sense of all of this, and when he looks behind, he sees Asmodeus, who seems to be stopped in a moment of time. The being is surprised that he is still focused on Asmodeus after everything, which makes the porter ask who he is. The being says that even he doesn't rightly know, as some call him king, but he should not worry about that, as he will graciously bestow authority upon him from this moment forth. The porter is lost in his words. King? Authority? Just what is this being talking about right now? The king, almost as if reading his mind, says that it's to be distrustful, but the reason he chose him is because he admired his will and tenacity. Even in his final moments, he wished for more. However, he should think of this as a one-time thing, as this type of miracle will certainly not happen again. The porter still doesn't get what's going on, and tries to ask the king, but he says that he will have to be patient, as a day where he will understand everything shall come. But until then, he will have to thrive on his own, his precious key. As a flash of light appears in the porter's face, he is awoken in another place, where some people call him crazy for ignoring them like this, up until one slaps him, which awakes him from the confusion. He is met with a face that he didn't believe he would have seen again. Bae Hyuksu. As Taehyun wonders what this bastard is doing here, who made his life a complete hell, Hyuksu continues to slap him and ask why he's not answering. Is he trying to make him mad? That's when he remembers what the king said about authority, and opens up his stat window, something he has never seen before. He also notices that he is 19, which means that he regressed to 16 years ago. But if this is true and not a hallucination, it means that what the king did worked. He starts laughing out loud, making Hyuksu wonder if this bastard officially lost it. But when he asks if he wants an even bigger beating, he is met with a ferocious punch that sends him back. With tears in his eyes, he officially announces that he is an awakened too now. As he wipes the tears on his face off, Hyuksu's friends, who are also awakened, start attacking him. They will teach him a lesson in manners. One tries to hit him straight in the face, but Taehyun dodges this and hits him with an uppercut, before kicking the other friend who is trying to unleash some ice magic out of the way. For the 35 years that he lived as an unawakened, he did everything he could to survive. From physical training and techniques, to all the known information about the abyss and its monsters. He even mastered every interpersonal combat skill there is, so there is no way that he will lose against these weaklings, who don't even know the even most basic fighting techniques. He takes them out once again with his expert skills, but this time they fall for good. As Taehyun stands above them, he notices that he will have to redo his physical training routine if he wants to create a fighting body. Hyuk-soo slowly gets up from his unconsciousness and thinks that this is nonsense. Is he awakened? He just got lucky, but he will be sure to cripple him so that he never walks again. With that, he activates his stone skin ability, which strengthens the body. He tries to punch Taehyun with his rock-hard fist, which proves to be challenging to dodge, as his attack speed has also increased. As he dodges another attack, he is caught by surprise, as Hyuk-soo jumps high into the air and tries to smash him completely, with an attack that would have most likely killed him. As the dust from the attack clears, Taehyun tries to take him by surprise from behind, but unfortunately Hyuk-soo notices and just turns around as he hardens his face, something which blocks his attack completely. Taehyun tries to defend himself from the incoming attack, but even with his blocking, he is still sent flying into the ground, which makes him bleed, although he is still conscious. As Hyuk-soo approaches, he tells Taehyun that he shouldn't have acted up, but now he probably came back to his senses, right? He should realize now that he is a slowly unawakened piece of trash. What is he even going to do now? Run away? Or perhaps try to fight with his awakened skill if he even has one? Taehyun thinks that all awakened possess a skill and a rank, starting from F rank, which is basically the same as a normal human, all the way up to S, which at that point, monstrous abilities appear. Unfortunately, what Taehyun possesses is a skill that is unknown, that he has never heard of before even with his knowledge, but worst of all, it's F rank. There is no way that he has a chance of winning against Hyuk-soo, who has a C rank skill. However, for some odd reason, he doesn't feel like he's going to lose, ever again. As his red aura starts permeating through the area, Hyuk-soo becomes scared, as he can't believe that the lowly Taehyun is really awakened. Taehyun feels like his body has been invigorated, and he can feel magic now. Is this the power of the predation skill? Hyuk-soo charges in once again, this time with much more rock skin on him, as he wants to take Taehyun down in one blow so as to not risk his own life. Before his attack can even reach, Taehyun puts his hand forwards, and a strange dark being appears above them, with the predation skill slowly starting to consume Hyuk-soo's rock skin. Taehyun removes his ability with even greater will put into it, eventually eating all of it, as the rocks fall from Hyuk-soo's body. Everyone in class just chats like normal, and as if nothing has happened, but that's when the sky is colored in a dark red light from Taehyun's ability. After the dust clears, the results reveal themselves. Hyuk-soo was utterly defeated, and is now on the ground. As a result of his successful predation, Taehyun's rank changes to E, and he also gains a new skill, the same one Hyuk-soo had, Stone Skin. After their squabble, Taehyun decides to drag all of the guys he beat back to the school infirmary, with the nurse being rightfully shocked to see that all of them are extremely injured. After the fight ended, everyone was taken to the school clinic by Taehyun, with the nurse and her healing abilities being able to treat all of their injuries quite well. Naturally, he lied to her about how they got the injuries, explaining that they fell down the stairs, which she was naturally confused by, but let it go, as it probably isn't in her pay grade to be asking questions. Now that he is fully healed, he can go home, but he must say this is great, as he got revenge on his childhood bully and also awakened at the same time. What a treat. However, there is a problem in all of this. That problem being predation. His rank, who he barely managed to change after committing years and years to training, increased after one fight. The skill may be F rank, but it sure is more powerful than a C rank skill. It can even steal the skills of the opponents he defeats. But why did that king guy grant him this type of power? And more importantly, why did he make him regress? He has countless questions that need answering, but the most important thing he must do now is find out more about predation and how it works. He gets back home, which makes him smile, as after his parents died, he stayed with his uncle for a while, and they all welcomed him warmly into their family. He gets inside, thinking that the uncle will come back late from work, so he should go ahead and research similar skills to this one. As he walks around the house, however, he notices 3 goons standing above Ja-young, the uncle's kid. Taehyun wants to ask him why he's not at school, but that's when he notices that he's going through his father's cash. Even before his regression, he still remembers the time when this brat wanted to hang out with the other bullies and took all of the money in the house for it, which caused quite a large fuss around the house. To think that this would happen today, of all days. The boss of the bullies stands up and is surprised to see Young's cousin home so early, but why doesn't he just take a walk? He certainly doesn't get involved in this. They will just take what they are here for and leave. So he should act like the good little unawakened that he is, and walk away. Taehyun just looks at him, but then smiles, as this is the perfect opportunity for him to test things out. He suddenly punches the bully boss straight in the face and puts him to the ground, making the others quite surprised. With that, Taehyun moves on by using predation, which scares the bully boss. But when he tries to activate the skill, it tells him that the main function is inaccessible at the time. The boss is confused about what he's doing, but Taehyun is even more so, as he can't believe that predation didn't activate. The boss punches him away while he is confused, calling him a crazy bastard while he's at it, and then him and his goons unleash a flurry of spells on him. One unleashes Bind, another Poison, and the boss Bleed. These 3 status effects fly towards Taehyun, who can't hope to react as they hit him all at once, filling the whole building with light. After that, the boss asks how he dared to fool them by acting like an awakened. He brought this upon himself. What a dumbass. Unfortunately, this is not over yet, as the usage of their skills has been sensed by predation, which confirms the use of all of the status effects and resists them, due to a mysterious power. Taehyun laughs, as this technique didn't work, yet it neutralized their skills as it pleased. How interesting. Before the boss can even wonder what's happening, Taehyun engulfs his fist with rock skin and punches him so hard he breaks the floor. After Taehyun wipes the floor with the bullies, he thinks about what he learned. He can now use the status window even better than before, which shows the general information of the respective awakened, but not everything is displayed. Firstly, his mana was not lacking at all, yet predation did not activate, so aside from its normal description, there must be other factors besides mana that allow the ability to be used. Besides this, the passive effect of the skill also isn't mentioned anywhere, as it resists and neutralizes skills related to abnormal conditions, such as what he was hit with previously. Well, he will have to confirm all of this with more on the field research to test if it's true, but most importantly now, he has to take care of something else. He asks Young, who is bowing down to him, what he's doing. Young immediately responds. After seeing such an impressive spectacle from him, he has been deeply touched, and he reflected on his actions. He now begs for his humble forgiveness, just this one time. Whether it is licking his shoes like a dog or meowing like a cat, he will do whatever he wants him to do. Taehyun is surprised. He knew that this guy was a fox even back then, but to think it would be to this extent. Well, this is not today's issue though, as there is another incident that will happen today, something much bigger. He forgives Young, who is very happy, but under one condition, as they must go together to do something. At a warehouse, which has now become a restricted area, 3 awakened look at the Abyss Gate, which is broken, and now tons of monsters are pouring out. This is a phenomenon where monsters appear just as a path to the abyss opens up too. If left unattended for too long, like this, a gate break will occur. The man says that it's been 10 whole years since the last dungeon break, but this gate was created and broke at the same time, which is very strange. The blonde woman notes that judging from the monsters, if they do not do anything, the monsters will continue to pour out and eventually overwhelm them. The red-haired woman asks if they shouldn't evacuate the neighborhood, but the man tells her it's fine, as they have his skill barrier, which is B rank. Additionally, this is only a lowly C gate, meaning that the strongest monster that will come out of this gate will be only C rank. Even if they break through, like they did just now, they are more than enough to deal with all of this raffle, since they are B rank awakened. As Young and Taehyun run across the city, he explains to Young the situation, with him wondering if it shouldn't be okay, since the control personnel are already there to save the day. He keeps calling him sir after every sentence, which makes Taehyun tell him to drop it, but he is correct. The gate break's mana estimate is around C rank, so with the control personnel who are B rank, there shouldn't be any issues, and this event will be without casualties. Young notes that this is exactly what he's been saying, but Taehyun says that this is only if that dungeon really is C rank. Back at the gate, the awakened defeat the various monsters that appear, but the man thinks that it's strange, as weak monsters like these ones shouldn't be piercing through his barrier so easily. That's when he thinks that perhaps the mana coming from the dungeon might actually be of a higher rank. The women call him over, as something big is coming out from the gate. Sure enough, a large beast comes out, and with a single scream it breaks the barrier entirely. The giant ogre, which is rank A, laughs, as he knows that these weaklings will have their lives taken. The man can only be shocked, as he didn't expect for the dungeon to be A rank, but after thinking that, a sudden explosion occurs, seemingly taking them out. Young asks Taehyun how he would know all of this, as it doesn't seem like there are any monsters around, and there was no evacuation order from the government. Taehyun can't tell him that he regressed, so he tells him that it was just intuition, which Young doesn't accept as an answer. But that's when they arrive at a road where people are running from monsters, announcing that a gate has broken. Young doesn't even know what to say, as nothing indicated that this would happen. Taehyun tells him to go and do the thing that they talked about, as he has other plans, more specifically to get rid of these bastards. At the largest skyscraper in the city, a man tells someone that the situation has escalated far beyond their control, as a gate they thought to be only C rank has turned out to be A rank, and that gate has unfortunately broken. No reinforcements are possible, as other awakened are busy with the exploration of the abyss. So now, the only solution is for an A-ranked awakened to appear. He is their only hope for survival. So he asks for help from him, the Blade of Lunacy, An Hyun-soo. With tears in his eyes, he tells everyone to hang in there, as the hero named Hyun-soo is coming to save them. This guy's specialty is that he has 8th grader syndrome. Back on the street, Taehyun is easily taking care of the lower-ranked monsters, who prove to be no challenge. He also uses predation on them, which consumes all of their bodies in a split. As he presumed, the reason why predation didn't activate earlier is because of fatigue, as if he passes 70% fatigue, the skill will not activate. Most skills don't do this, and only use mana, but even with the other skills, fatigue is still an important stat to look after. As the higher it gets, the lower the power becomes, and the heavier one's body gets. It is rather unfortunate that he has to take so many things into consideration, but he also found out that if he absorbs the dead monsters, he can recover mana without using mana. Additionally, as he continues to do this, his rank also increases, with his skills also gaining ranks and becoming stronger. With this constant growth, he might even be able to become an SS rank, or even higher than that, the first SSS rank to ever exist. After he is done clearing out the monsters, Taehyun thinks that he should go back to Young and see how the situation is. But that's when he notices someone in the distance, who is fighting a red ogre, but is also monologuing. He tells the ogre that he will pay for the people he killed, and on this day, the great warrior of justice, An Hyun-soo, will judge him for his actions. Taehyun is not impressed by his act. Hyun-soo continues to fight the ogre, which proves to not be a challenge to him, as he cuts it up in tons of small pieces, and also creates a yellow explosion with his abilities. Taehyun is surprised at how easily he defeated that monster. This must mean that this awakened is the one who solved the gate break situation before he regressed. The Blade of Lunacy, Hyun-soo. He is just as strong as advertised. He is also just as dumb as advertised, since he acts like he's playing a superhero in some action movie. But why is he here in the first place? As before he regressed, he knows that he had a pretty bloody battle with a gigantic ogre that was on the other side of the city. As Hyun-soo prays for the citizens that were lost to find peace in the afterlife, Taehyun's skill activates as it has sensed a skill. Sure enough, someone decloaks from behind Hyun-soo and stabs him directly in the chest, which seems to be a crazed lunatic, who is glad to have finally caught the famous Hyun-soo. In a shopping complex, Young looks after the school nurse who has passed out, but wonders if this truly is okay. He remembers what Taehyun told him, that tonight, tons of people will pass away. One of those people will be their school nurse, Na-young, because she will be focusing on rescuing other people rather than evacuating to save herself. He knows that he can put people to sleep using his sleep skill, so he should put her to sleep and drag her to a safe space, as he will be handling the rest. Young can only wonder how Taehyun knows all of this, but after thinking a while, he comes to a conclusion. Certainly this must be why. There's no other explanation for it. Taehyun is actually a future seer. He awakened with that skill. That's so cool. He could go crazy from it. Anyways, if he knows that much, nothing in his plan can go wrong. Taehyun thinks that something is very wrong with this situation, as this didn't happen before. Hyun-soo demands the identity of the man who stabbed him, but the man doesn't say. He is just surprised that he survived after being stabbed in a critical spot. Truly, A ranks are a different breed. However, this will make his hunt much more fun, as he likes the ones that put up resistance. This is the B-ranked villain Sangdo, with the stealth skill. The awakened who commit crimes using their abilities are called villains, and this one in particular is a maniac, who during the gate break, went around everywhere and murdered for his own enjoyment, but he is sure that he shouldn't be here. Did the future change because of his actions? Hyun-soo calls him an evil bastard that he will righteously take down with his own 2 hands. As he charges in, the monster they were standing on starts to rumble, as it hasn't been defeated just yet, and it wants to get up. This throws both Sangdo and Hyun-soo away, with Sangdo noting that the ogre's regeneration ability is truly amazing, as expected of an A-rank beast. The ogre punches the ground, separating them, but Sangdo wasn't going to fight it anyway, as he will leave it to Hyun-soo. However, his hunt won't stop here, as he noticed this dear spectator a while ago now. With that, he charges Taehyun, as he believes that he will be an extremely easy target. In response, Taehyun makes his face rock hard and calls him a moron. This blunder allows him to kick Sangdo straight in the chin, who isn't that amazed by him, even though he is awakened. That's when Taehyun reveals everything about him, including that he is a murderer and that he has a stealth skill. But this is great, as he always wanted one of those. They begin trading blows, with their dance of attacks creating electrified gusts of wind. Sangdo laughs, as it seems he is skilled enough to be that confident. Who knew that a blade would be completely useless against him? He doesn't know how he knows about him, but he must be thinking that he will win, since his attacks aren't working. However, unfortunately for him, things will not go as planned. That's when Sangdo disappears completely using his stealth. But Taehyun stands confident, as this will not change the fact that he can't damage him. He tries to punch where he feels Sangdo is, but misses, allowing Sangdo to attack once again, with an attack that actually goes through. He begins laughing, as he has hunted many people like him, those who make mistakes only because they think of themselves as invincible. With his weakness now exposed, he will get flustered and eventually die. He better keep something in mind before he dies, however. All skills have a weakness. He strikes Taehyun once again, who didn't expect for Stone Skin to have this kind of flaw. The skill isn't actually blocking the attacks, as the shock breaks the stone, with the crushed part being replaced by a formation of lower quality stone that breaks easily. This murderer was aiming for this all of this time. As he expected though, he is positive now that a hand-to-hand fight is still doable even against a higher-ranked opponent, so his physical abilities are also increasing. He says that it's about time he wraps this up, which makes Sang-do laugh as he goes in again, as this boy must have been driven mad from desperation. Taehyun asks if he knows why he wanted them to meet, but Sang-do thinks his blabbering, up until Taehyun unleashes predation, and says that he wanted his skill. Sang-do can't believe how wicked this mana feels. Was this bastard hiding this all this time? However, even with this ability, he won't be able to do anything with it if he doesn't see him. Taehyun says that he told him that all skills have a weakness, and that includes his. He realized something after eating the monsters. Even among the monsters, countless of them escaped his sight, but not a single one truly escaped. Predation hunted them down without mercy. So it doesn't matter where he hides now, as Predation already has his scent. Sang-do can only scream as the skill touches him and cuts him into bits, with Taehyun taking his skill for himself. Morning eventually arrives, with Hyunsoo on the ground, defeated. He thinks that if it wasn't for the villain, he would have been able to do something, but it seems that even the invincible warrior cannot defy death. The giant ogre inches closer to him, ready to take his life, but when it punches the ground, Hyunsoo isn't there anymore, as Taehyun, who has used his new invisibility skill, has rescued him. After everything is done, Taehyun goes back with Young to their home, with his uncle and aunt being very glad to see them both, as they thought something bad happened because they found the house completely ravaged. But Young assures them that nothing of consequence happened, which Taehyun can't confirm nor deny. In the news, it is revealed that, as of this moment forth, the gate break warning has been lifted. Due to the chance of another subsequent outbreak occurring, the government has closed schools for a week, and as news regarding the survivors keep coming in, concerned families and spouses breathe a sigh of relief. The awakened, who managed to survive the whole ordeal, are still in the hospital, and the school nurse details to the police how she inexplicably appeared in this place. Hyunsoo, who is showered in attention because of reporters, announces that he was not the one who took down the gigantic ogre. The true hero is somebody else, somebody with a true heart. Even with this good news, the ogre's corpse has not yet been discovered, and the whereabouts of the villain who is reported to be attacking the public are still unknown. Thus, people are concerned that the safety precautions put in by the government may not be sufficient enough. Taehyun watches all of this on his phone at night, and stops, as he heard enough. He did so because he wanted to find out if there is any information about him, which there isn't, so he's glad about that. But now, it's time for him to advance to the next level. He opens his stat window, which shows that he now has 3 skills. Getting the stealth skill really was a good thing for him, but with his current powers, it's too hard for him to use all of these 3 skills at once. If he recklessly charges in, thinking that he can defeat anything, he will run out of mana in no time, and if he also gets the fatigued status effect, his life may as well be over. The best measure he can take against this are potions that can recover both mana and fatigue respectively. However, they are not that easy to obtain, as they are pretty expensive, so he must hunt to earn that cash. One needs to have a legal permission to hunt. Even using skills requires a permit, otherwise it's considered illegal. All of this leaves Taehyun with a single choice, to explore the undiscovered dungeons. As he enters the dungeon, the B-rank Spider Sisters wonder how a lowly human found them, as they were pretty well hidden. But no matter, as they will paralyze him and feast on his blood. Taehyun is surprised that they are intelligent enough to talk, but they are only B-rank, which isn't enough to change his rank with just a few. Does he have to eat hundreds for that? The sisters think that he is being truly arrogant. This human does not realize the position he is in. In unison, they all spit out balls of web at him that combine to create a bigger attack. The sisters laugh at Taehyun as the ball flies towards him, as he will suffer a fate worse than death. But Taehyun just smiles, as the web is a stat effect, which predation easily takes care of. The Spider Sisters are quite surprised and actually try to reason with him, but their blood-curdling screams can be heard from inside of the train passageway, as Taehyun consumes all of them. With that, he also gains a new skill, paralysis. At the new South Korea Player Association, some pretty important people are having a meeting behind closed doors, with the deputy manager, Taewook, thinking that he can't believe he's meeting 2 of the association's best players. This term player is basically an awakened who is permitted by the law to use their skills for various objectives and abyss explorations. This includes dungeon clearing and the like. Currently, there are 5 player centers of the new South Korea Player Association. Out of these, 4 are a part of the 4 great guilds, the largest guilds ever. The Fighters, Undivided, the Crafters, Alchemists, the Mages, Magicians, the Informants, Nightwalkers. Additionally, There is also the authorized agency that manages players, including the 4 guilds. The new South Korea Player Association. Right in front of Taewook, there are 2 amazing players. The guild master of the Nightwalkers and an S-rank player Yu, and the chairman of the new South Korea Player Association, also an S-rank player, Ji Jinhui. He asks Yu if she found out anything about the Malignant Guild. The Malignant Guild is an organization of criminal fame formed by the most brutal villains. The guild members wear gold rings with 3 skulls carved on them to represent where they are from. Yu gives him a paper containing the movements of that guild along with a list of players they are targeting. But she is sure that he didn't call her over just for this document. So what is this truly about? Jinhui laughs and says that actually he wanted her opinion on something. He asks when she took the player test, which she responds with 19 years ago, though she still remembers it pretty clearly. She seems to understand what he's trying to ask, and Jinhui asks her directly, does she think that a high school student could rival a monster in a one-on-one fight? Taehyun, who defeated everything in that undiscovered dungeon, now has a backpack full of gems. So he calls the Alchemist Guild, as he wants to buy some potions off of them. The 7-day school closure order eventually came to an end. What Taehyun did in those 7 days was physical training, dungeon clearing, and of course, peddling with the Alchemist Guild. When he first presented them with so many mana stones, they were shocked and treated him like a special VIP. Thus, he was able to get a lot of potions. Besides all of this, his stats also increased by a little, but his rank is still C. He has a long way to go, however. He still has to go to school, unfortunately. Every single one of his classmates are surprised by his sudden change in attitude, and they also heard rumors that he beat Hyuk-soo and his friends to a pulp, meaning he must have awakened too. One says that whatever happened, he is in real big trouble now. As with things escalating to this level, someone he doesn't want to ever mess with will certainly show up and flex his prowess, that person being Lee Jung-jae, who just came into the classroom. The reason he has so much power is because he is an S-ranked awakened. Jung-jae is the 3rd generation child of the Taehyun group, a conglomerate that sponsors the Taehyun school, and he is also the boss of all of the bullies in here as well as the bastard, the filth who ordered Hyuk-soo to bully him, only because he was unawakened. Jung-jae asks Taehyun how his old friend has been doing, but Taehyun laughs. Old friend? A damn bastard like him? He should cut the nonsense and get out while he's being nice. One of Jung-jae's lackeys asks how he dares to talk to the boss in such a disrespectful manner. But that's when Jung-jae punches him and asks if he's blind. Did he not see that they were having a damn conversation? He moves back to Taehyun, saying he understands he might be thinking he's powerful and out of the mud because he beat Hyuk-soo. However, he should be more careful, as he is certainly not at the level to talk back. Taehyun feels his burning mana all over, which indeed is all quite amazing, but this only makes him wonder, how will that power compare to predation? Before he can activate his ability and gain a new one, a classmate comes around and stops him and his goons from continuing this. This girl is Lim, who also tells Taehyun to stop what he was trying to do, as she saw it. Lim has many titles: class president, the young lady of a rich family, an S-ranked awakened, a model student, so on and so forth. She is actually expected to gain even more titles soon enough. But one problem with her is that she does not compromise, like at all, and she never backs down. Jung-jae tells her that she must be confused about something, as they were both just having a friendly chat about some things. Nothing to worry about. Lim says that there was nothing friendly about what she saw, as what about his friend who he just punched in the face? Jung-jae gets mad now and tells her to watch her tone, as she has said enough. Lim tells him that if he's not going to leave of his own volition, she will be using force, so he should walk away, while she is still feeling nice. Taehyun thinks that if this keeps going on, the entire classroom will become a medley of ice and fire. But after Jung-jae and Lim give each other deadly glares, he decides to leave, as he had no intention to fight in this place anyways. That was a trick, however, as at the same time he turns around and tries to unleash an attack, while noting that he won't allow this type of disrespect. Before any of them can activate their abilities, the school speaker dings, as there is a special announcement from the broadcasting club. A special lecture has been organized by the Player Association in the main hall, so all of the students are expected to come there immediately. As Jung-jae hears this, he rethinks his actions and looks at Lim, who is still ready for battle. He smiles, and as he leaves he says that he sure got lucky, but he wonders how much that will last. He closes the door behind him with a loud thud, so Lim turns around and asks Taehyun if he's alright, but he's not even there, as he is in front of the doorway already, noting that they should go too, since it's the Player Association they are talking about here. Lim is extremely confused by his confidence. Was he really always like this? At the main hall, the students wonder why the Player Association is here, with some speculating that it's because of the gate break. Eventually, the lecture starts, with Taewook introducing himself first. He says that today he is here for 2 reasons. One is to apologize for the lack of response from the Player Association, as they were not quick enough to act on the gate break. But the second reason is to inform them of the changes to the player tryouts, for those of them who have awakened and will be the future of this country. Jung-jae is still mad about Taehyun, with Lim thinking that she should ask him about the situation after this. The different students wonder what this has to do with them, as the player tryouts start at the age of 19 after all. Taewook says that they are correct or were correct, but he wouldn't be informing them about it if it wasn't important to them too. Due to the recent gate breaks and the large rise in the number of dungeons and monsters alike, the player organization has become understaffed. With this in mind, from now on, they will allow tryouts even for high school students. The students are pleasantly surprised by this, with Taewook continuing. Nominees from each school will be chosen based on some factors, such as ability assessment score, academic record, and behavior. Taehyun smiles, as what this guy is spouting out right now are pure lies. These tryouts will be open to high school students, sure, but the selection process is already underway, without anyone knowing about it. That is done through Taewook's skill, the observer's eye, which stands above everyone without a single person noticing. This skill is able to quantify the sum total of the subject's power. Upon focusing, it even allows the user to view the stat window of the respective target. Taewook uses this ability and notices that this school will certainly produce better results than other schools. They will all make great players, but among all of them, these two are the most awe-striking. Jung-jae with a total score of 1924 and Lim with a score of 2335. The Nightwalkers did in fact give him a list of recommended people to check out, but he can't believe that there are so many untrained awakened who could potentially be the most powerful they have ever seen. While thinking of how to write the recommendations for them, Jung-jae suddenly raises his hand up. He notes that, if he is here to inform them about player handouts, aren't some candidates all ready for that? Meaning that the player tryouts are meant to assess awakeners who are suitable to be players, so he doesn't believe that an unawakened person should be among them. He knows too that strength is not all that makes a player. Whether it's the rank of awakening, ability to work under pressure, and vast knowledge of the abyss and its creatures. To become a true player, a number of complex skills must first be acquired, but in the end, all of these complexities come back to the awakened. So an unawakened has nothing to do here, right? Taehyun scoffs at him. Is he willing to go this far only to find out if he's awakened or not? Jung-jae is doing just that, as he wants to see for himself. Lim tries to make him stop, but then thinks that Taehyun will just become rude because he doesn't want her help, so she sits this one out, as she doesn't care anymore. Jung-jae asks Taewook to just send the unawakened out of here, but even if he gets what he's saying, it's up for the student to decide if they want to attend or not. Jung-jae asks Taehyun how he's not humiliated, as he must be dreaming about becoming awakened. Or perhaps he just doesn't care about the tryouts? Taehyun just smiles. Does he think that is actually possible? Sure, without proving himself as awakened, he can't get a peek at the tryouts, but to get recommended, he really doesn't need to show his powers. Taewook thinks of Jung-jae as pathetic, since he is bullying others. But what does he have with Taehyun, as he is just an unawakened with unknown latent rank, a pitiful existence truly. That's when he tries to analyze him, but it just doesn't work, surprising him quite a bit. Taehyun says that he's right, he really was thoughtless when he came here. What use would it be for a lowly, unawakened person such as him to attend a lecture like this? It would only hurt his pride after all, so he will get out of this shitty place himself, without his help. They can stay cooped up in this den and keep praising each other. Jung-jae is very mad at him now, as he probably has never been flipped off before. Taewook is still amazed that his ability didn't work on that boy, as this wasn't a problem with anyone, not even the chairman or you. This never happened before. Yet that boy is defying all the rules. Before he walks out fully, Taehyun stops and looks directly at Taewook, who notices his true power and the figure next to him. After that, Taehyun goes to the library and starts reading books to maybe figure out more about the king. But that's when Jung-jae's goons come and tell him to come with them, as the boss is looking for him. Taehyun asks what happens if he refuses this, so the goons threaten him with his aunt's restaurant. This is a straight message from Jung-jae, so he shouldn't take it the wrong way. He is an orphan, an extremely athletic one, so does he really want to give his aunt a hard time when she is already seeming to struggle in her business? Before he can mutter another word, Taehyun punches him so hard the entire library is in bits and pieces, with him leaving only one of the goons conscious. He will not ask him this twice. Where is Jung-jae? Eventually, Taehyun arrives at the school gym where Jung-jae is, accompanied by an A-rank player and his bodyguard Hundo, who is surprised to see that Taehyun is resistant to a lot of status effects, as he has been trying them on him, but nothing seems to work, indicating that he is at least an A rank. Jung-jae knew that he actually awakened, but if that's the case, they should have a friendly chat, right? His words really have been crude, but he has no intention of hurting him at all. In fact, he has a proposition for him, one that he cannot refuse. He is actually going to form a guild after he graduates and becomes the heir of his fortune, but even someone as genius as him cannot do anything on his own. Does he understand what he is getting out? What he needs is pure talent, not like that idiot Hyuksu, but real talent, just like he has. So he should forget about his old plots of revenge and come to work under him, as not only will he give him more wealth and honor than he imagined, but he will also make his family rich. Taehyun thinks that what he just said now is a load of crap, Scout. Honor and wealth? Unfortunately for him, he crossed a line already, one that he cannot uncross. Jung-jae is shocked at his words at first, but then smiles, as he forgot that dogs like him need to be trained. With that, the fight is on, and Hundo creates a room, a skill which makes a space unable to be detected from the outside. With this, nobody will bother them in their fight, so he can sit back and enjoy the show. Jung-jae and Taehyun punch each other's fists, with Taehyun being pushed back, since Jung-jae has much more power. Next, he kicks Taehyun away with a giant explosion, which makes him spit out blood. Jung-jae laughs, as this dog must finally know where he stands now. Hundo feels kinda sorry for Taehyun, as even though he probably has a high-grade body strengthening skill, and is also an A-ranked awakened, with combat skill and mental power that one wouldn't expect from a student, it's hard for him to find a reasonable opponent. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is someone who is epitome of power, an S-ranked awakened. Taehyun has no real chance of winning. He'd better give up and learn his place in the world. He will suffer less if he does that. That's when he notices something strange. Jung-jae is actually getting pushed back and hard, to the point where Taehyun throws him around. He thinks that this is impossible. Was the young master really overpowered in a strength competition? As he wonders, Jung-jae screams at Taehyun, demanding to know what he did. As he cannot move, Taehyun stands above him, and is glad to see that finally the paralysis is working. Even with Taehyun's 3 skills, he wasn't able to utilize all of them from the start, as C-rank paralysis can't go through S-rank resistance easily. Stealth will be easily blown away by his flames, and predation shouldn't be used so carelessly. So Taehyun's real objective all of this time was to accumulate paralysis in close combat. Status effect skills have greater effect when dealt up close, so with the damage dealt with the paralysis attacks, even an S-rank resistance will fail. The bodyguard thinks that Taehyun is a genius, as he suppressed an S-rank in a hand-to-hand fight, but the fight isn't over yet. Jung-jae apologizes, as he admits that he underestimated him, but there is no way he would lose to a bastard like him, so from here on out, they will fight seriously. He crushes a small purple stone, revealing his true power. He starts attacking Taehyun even harder, with him trying to retaliate, but his attacks are immediately caught in a bubble and burned away, exploding afterwards. The bodyguard thinks that this is Jung-jae's true power, the Flame Heart skill, which is S-rank. It would be difficult to draw this out normally, but using the mana amplifying stone, which is created by refining a normal mana stone, it's possible. However, this is also a problem. He warns Jung-jae to stop, as he will kill his classmate and he is also in danger. As this much magic power is too much for his age, his blood vessels might burst. In response, Jung-jae aims an attack at him and tells him to shut it, as he is only a bodyguard. This bastard dared to humiliate him, so he will not let it slide. He will be punished for his dog actions. With that, he hits Taehyun with an attack that would make a normal person burn to a crisp, and laughs, as he thinks that this is over. The bodyguard charges in, as if he actually kills that student. There will be hell to pay. He goes to the hole that Taehyun was put in, and tells him to give up and run away, as he will deal with the young master. But in response, Taehyun punches him away, and notes that he was the one to pick the fight anyway. How can he back down now? He admits that S ranks are different, so from now on he will also get serious about it. At the Player Association, the chairman is shocked at what Taewook is telling him, that there are students with that much power level. They are both S-ranked awakened, but even so, for untrained awakened to have this, it's something far beyond anything they have imagined. Will they be able to finally challenge the Saintess of Japan with this? Taewook looks down and thinks about the Saintess, one of the leading players of Japan. She surpassed 2,500 at the ripe age of 19, but even such a monster like that one only surpassed 2,500. So why on earth does Taehyun have 5,096? As he walks away, he thinks that maybe it was a hallucination, but he can't know until he checks it out once again. He must. The bodyguard is shocked at what he sees now, as Jung-jae's power is being suppressed. He doesn't believe it, as he cannot be overpowered by a scumbag orphan like this. He is the heir of a powerful family. He is S-rank. He is Jung-jae. Taehyun says that even with his heir status and rank, it does not matter, because what he is facing now is a power that surpasses nobility, the power of a true king. With that, the predation engulfs Jung-jae, and a giant explosion occurs that can be seen from the outside. As Jung-jae slumps on the ground and the bodyguard trembles, Taehyun is quite surprised that he had the courage to jump in front of him. He never expected for him to do this, but it's fine since he got his skill already. The bodyguard asks what he's going to do now, as the young master is still an important person, so the aftermath will be quite bloody. Taehyun asks how he dares to threaten after he was the one that instigated the fight, but he will not cower, not at all. Still, he shouldn't worry, as he doesn't plan on killing him, but he wants something that is worth his life in return. Since he is the heir of such a prominent family, 1,000,000,000 should do just fine. Everyone from the school gathers around the gym, with Lim thinking the worst, as she recognizes those flames and mana. It's from Jungjae. She also believes that he was beating poor Taehyun to a pulp, so she passes the nurse and jumps in, as she was wrong. So if something happens to him, it will all be her fault. So she begs anyone who is listening for Taehyun to at least make it out alive. When she enters the gym, however, she is shocked to see Taehyun alive and well, while Jungjae is passed out on the ground. He is glad that she came as she needed someone to help this bastard out. She can take him to the hospital, can't she? She naturally asks what's going on, but Taehyun says that he must have fallen down the stairs. Anyway, this has nothing to do with him, so he asks her to not tell anyone he was here. As she turns to him to ask more questions, he seemingly disappears in thin air and makes it away from the school in no time. With this done, he can now check what he got. He opens his status window, revealing that his stats increased, but he also got the Monarch's Heart ability and 5 Charm from Jungjae. He is surprised by this, as Charm is a useless stat that only celebrities use, but he also got the Monarch Heart instead of the Flame Heart, which allows to boost party members' stats. He thinks that this is an amazing skill, as skills that affect multiple people are extremely rare, and for someone like him who can use multiple skills, the Monarch's Heart will allow him to combine a lot of things. This is far beyond anything he expected. Suddenly, 3 black cars stop in front of him and Taewook gets out, noting that he has tons of questions for him, but first, he will start with the most important one. What did he do in that gym just now? At Jungjae's home, his father gets the news that his only son is in the hospital, and the one who beat him is asking for 1,000,000,000 won from him, while also wanting the matter to be dealt with quietly. The bodyguard says that it's precisely so, but he apologizes, as he wasn't able to do anything. The father tells him to fulfill the wishes of that student, as he is quite interesting, but he must also pay for his disrespectful act. As he snaps his fingers, 2 figures appear, which the bodyguard thinks of as too much, as that is still a student, a child. He can't send these 2 there. The father tells him to shut up, as he will not tolerate him barking around anymore. This is the S-Rank player, Lee Jung-soo, the president of the Taehyun group. Taehyun wonders what Taewook is doing all of the way here. But what gym is he talking about? The one that he caused an explosion in, or the incident in the lecture hall where he showed his power? This guy is at the rank of the association deputy manager. The chances of him actually involving himself in a fire so small is minuscule. But what if he is here because he knows that he's the one behind it? Well, he will just have to test him. With that, he asks him if he means the explosion, which Taewook is confused by at first, but then notices a fire behind them, probably his doing. But it's alright, other agencies will rush to take care of that. No need to worry, he wasn't talking about that, as he has not gotten a straight answer from him. Just what exactly did he pull at the gym? Taehyun smiles, as it seems Taewook finally fell into his net. He asks if he doesn't know already, but he must be here to give him an invitation to the player tryouts, it seems. Taewook laughs. Player tryouts? Why would he even say something like that? Taehyun says that if he wants a cause, he will give him one. He starts activating his power, revealing a score of 5,214, and asks if this is enough to please him. Taewook and his associates are amazed, as in such a short time, this student has already grown stronger than before. This means that the number he saw back at the school was no fluke. Kim Taehyun is the real deal. Before he can ask more questions, Taewook asks what happened to his clothes, as they seem rather charred. When Taehyun goes back home, he tells Young about the player tryouts he got invited to, which he is shocked by, so he starts treating him like a king, the God Emperor Admiral Majesty, the great Taehyun. He tells him to stop this mockery, but also thinks that the Taehyun will most likely take good care of the gym matter, so that it doesn't blow out of proportion, so that should decrease Taewook's suspicions of him. Anyway, since the tryouts are in a month, he just has to focus on training so that he can be the best there is. Hopefully he will have the time to do that, as he doesn't want any more problems. That's when someone calls him. Someone unknown. Unfortunately, outside of his home, the 2 shadowy figures appear, catching the player that the association put up as a bodyguard for Taehyun, which they are surprised about, but it is also pretty annoying. Well, it's probably because he is a player candidate. Those guys are protected pretty well, since they are future prospects, but not good enough it seems. This is the 2-person assassination unit. The black and white brother, the older body is named Black, an A-rank villain, with the stealth and body strengthening skill. The younger brother, White, a B-rank villain with only the stealth skill, notes that even if he's a prospect, he's just a kid without any real battle experience. So a very easy target for them. Black agrees. They can be called prospects, but without any experience, they are worthless. So they should show him what a true awakening looks like. As he turns to his little brother, he sees that he's getting beaten to a pulp by Taehyun, who got to them before they even notice. Black doesn't know who he is yet, so he charges in while demanding his identity. But Taehyun chooses to answer his question as he throws White out of the way, and charges in with a rock-covered knee attack, which hits Black fully. He is the inexperienced kid they were eagerly talking about. A few hours earlier, when Taehyun was still in the gym, the bodyguard was shocked to hear the sum he was asking for, as besides keeping everything silent in this matter, he cannot pull out this much cash on his own. Taehyun already knew that, so since he is not a bastard who holds simple employees responsible, he is just asking him to do a good job at reaching an agreement with his boss. However, just in case he thought of betraying him, he should think otherwise, as they will seal the deal with this. This is an awakened oath, a contract of sorts created using magic. Breaking such a contract will result in a random penalty that is permanent. The conditions of the contract were rather simple. Firstly, along with the compensation of 1 billion won, an effort to clean up this mess will be initiated. Sure enough, this was successful, as the news reported the explosion as a simple gas leak with no injuries. The second condition was to inform him of any actions against him for revenge, which he did, as he revealed the location of the brothers to him earlier. Black tries to hit Taehyun with all that he's got, but he keeps dodging and eventually finds an opportunity to strike. But Black is also swift and jumps out of the attack's way, high into the air, allowing him to try and land on Taehyun with force, but he gets out of the way. From behind, Taehyun reveals his identity as one of the assassins that specializes in stealth attacks. But unfortunately, it seems he's only good at that, as fighting skills are to be laughed at. With that, the fight ends with Taehyun's victory. In her limo, Yu talks with the chairman, hearing that she heard that he already chose the participants for the player tryouts, meaning that this will be a gathering of all of the prospects in their country. So who is he looking forward to seeing most? The chairman says that there are tons of remarkable people to choose from, but what he wants to see most is her younger sister, as she has real potential. Yu says that this is to be expected, unfortunately, as that family she is in doesn't tolerate anything worse than that. The chairman says she's as harsh as ever, but who is she looking forward to? She says that she had a general idea, but then she heard something quite amusing. Putting the S-rankers aside for a moment, Taewook personally contacted a student, so she is curious to see that student, as he must be quite skilled for Taewook to go personally. Taehyun tries to use predation on the two brothers, but it doesn't work, as he does not have enough physical ability, so he is unable to use predation due to an overload. Eventually, the association members Taehyun called over to deal with the brothers arrived. Noting that these bastards dared to mess with the association, but also with a player candidate, they must pay the capital punishment for their crimes. Taewook thanks Taehyun for telling them about this, but might he know who is behind the attack? Taehyun thinks for a second, and then says that he does not. Taewook then thinks that the list of participants might have leaked, so he has to ask for tighter security in order to keep everyone safe. Taehyun does know who sent the assassins, but won't tell, as if he puts the Taehyun group in the spotlight, things will only become more bothersome for him. Additionally, that isn't even his main problem right now, as his ability doesn't work. He thinks about it. If he's unable to use it because of physical abilities, then he needs to raise his stats. But the only way to do that is through predation of monsters or others, so that leaves him with only a single option. At the Blackhead gym, a woman by the name of Yura welcomes Taehyun and Young inside, but then notices that they are children, with Young freaking out at Taehyun. Blackhead is one of the most bougie gyms out there. Only people with money or power are allowed to register here. She tells them that this isn't an average training center, but Taehyun gives her a card and tells her to use this to register 2 people, an SVIP card from the Alchemist Guild. She wonders where he managed to get this from. Is he the disciple of a high-ranking player or something? But even with this, if she allows them to register, things might become troublesome. That's when a buff man starts flexing as he comes their way. As he has sensed that someone is in trouble, he tells Taehyun that money is not enough to get into a place like this. This man is named Iron Strongman, a B-rank trainer with the muscle augmentation skill. Young thinks that this is an extremely cool name, with the other gym-goers noting that it's over for those new kids, as Strongman doesn't let anyone go. He thinks that Taehyun is trembling at his name, but he asks, why is this dumb weak musclehead yapping about? This angers Strongman, who asks if he dared to actually call him weak. Taehyun says that if he doesn't believe it, they should bet on it. The loser pays the winner's membership for a month. Strongman laughs, as it seems that he doesn't know his place, but if that's the case, he will make this bet interesting. They both connect to a virtual reality device, with Young wondering what that thing is, as it looks like the abyss inside. Yura explains that this is a VR program, the Virtual Porter, a virtual world that is identical to the abyss, where competitions are held to eliminate the most B-rank monsters as the contestants race to the finish in the shortest amount of time while carrying their maximum weight. It is most definitely the most popular game to establish the hierarchy in the gym, but that kid can't hope to win against Strongman. Inside of the virtual world, he laughs as he goes through the monsters, as that brat can't ever win against him. His muscle augmentation makes combat easy, his mobility is amazing, and his all-around skill is something that he never could have imagined, not even taking into account the amount of weight he is lifting. Unfortunately for him, Taehyun doesn't play around, and in a few swift movements takes out all of the beasts in front of him. Next he moves on to the others, not stopping at all. Even when he is surrounded, he finds a way to crush all of the monsters into bits, granting him a 999 hit combo. After this, Taehyun notes that he didn't plan to hit this machine for another 30 days, but this is most definitely a way to train considering his maximum weight carry. Anyway, since he won the competition fair and square, he expects Iron Man to pay up and get lost from his face. Eventually, the day of the player tryouts finally comes, with tons of people lining up for the exam. With the association now allowing minors to participate, people of every age and walk of life have to prove their worth. But the awakened they are looking for the most are these talents. The close combat expert, Iron Fist A ranked Hong Junwook. The A rank druid, who challenges even S rankers, Lee Gilsan. The thunder god of Busan, S rank Shin Yunbok. The awakened who is rumored to have the best numbers, the S rank Lim Ah-young, and many other talents are waiting for the exam eagerly. A reporter by the name of Kim Gi-ha from Psy Economy has the objective of interviewing test takers, but the line is too long, so she thinks that she won't ever make it. She will be lucky if she manages to snap a picture. As she laments, Taehyun appears behind her and wonders how he's supposed to pass all of them. Really, this entire event is a hassle to go through. Seeing an opportunity, Gi-ha reaches for him and asks if she can perhaps interview him. Taehyun makes it to the testing grounds with just 1 minute before it starts, due to a certain reporter taking a lot of his time, but whatever, as he should think about setting up his image now. Tons of people are gathered in a single room, where eventually, Taehyun bumps into Lim, who's extremely shocked to see him so tall and toned out. He says that this is because he trained a little bit, but Liam thinks that it wasn't a little bit, it was a lot. How can he change this much in just a month? Before she can ask what she did with Jung Jae, the test manager welcomes them, as they are the future of their beautiful country. This will be the first test to select the awakened who will become players. So here are the rules. Everyone should have an exam ticket on their chest with their exam numbers. The test is to collect 5 of them, including their own. In other words, if they do not have their own ticket, they fail. With that out of the way, it's time to start. The time limit is only 1 hour. All methods are legal except murder. Test, start. Everyone is surprised by the sudden transformation of the arena. For some reason, a lot of people choose to target Lim first, but the moment they even get close to her, she blasts them away. The association members that are looking at this are amazed. Truly, Lim is a powerful candidate, but they should also look at Shin, who seems to be also wiping out anyone who dares to get close to him. Taewook sits behind them and looks at his own screen. He thinks that their interest is understandable considering the ranks. However, he is the only one who saw those unbelievable numbers. He is sure that Taehyun will go through this test without worry, so he should show them the true power he has been hiding. When he looks at Taehyun, however, he sees him fist-fighting with Jungwook, which shocks him to no end. Taehyun and Jungwook continue to trade blows, but Taewook doesn't understand why that A-ranked awakened is pushing him back. Did he misjudge his abilities? Why isn't he dodging? That's when he finally gets it. He knows why he's not dodging. As Taehyun charges in once again, Jungwook punches him very hard in the face and tells him to stop looking down on him, as Stone Skin has nothing against its perfect counterpart, Iron Skin. He cannot win if he keeps fighting like this. Taehyun says that he talks way too much, as he isn't doing this just for the thrill. His stats start growing, as even with a month of training the seal on predation was not lifted, because his stats aren't good enough. So the only way for him to increase his stats is to stimulate his body as much as possible, meaning that fighting to the bitter end is the best training method. This is why he still considers this training. With a powerful punch, he finishes the fight and he gets a token. Taewook laughs out loud, as this guy really isn't normal at all. The others look at him as he does this, but he doesn't care, as using this exam as training is so bold, it's sending chills down his spine. However, there will be a problem in the future, as he needs to conserve stamina, target the weaker guys and win. That is a perfect strategy that he is sure Taehyun will do. Unfortunately for him, Taehyun has other plans, as he goes straight for Shin, who now has 147 tickets in his possession. Taehyun tries counting them, but gives up, as he needs only 3 more to pass. With that, they start fighting. Shin keeping Taehyun light on his feet, but he is also not defenseless, as the moment an attack almost reaches him, lightning zaps away any danger. Shin congratulates him for being so fast, as he couldn't even see through his attacks at first. With a large zap, he pushes Taehyun away, who thinks that he didn't expect for Shin to be so tricky to defeat. Not only does he have the capability to envelop himself with powerful lighting that acts like a shield, he also has enough destructive force to attack in both melee and ranged situations. Without predation, it will be difficult to even reach him. Suddenly, Shin notes that if he doesn't want to come to him, then he will do so, and charges in with a charged attack that Taehyun deflects, resulting in them trading blows again. But it's clear Shin has the advantage, and eventually catches Taehyun off guard, zapping him hard while noting that he was the one who wanted to fight. So why is he running away now? Taehyun resists the urge to fall unconscious, and tries one final large attack, but Shin just zaps it away, and then flashbangs Taehyun, allowing him to go high into the air and hit him with a devastating array of lightning. As he does that, he laughs, as this guy is still resisting. Truly, this is a lot of fun. Everyone was busy running away from him. He thought that Lim would be the only one to challenge him, but he is fortunate enough to have found a fun toy that keeps surviving. As he thinks that, a single rock passes through his attacks and lightning shield, hitting him straight in the forehead. Before he can even wonder how, Taehyun goes behind him and throws a bunch of rocks his way, making him bleed. The stone skill is most certainly not the god's fury match. It's far from piercing him. Even at its best, it would just get crushed. However, in this place, the tryout grounds, things are different, as it's made of material that can withstand awakened attacks. So even if it shatters, it will not lose its shape. With all of this, Taehyun decided to use it as a weapon, and with this, it pierced through Shin's defenses, allowing him to end the fight with no resistance. The player association members are amazed to see that a C ranker actually beat an S ranked. Just who is this guy? Taewook is pleasantly surprised, as he seems to be already making tides in people's thinking. But that's when he notices something strange. As Taehyun picks up the tickets and thinks that he can now just wait for the exam to finish, a pillar of ice comes his way. And soon enough, an array of ice that engulfs the entire area he is in appears, creating an orb with no way of escape. Naturally, the only one with ice abilities is none other than Lim, who seems to be hell-bent on eliminating Taehyun. He wonders why she came here and how long she's been watching, but then she suddenly speaks. She believes that with power comes responsibility, as power without that is just mindless violence. She admits that he is strong, but she did not expect that he would take down Shin in that manner. But now that she's thinking about it, he probably defeated Jung-jae in the same way. That's when she starts using her ability, making Taehyun immediately cloak and try to run away, but her attacks splash all around, making his invisibility skill useless. Before he can even turn around to face her again, she closes the gap and kicks him in the face, explaining that when they met at the gym then, she really believed in him. She stupidly thought that he is different from people like Jung-jae, that he would not use his powers purely out of self-interest. But after seeing him fight now, she finally understood that he is just like them, everything that happened with Jung-jae. And here was all his doing. Her attacks continue until they eventually send Taehyun flying. After he falls to the icy ground, Lim says that using skills without authorization is illegal, and she knows he was the one that sent those two to the hospital. Even though he deserves it, she will not report him. In exchange, he will withdraw from this tryout, as he does not deserve to become a player. Taehyun tells her to cut the shit. Who the fuck is she to say that? She couldn't even muster enough courage to end Jung-jae's tyranny, power, responsibility, deserving. When it comes down to it, she was looking for an excuse to eliminate him. He would rather let her use the test as an excuse for this than acting so pathetic in front of him. Lim is shocked by his words, but then says that she understands. If that's his final answer, she will not go easy on him and make him drop out himself. As Taehyun looks at her, he thinks that he cannot use stone skin, since it was already shattered into bits. Stealth will not work here because of the snow. Monarch's heart is already active, but it's not enough. Predation is still sealed and he has no stamina to use paralysis. In the bitter end, he has only one technique left that may turn the tide of battle. He charges in and Lim does the same, with the snow arena shattering. The association members wonder what happened because they can't see yet, with Taewook eagerly waiting. But when he spots what is going on, his eyes widen, as well as the eyes of the members, who are too stunned to speak. In a successful effort for survival, Taehyun pinned Lim down and kissed her, something which she is also extremely confused about. When he charged in, he jumped over Lim's attack and directly kissed her, but that was only from the looks of it, as he actually used his paralysis skill. Abnormal status effects work better in close range, and if directed inward, they have a much higher chance of success. So Taehyun infused his blood with paralysis and made Lim swallow it. So even though she is S-ranked, he successfully managed to paralyze her, and he also apparently dealt psychological shock to her, gaining 3 charm. He is glad that it actually worked, but with this, the test has ended, so everyone will be moved to the medical area where they will be healed. After the first round came to an end, all of the injuries were tended to by a medical team, and even though Lim was paralyzed, she still had enough exam tickets and combat time to pass. As for Taehyun, he got 7 tickets, and because of his victories against 2 S-rankers, he became the center of attention, with the other people there being amazed by him. But some think that he used petty tricks. As he walks and admires the healing abilities of the medics, Shin suddenly attacks him out of nowhere and says that here, he will not be able to pull the same tricks in order to win. The others notice that a fight broke out between those two, so they start cheering for Shin, as they also believe Taehyun is a cheater. But Shin zaps them away, as they have nothing to do with this. He tells Taehyun that they should now fight fair and square. He will show everyone that he is nothing without his tricks. As he laughs, a sudden energy appears all around them, and Shin is immediately sent to the ground and knocked out, with Taehyun also being pushed down, but he's still up. The test manager comes around and says that he can't catch a damn break with these brats. Why are they acting up? They should know their place already. This is the S-ranked player, Park Sungjin. He is one of the best players in the association and a future SS-rank player. Taehyun knows all about him. Sungjin notices that someone is still standing, so he pushes Taehyun even further, but he refuses to kneel, even though he feels the difference in skills. Sungjin becomes even more interested, as not even veteran players could hold against this, so he should find out if this will be enough to put it down. Before he can do that, a doctor screams at him to stop, as these kids just got out of treatment. Does he want to put them back in before the second round? Sungjin says that he was just playing around with them, but the doctor knows when he lies. He did it to test their skills. If the chairman hears about this, there will be consequences. He turns around and asks Taehyun for his name, which he says, and Sungjin recognizes him as the C-ranked who defeated 2 S-rankers. It's really been some time since someone interesting appeared. He taps his shoulder as he leaves and notes that he must be aiming for the S-rank, so he will be waiting for him at the top. The doctors start chasing him away, which Taehyun can only look at. After everyone is healed and ready, they are sent to a forest with a bunch of dungeon portals. Sungjin picks up the mic and hopes that they had enough rest, as the second round of the tryouts will begin now. The venue of this test is a real gate that they will pass through and find themselves in a D-rank dungeon. The students are shocked to hear that they will be going in a dungeon with real monsters, but Sungjin explains that for every 5 examinees, there will be a supervisor who will look out for them. But this is not a free pass, as they will be evaluated on all their actions while in the dungeon, with any necessary items and weapons being provided by the association. Taehyun didn't expect a dungeon, but it makes sense since everyone who passed must be powerful enough, and they also have a supervisor to be extra safe. Unfortunately, this is not a D-rank dungeon, it's the S-rank double dungeon, Apocalypto. At first it was believed to be a D-rank dungeon perfect for the tryouts, but it was discovered to be the first double dungeon ever discovered after the first party who went in was slaughtered. It would be great if he could warn them, but nobody would believe him. So he will just mind his business and go in. As long as he is not in the first party that discovered the dungeon's real identity, he can survive. When he goes inside of the dungeon, his face becomes tired as he sees who his supervisor is, the A-rank player, Ma Do-hak. Side note, this guy is a part of the party that first discovered Apocalypto, so in short, Taehyun is fucked. The other contestants easily take care of the golems that are inside of the dungeon, with Do-hak congratulating them for their impressive combat decisions, even though this is their very first battle. He can tell right now they are definitely fit to be players. The others feel overwhelmed by the amount of praise coming from their instructor, but Taehyun has other concerns, as he laments having to be on the first discovery team. Even if the future may have changed with him, he still thinks that this is the team, as Do-hak is wearing the unique that the first discoverer of the double dungeon was wearing, the Sage Ring, an item that 10x boosts in strength, stamina, speed, and mana. Even with these stats, the Apocalypto double dungeons is still S-rank, so he needs to not get swept in it, as he will not survive without predation in its state. He has to make sure that these guys don't find Apocalypto, not even a hint of it. Eventually, the party arrives at a crossroads, with one of the player candidates asking Do-hak what they should do. He tells them to remain calm as this happens all of the time, so first they should take a majority vote to see where to go. In that second, Taehyun just rushes forwards, with Do-hak urging him to come back, as it's very dangerous. Taehyun, however, does not stop, as he doesn't want the decision-making to them. He will make them go into a different direction, so that they never find Apocalypto and live longer lives. Unfortunately for him, his actions are his undoing, as he lands right next to the Apocalypto dungeon, something which makes him sweat and breathe heavily once he sees it. He can't believe that even though he ran about, this is still where he wound up. Before the others can reach for it, Taehyun screams at them to stop, as this gate is different from any other normal gate. It's weird, so they should report this incident before doing anything. Isn't that the correct thing to do here? Do-hak agrees. Certainly this is his very first time that he sees something like this, and reporting it back to HQ would be the wise thing to do. However, a player sometimes needs to act unwise, so they should try going in. Before Taehyun can ask him anything else, Do-hak pushes him aside and says that he fully understands his concerns, but the mana he is sensing from this gate is minuscule, not worthy to worry about. It's a mere D-rank dungeon. Even if something happened, they have an A-rank player with a unique item in here. Inside of the dungeon, rules don't matter. Even if they did, exploring the dungeon will definitely score them even more points than any others. Taehyun tells him that even so, the exploring rules are still in place, even though this is a test. Do-hak turns around and points at him. He is the one who defied the rules first, isn't he? The others jump on him, as he was the one that ran away to this place. And how does he dare to question an active A-rank player like this? Taehyun can't believe the gull on these people. But Do-hak says that with this, it's decided. Before Taehyun can urge him to give this more thought, Do-hak snaps his fingers, and a white light engulfs all of them, which sends them to the S-rank dungeon, a dungeon that they have no place being in, Apocalypto. The hall they were sent to seems to be guarded by a large knight. The player candidates question Do-hak about this. Wasn't this dungeon supposed to be D-rank? Taehyun tells them to shut it as it's too late now, so they should look in front of them as they are coming. From the fog, 2 A-rank Death Knights approach, making Do-hak's world crash onto him as he starts sweating bullets. He tells everyone to get prepared for battle, and that's when the Knights charge in, with a powerful double attack, which the party manages to dodge, allowing Do-hak to retaliate by creating a bunch of lava spikes and impaling the Death Knights with them. This allows the player candidates to start attacking with everything they got, be it flaming swords or rocky shields, all of this while Do-hak guides them. Eventually, they do manage to take down the Death Knights, with the player's candidates thinking that they are safe, and that they could actually take many more of these. But he will soon eat his words, as an elite squad appears behind them, ready to take their lives at any point. This naturally shocks the player candidates, but not Taehyun, as he is checking the corpses of the other Death Knights, and notices that something is seriously off in this place. The fight with the Death Knights continues, with Do-hak trying his best to keep them at bay, but they just keep coming, and what's more, is that the player candidates are at their limits. If this keeps going on, they will all die here. Taehyun comes around and tells Do-hak that something is wrong, with Do-hak being amazed that he isn't tired at all, even though he fought for so long, same as them, just who is here. Additionally, if he didn't have the Monarch Heart skill, they would have all died a long time ago already. He asks him what is, and Taehyun explains that he's just taking a guess here, but these things are not Death Knights, which makes the other player candidates think he's talking nonsense. What have they been fighting all of this time? Taehyun picks up one of the big swords and says that he will find out right now, so they should sit still. He engulfs his fist in rock and charges into the countless Death Knights, who all try to pierce him with their attacks, but he jumps high into the air and jumps over them, aiming to attack the large Death Knight that stands motionless in the front. He eventually pierces something, making the entire room start to crumble, and the Death Knights who were behind him to disappear. The others are shocked to see this happen, and Taehyun comes around to explain. This was actually an illusion trap, which showed them an imaginary space and enemies. It is a tactic used to drain the energy of any intruders. One of the player candidates says that it can't be. They struggled this much against a mere illusion? Do-hak also asks how he knew this was a trap, as he shouldn't have fought with a Death Knight ever before. Taehyun notes that even though he does not know much, there is no way that the Death Knights are really this weak. This statement shocks Do-hak, but Taehyun tells them to get a move on, before they get attacked by something else. Even after the illusion faded away, things did not get any better, as after Apocalypto manifested, the dungeon was completely transformed from its usual self, and the injuries that were inflicted in the illusion battle got worse. But they also couldn't just find a way for someone to come and rescue them. Their only hope of escaping was to find the dungeon exit. Eventually they find it, as Do-hak feels it's just right before this skull-infested gate. One of the candidates asks if it's not even more dangerous, but Do-hak says they have no choice here. This time, it's really do or die. When they open the gate, they see a single Death Knight bowing down, making the player candidates laugh. However, as the night rises, more and more of the room lights up and eventually the entire room is revealed, with an entire tall room being absolutely filled with Death Knights, something which these guys can never hope to defeat. Suddenly, a loud laugh can be heard from above. These lowly humans actually dared to come all of the way here. How brave. But now, the final battle will commence. This is the Master of Apocalypto and the Lord of the Death Knights, an S-rank creature. The Death Knights all pull up their weapons and then aim them at the group, with one of the candidates asking why they are doing this. Taehyun notes that they are requesting an one-on-one duel, making the candidates go insane with fear, as they don't have a chance. Taehyun tries to calm them down, but they start running away, as they would rather wait things out. But unfortunately, the Death Knights do not allow them to leave, as with a single powerful slash, one kills all of them. Taehyun is shocked, but tells Do-hak to take this girl and go, as he will stall for time and find a way out of this mess. Before he can fully turn around to him, Do-hak pushes him away and seals the entrance with his abilities, making Taehyun ask what the hell he's doing. Do-hak tells him to shut it. How dare a lowly awakened person like him act up like this? In truth, he also wanted to become an S-rank player. However, no matter how much he improved and trained, it was never enough. This case was his chance. If he could solve this, he could get treated better and perhaps rise to the next rank. But in the end, he took the lives of some innocent candidates. As a Death Knight attacks him, he uses his wind ability to slash it. He tells Taehyun that even if it infuriates him, he has talent to rise through the ranks. He is different, so he should take the injured away and run as far as humanly possible, because as their supervisor, stopping them is his sole duty. Taehyun is amazed by his spirit, but unfortunately the girl he was carrying already passed away. There is nothing they can do. With a large thud and explosion, the wall behind Taehyun explodes, as the knights have taken Do-hak down, with his last words only being heard by Taehyun. The knights move past the bodies they laid on the ground, and one points the sword towards Taehyun, who only now has felt true fear. The Death Knight requests a duel, as he is the last one remaining. Taehyun notices something glistening on the ground. Do-hak's unique ring. The knight takes his silence as a refusal to the duel, so he attacks him. But Taehyun moves swiftly to grab the ring, as this is the only thing that can rescue him now. He puts it on and begs for Predation to finally wake up. As the knights charge in to finish his living days, Predation engulfs all of them and consumes them whole in a red flurry of destruction. The Lord is shocked by that amount of power. With all of his stats being increased by 10, the conditions have been met, so the seal on Predation has been lifted. Taehyun continues to fight using Predation, but the knights just keep rolling in, without any sign of them stopping. He thinks that Predation takes about 10 seconds to consume, so he can't only depend on this skill. He must use all of the other ones and his knowledge to get out of this place. Only then, he might have a chance of survival. As he continues fighting though, something rather big hits the exact spot he is in. A gigantic spear, which he notices that was thrown by the Lord himself, who is now commanding all of his weapons to fall down on Taehyun. He tries to dodge them, but even he cannot match their speed. So in a last-ditch effort for survival, he tries to use Predation on the Lord. But with a single sweep of his dark hand, the Predation breaks. The Lord admits that he is indeed powerful, but he is biting more than he can chew here. With that, he hits Taehyun with his dark blade, standing above him with his boot on his head. Before he dies, he has one last question for him. Who gave him this power? He tries to use the knight's roar ability on him, but Taehyun resists it, even though it seems that it hurts him. The Lord already knows that unlike the other humans, he could understand him from the get-go, so he should speak now. Who dared to bestow this power upon him? Taehyun continues to scream, but inside of his head, he stands in front of Asmodeus, beside him, the bodies of his comrades, and behind him, the Lord, preparing to cut off his head. He feels that nothing is different than how it was before. Questions like what exactly Predation is, and how a human like him can understand the monster language, he is too tired to ask them anymore. He acquired this power and a chance, but still, nothing really changed. Why did that king even give someone like him this kind of power? That's when the king answers. He already told him why before. He was simply touched by his tenacity and determination to not give up, even when facing death. He does not need to change at all. He just has to move forward, no matter what. Taehyun's eyes start growing even redder, with the Lord noting that he must not have strength to answer anymore, so he will grant him the mercy of death. This is his end. However, Predation starts to rip through the Death Knights that were above, something which surprises the Lord. But he laughs, as this insect is trying to go berserk with that skill of his, but his condition will worsen because of it. Taehyun continues gaining stats, but the Lord continues to laugh, as he enjoys this last struggle. Truly, this has entertained him more than any court jester could. He tries to attack Taehyun with a powerful earth-splitting blow, but even if the attack lands, Taehyun blocks it with his hand and asks if he's still curious about what this power is, because he will show it to him firsthand. With this attack, Taehyun advances to B rank and pushes the Lord back. He picks up a weapon from the ground and charges in, with them trading countless blows. As the Lord starts to crack, he becomes even more enraged and uses all of his power to send numerous weapons towards Taehyun, as he will not lose against a lowly human. With one clench of his fist, Taehyun creates a mouth of the Predation, which rushes to consume the Lord, who now stands defenseless. Taehyun tells him that this power is not a human power, it is the power of a king. With that, the Lord is killed in a powerful explosion. Taehyun also gains a new skill, the Night King's Spirit. As the people wait for the remaining party to come out of the dungeon, the gate switches up to an S-Rank 1. The evacuation order has already been given out, but the people inside of the dungeon will get the message later due to this fluctuations. The dungeon might break before they get a support squad. Sungjin damns it all, as how can a D-rank dungeon suddenly turn S-rank? At this rate, everyone around here will die. Will he have to go inside all alone? That's when the gate starts to fluctuate even harder, making everyone think that it will break. But from inside of it comes Taehyun, who says that he's finally back, although just barely. Thanks to Taehyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident ended with its discovery. The other candidates evacuated with no issues, and the results of this round were based on assessments from before the second round. The corpses of the deceased were retrieved and reached their families for a final goodbye. The chairman now speaks with Taewook and Sungjin, explaining that they had to hide who actually cleared Apocalypto, even if it came at the price of the press questions endlessly. However, if they did reveal it, Taehyun would have become the target of the press and the villains alike. Taewook agrees that it can't be helped, with Sungil also agreeing. The chairman thanks them for their understanding, and then asks what they think about Taehyun, the person who cleared an S-ranked dungeon alone. Sungil notes that considering all of the facts, he should at least be considered an S-rank player. Taewook says that with his rank lower than that, the power he owns is hard to estimate. The chairman asks if they mean what he thinks they mean, with both of them looking at each other and nodding. There is a pretty high chance that in the future, Taehyun will get the rank of a nation's entire power force. Inside of his head, Taehyun is in front of countless monsters that don't even see him. He wonders what he's doing here, but that's when he notices the king standing above him, with the monsters also screaming out for him. With one movement of his divine hand, he erases all of the monsters away, amazing Taehyun. He then says that he will be waiting for him, in the deepest parts of the abyss. That's when Taehyun wakes up in a daze, surprised to see that it was all just a dream, but it was too vivid. This was something different. Just what did he mean by telling him that he will wait? There is this skill, predation, that even S-rank monsters know of, and the fact that he can understand them. These questions have no answers. So does he need to go deeper into the abyss to find them? He checks his status window to see his increased stats, but most importantly, his rank raised, and he gained a new ability. He is glad to see that he is finally raised in rank, and with these stats, he could rival S-rank players. Additionally, this ability is the same one that the Lord tried to use to put him down. As he admires his growth, he hears a few thumps and cracks beyond the door. That's when a person opens the door and says that they are extremely rude to not let her visit a sick person. The chairman really thinks so bad of her. This person is revealed to be you. As they drive away from the hospital, Taehyun asks what a guildmaster of a prominent guild wants with him. She says that she's simply dropping him off at home after he got discharged, as he deserves it. But Taehyun doesn't believe that a guildmaster would come all of the way just for that. Yu congratulates him for being sharp, but then asks him if he knows what the third round of the tryouts will be. It will be a survival game similar to round 1, but an outsider can actually watch it. Then his powers will become public, and all of the guilds will start hunting for him. So she would like to make him an offer beforehand. Money? Power? Fame? He can gain all of this if he finds the One Piece. Sorry, if he joins her guild, the Nightwalkers. She thinks that this is an offer he can't refuse, but he does just that, as he is not interested in the slightest. Taehyun eventually gets off the car, thanking Yu for the ride, but he feels like walking from now on. She asks why, and if he even heard what she proposed, she can give him anything he wants. Anything in this entire world. Perhaps he already got an offer from another guild, but he shouldn't misunderstand. Theirs is the best for him. Taehyun finds this kind of annoying, so he explains that there's no real reason for his rejection. There really is no other guild out for him. But is the Nightwalkers really that special now? He is saying no because he doesn't want to, so he will be leaving now. Suddenly, Yu snatches him from behind and asks what his deal is in all of this. He just started his player journey, and he dares to reject one of the 4 great guilds with no reason? That doesn't make a lick of sense. However, she will forgive him, but only because she likes him. Her subordinate tells her to stop doing that to the candidate, and also tells Taehyun to take the offer, as he is going to join another guild anyway. Why not theirs? Taehyun says that he knows where this stubbornness is coming from. It's no wonder she is related to Lim. Yu asks how he knows about that, and then Taehyun reveals that he knows more about the stolen name too. As he says that, the entire alleyway they are in is engulfed in green light. As Yu has let go of her limits and is holding Taehyun by his neck, the subordinate thinks that this is going to be bad, as Yu's real name is actually Lim. She was raised by the Yuksung Group's CEO as the heir of his fortune and power, but everything changed when another daughter was born into the family. She was stripped of her name and reduced to only an outsider. The fact that she changed her name after becoming a player is something known by only a few people. She asks how he dares to talk about something like this. Is he out of his mind? Taehyun says that she is the one who started it, so she shouldn't feel shocked if something happens. He starts to push her away with predation, shocking Yu, who wonders how a C rank can push back an S rank like her. Taehyun stares at her for a while, but then takes a step up and pushes her to the wall, noting that they should not cross a line that they would both regret crossing. Yu starts blushing, and the subordinate is rather speechless. The next day at the Coliseum, everyone gathers around, as it's the venue for the 3rd round of the player tryouts. This round is different from the others because an audience is allowed, allowing families and friends to support the competitors. Yu also came to watch using a disguise. Taehyun's uncle and aunt are also there, who wonder if he will be alright, as they heard the tryouts are brutal. Young tells them not to worry, as Taehyun is strong, stronger than anyone here. He promises that much. Young has become the president of Taehyun's fan club, which now only has one member, him. The reporter, Giha, is also there, who thinks that she has to get a good story now, as her last interview was thrown away because it was of C-ranked, who by now probably was already disqualified from the tryouts. She might actually get fired if she doesn't get anything good. That's when she overhears someone say the atmosphere around there is strange. And sure enough, when she looks, she spots that tons of awakeners from all sorts of ranks are staring at Taehyun. Are they actually going to join forces to beat up one guy? How strong is he? That's when she notices that he is actually smiling. With this, the test begins, with Taehyun continuing to smile, as nothing can stop him now. As soon as the round begins, all of the candidates charge up their powers and blast them towards Taehyun's direction, as they wish to get rid of him instantly, since he took down 2 S-rankers previously. They must get him out of here now, before he even has a chance. Unfortunately for them, even with their attacks, Taehyun still presses forward, and with his might and speed, he easily takes down a group, who are eliminated on the spot. When Taehyun stops, however, tons of green vines appear that capture him in a prison. All of this done by the guy in front of him, Lee Gilsan, an A rank who thinks that with this, he has won. But with one movement, Taehyun gets out of his restraints and puts him down too, as he doesn't want to waste any time on weaklings. Seeing that this guy is plowing straight through them, they think of the genius plan to attack him constantly, as surely he will get tired at some point, right? To shut down their plans of conquest, Taehyun uses his new ability, the Night King's Spirit. A sudden red mist starts to engulf everyone's minds, and they all fall to the ground as Taehyun exudes the intimidation of a being that they would never wish to face. Even the public feel this pressure, with some of them barely being able to breathe. But Taehyun does not stop. Yu watches all of this and thinks that he has gone mad. Why did he use this area of attack ability right in the center of this arena? Eventually, it looks like Taehyun has taken down basically everyone, but then says that there is one more person he needs to take care of. From the dust and mist comes Lim, who barely held her consciousness as he used the Night King's Spirit. Taehyun asks what she wishes to do, as he does not mind her resigning right now. Or perhaps, does she want a repeat of the first round? This makes Lim blush, and her response is to create another arena, just like in the first round. With a sudden scream, she calls out his name and tells him to worry about his situation, as she will not let him do as he pleases any longer. Taehyun isn't too sure about that. Their fight is fierce, with the ice and snow of limbs scattered everywhere. But unfortunately for her, it's not enough, as she didn't even make him kneel. But he admits, she was the most difficult opponent out of everyone, so she should stand proud, because she is strong. With that, the player tryouts have ended, and the top qualifier of this is none other than Taehyun. For his efforts, he is given 2 rewards by the chairman, a knife and an award. The chairman congratulates him for becoming an S-rank player, and also says that he did not expect for him to finish the 3rd round all alone. But perhaps it was to be expected of the person who cleared Apocalypto alone, right? Taehyun picks up the knife and says that he was simply lucky. A short moment of silence falls on the room, but suddenly the chairman asks Taehyun to join the new South Korean Player Association. This offer shocks Taehyun to say the least, but the chairman is very serious about it. He thinks that a lot has changed from his past. Aside from the fact that he awakened and became an S-ranker, he even got scouted out by Yu, and now the chairman of the new South Korea Association. He smiles, as this is all pleasant. The old him would have jumped at these opportunities. However, now, he has changed. He decides to respectfully decline the offer, which confuses the chairman, so he asks why. But Taehyun says that he does not have a special reason for his refusal. He merely believes that rather than being a member of any of the 4 great guilds or the association, he will do much more by working alone. That is why he apologizes, as he couldn't be of any use to them. The chairman is truly shocked by his words, but then starts laughing out loud, as he has never imagined him to say that he would be better off alone. That level of confidence needs to be studied. But if that is the case, he has another opportunity for him, something which he can't refuse. Does he perhaps want to participate in the Asian exhibition games? The next day, as Taehyun clears another dungeon with his predation ability, he thinks about the Asian exhibition games, which goes like this. 5 representatives are chosen from the associations and guilds of all of the countries in Asia, for a festival of hunting villains and monsters. However, to be picked as one of these national representatives, one needs to prove themselves by hunting down monsters and villains for the sake of the country, so basically, merit points. The chairman said that it should be easy for him considering his history of sudden advancements, but that's easier said than done, as he just became a player. To even catch up to the merit points everyone has been stacking over the years, he needs to hunt down monsters and villains that are way stronger. Recently, he has been clearing all of the dungeons known to the association for about a month, but even without thinking about the merit points, he has not been able to advance much further in abilities either. He has no choice but to go into dangerous places, but the rewards should suffice, considering the risks. Inside of the mansion, Lee Jung-soo smashes his glass of expensive whiskey and starts to strangle the bodyguard once he hears what the bodyguard said, who is now begging him to calm down. Jung-soo asks how he can calm down when the heir of his group, his own son, is still in the fucking hospital. What's more, is that the culprit is now an S-rank player that continues to rise up, yet he wants him to calm down? He smashes the bodyguard in the ground. And that's when his assistant comes, telling him that there's a guest from the malignant guild at his door. He gets mad about this too, as how dare they show their face after not being able to get rid of one single brat. They are now stuffing their faces with the money he gave them. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. Before he can say any more, A dark presence permeates throughout the room, as the guest from the malignant guild just phases through the door. He says that what happened to his son was just an unfortunate event, but he should calm down now, as that brat isn't his group's final target, right? He also forgot to introduce himself. He is the vice guild master of the malignant guild, but he may call him Shadow. Eventually, Taehyun gets out of the portal, which sends him right to the front of a building, where a man awkwardly says that he is going to be his guide for the auction he joined. He is also an A ranker from the Alchemists. He also reveals his name to be Park Jeonwung. It's truly an honor to meet His Excellence. This guy is a hired bodyguard by the Alchemist Guild for the auction, and also a member of Taehyun's fan club, with his skill being gate manipulation. This must be the reason why Taehyun landed here. He starts fanboying at Taehyun, and even asks for his autograph, which he will frame in his home. But Taehyun isn't that impressed, to say the least. This place is where the greatest auction in Asia is held, East Point, the largest in scale within Asia. The auctioned items here are of top quality. They also have automatic interpretation support, so on and so forth. East Point has a lot of positives, but among them, the best would be considered their security. Taehyun asks Wung if he's alright with having that autograph on his forehead, but he continues with his explanation. Bodyguards from the guilds such as himself are definitely an important role in the protection, but the constant changing of their warp point makes it impossible for anyone to reach this place without approval. That is why they have not had a security risk in the past decades. Taehyun agrees that indeed, this place is like a fortress, but today, a large-scale attack devised by an S-rank villain will take place. That is the reason he came here in the first place. As the auction continues, and the woman who is in charge of the auction tells everyone about the next item, the Phoenix Potion, Taehyun stands above as he waits. All he has to do is this, as the villain's attack will certainly happen soon, and all he needs to do is defeat him for some easy merit points. At the same time, however, he has no information about this, as in his past life, the news only said that there was some serious damage caused, and that the culprit was one Narendra Nairu. The other important question is, who stopped the attack? As Wung comes over with ice cream in hand, Taehyun asks who the chief security officer is. Wung is quite frightened by this question, which makes Taehyun ask if it's something that he should press him about, but Wung says that it's fine, as it's not that, it's something else entirely. That's when someone from behind them notes that he did not expect to see the 12th S-ranker from South Korea, and also one of the youngest S-rankers in history. He must say, he is so very glad to meet him. This man is Isaki Ryohei, a Japanese S-rank player, the chief security officer of this place, and also has a very ominous nickname, the Devil. Wung tells him to be mindful of how he acts near him, as he has previously stabbed his own comrades if it meant that he would gain something from it, hence his nickname, the Devil. He reaches out a hand to Taehyun as he says that he heard from a little bird that the South Korean Association sent a genius over here, but he did not expect to meet him here in person. What a joyous situation. Taehyun notices that he's trying to handshake with his left hand, which he is mindful of, but thinks it would be rude to not accept, so he does just that. But the moment they connect hands, a surge of power starts going through Taehyun, as Isaki starts laughing out loud like a maniac. Who would have thought that he could endure this personal test of his? It seems that even if he's half-baked, he is still an S-ranker. Taehyun thinks of escalating the situation, but then notices that the pressure is getting to the harmless civilians that are next to them, so he cannot do that. Isaki laughs again as he says that this was just a prank, but perhaps it was too careless of him to go this far on a kid like him. However, he thinks that this was a pretty good lesson for him, as he may be S-rank, but they will never be at the same level. He does not know the reason he decided to come here, but he shouldn't try to pull any stunts and get lost if he values his useless life. With that, Isaki leaves, wishing him fun at the auction while laughing away. Taehyun looks at him and thinks that things will be much more difficult with this bastard around. At the unbreachable gates of East Point, a handful of people stand guard, but that's when a man of what looks to be Indian descent and a dozen others arrive. The guards wonder where these people came from, but the head guard tells them that they do not need to know everything, only their orders, to take care of anything that dares to come through the gate, but they should only assist him if things go bad, as an A-ranker like him should be more than enough. After the fight is over, a large monster consumes the head guard as its final reward, while the man, who is revealed to be Narendra Nairu, thinks that this is a splendid spectacle. He is also an S-rank villain with unknown affiliations. The group of people he was with come around and one of them says that a surprising variable has appeared inside of the auction house, with one Kim Taehyun, an S-ranker from the new South Korea Association, also being present there. Do they need to change up their plans? Nairu says that he will not deviate from the plan because of some trash from Korea. As long as he is present, nobody can escape his divine revelation. That's when an explosion occurs inside of the auction room. But not only there, as tons of explosions occur all over the place, without any rhyme or reason. Wung asks Taehyun if he's okay, and notes that they need to evacuate right now. But Taehyun is more shocked that the explosions happen throughout the entire structure. How did the attackers come in and since when were these bombs put in place? Well, he can think about all of that later, as now he needs to take care of these bastards. In front of him, one of the attackers holds a man hostage and screams at everyone to hand over their valuables and any other things, as resisting will only lead to their death. Unfortunately for him, it leads to his death, as with a single slash, Taehyun takes his head off and also kills the other attackers. He tells Woong that he should go let the association know about this, and also requests some reinforcements. He will go catch the perpetrators of this attack. The last of the guards try to protect the items from the auction with their lives, but with one command from the leader of the group, they are all slaughtered without mercy, and the items are left to the attackers. The main thing they came here for is the Phoenix Potion, which is a unique item that permanently increases stamina and mana by 20 points each time it is consumed. Now, he understands why Naru wanted this so badly, even if they put their lives at stake for it. If he drinks this, he may gain unimaginable power. That's when a controlled attack takes down one of the group members, with the others, who are calling him Dyke, telling him that there is an attacker inbound. That's when, one after another, the remaining group members are taken out, with Dyke realizing that the one who's attacking them is a stealth user, allowing him precious time to dodge an attack that would have killed him. Knowing this, he activates his ability, which makes tons of chain links appear and capture Taehyun. Dyke calls him a fool, as attacking with only stealth makes him think that he's underestimating them, but that will be his undoing, as now, he is as good as dead. Taehyun is pleased that he found a skill that can go through stealth, so he will do as a decent substitute for his predation skill. At the control room of the warp gates, tons of people are gathered in the middle. Additionally, there are also countless monsters in there, waiting to feast on their flesh. Naru laughs, as with this matter resolved, all of the people shall fear their true god even more. One of the subordinates comes around and says that there is a message from Dyke's group who went to get the Phoenix Potion, but there seems to be a problem. That's when the radio that the subordinate is holding starts working, and the person over it asks if he's speaking with Naru, something which makes him furious. He asks for his identity, but Taehyun only says that he is the one who has what he desperately wants. If he wants this precious item back, then he should come down here right now, like the weakling that he is. Seeing that there's nothing else to do, Taehyun starts drinking some of the Phoenix Potion, which increases his stats and also freshens him up. For a unique, it's definitely in its own league, as he cleared countless dungeons, yet his stats did not increase at all. But with one sip of this, he gains amazing stats that will allow him to protect the potion from the others. Suddenly, Isaki and his team arrive at the scene, where they only see the bodies of the dead and the loot. The team think that the people who sent the SOS message must have run away, since there is nobody here. But Isaki tells them to look a little bit closer, as the perpetrator is right in front of them. He should stop hiding in plain sight and reveal himself. Taehyun decloaks himself and says that this is unexpected, as he was sure his skill was perfect already. Isaki asks what an S-ranker like him is doing over here, but Taehyun asks him the same, as he is the head of security, so he should go and clean up this attack. Isaki laughs and says that there is an item he is looking for, giving Taehyun enough information to make an assumption. From the start, he felt that something was off, as he is sure that the bombs would have been found with so many bodyguard players and his own trained team. But what's more is that Naru came through the east point, where nobody can enter from the outside, so he gathered that someone opened up for him, but he did not expect that person to be the head of security. How shameful. Isaki lets out a devilish grin and says that he warned him to stay out of this while fully cloaking himself and immediately attacking Taehyun, who manages to defend himself. Isaki tells him to hand the item over, but Taehyun tells him to take it like a villain should. In that moment, they trade countless flurries of blows, something which cuts up the ground and everything in their path. Isaki's team decides to stay put, as this is a battle between S-rankers. If they walk as much as an inch in their battle, they will be chopped into pieces. They continue fighting, with Taehyun thinking that Isaki knows how to use stealth better, as he only predicts the direction of attack through aura and sound. But Isaki can actually see him. He goes behind him and cannot hope to defend himself, so Taehyun is cut up by the katana. They are both stealth users, but Isaki's proficiency is through the roof. However, even with this, he is not worthy to use predation on. He activates his Night King Spirit ability to put all of his subordinates in the ground and also uses rock skin to advance the speed. After that, he wonders where Isaki is, who says that he admires his way of using skills, as stealth is weak against areas of attack skills, but he should have aimed it over his head if he wanted to catch him. With that, he smashes in Taehyun so hard they are sent down multiple levels, finally stopping at level 52. Isaki thinks that it's over, but unfortunately for him, he falls into Taehyun's trap, who calls him a fool. Isaki gets it. The skill he used earlier wasn't to find him, but to make sure that he can't get out of his skills range. He tries to get out, but Taehyun manages to catch him with the chain skill and takes him out with a single powerful punch. After that's done, Taehyun ties Isaki and his team up with his chain ability, with all of them still being conscious. Isaki calls him a rotting bastard, but Taehyun just doesn't get why an S-ranker like him would do all of this just for some bonus cash. Isaki screams at him to shut it, as if it weren't for him, he would have been rich by now. In response, Taehyun kicks him away and says that he's nothing but a low-life criminal. His team still seem worried about him and ask if he's okay, But Taehyun interrupts them by asking about the info on Naranda Nehru. As every country's association must have gotten urgent calls for emergency reinforcements anyway, he might as well finish things here before they come. Isaki laughs. Reinforcements? He is nothing but a clueless child after all. At the Player Association facility, a fat man that looks like the spitting image of Santa Claus rushes into the tactic room and asks what happened with the reinforcements that were supposed to arrive at East Point. This is the Alchemist's Guildmaster, the S-ranker Seo Sang-gik. He screams at both the chairman and Taewook, as not only were there precious things there up for sale, there were also countless VIPs from the Korean Association. They must do something. The chairman tells him to relax, as they have sent a backup force as soon as they heard about the attack. It's a group filled with elite players, including Park Sungjin. Sang-gik asks why they have not left yet, and that's when the chairman reveals their biggest issue currently, that there is no way to get there currently. Taewook goes further and says that the attacker took control of the control room, so all of the warp gates are blocked. Sang-gik is about to faint, but Taewook assures him that the situation must be controlled already, as they have two S-rankers at the scene. Taehyun has just become S-ranked, but there is only one attacker they have to face, so until they reconnect the warm gates, he is sure that those two will hold out, or even take Naranda Nehru out of the picture. Suddenly, Yu appears, and says that this would have been true if Naranda Nehru was just a regular S-ranker, but she can confirm that he isn't. At the same time as Yu explains the situation to them, Isaki explains to Taehyun, Nehru has the contract with the Devil skill, the worst of his skills by far. By offering sacrifices, he will summon a monster of a certain rank depending on how much he sacrifices. Taehyun gets it, that by sacrifice he can only mean one thing: humans. Everyone is shocked by this reveal, with Taewook noting that currently there are around a few hundred hostages, with Sang-gik also adding that Nehru is extremely skilled, even among S-rankers. If someone of his caliber were to sacrifice over 100 people and summon a monster, the results would be nothing but catastrophic. Taehyun holds Isaki down while calling them a bunch of lunatics, but Isaki smiles too, as even if he defeats him, he will not be able to win against Nehru. He knows that, so he has to make a choice now. Either he begs for his life right now and watches as those hostages who have done nothing wrong are consumed, or go into a fight he has no chance of winning. Inside of the warp gate room, Nehru gets the news that Isaki has lost, but they have yet to find out where Taehyun and the Phoenix Potion are. His command? He tells him that there's no chance for Taehyun to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. He is surely waiting for reinforcements, but that won't work. He drags a few people in the air and makes them scream, as he wants to drag him out and show him the festival of their one true god. Suddenly, all of the lights in the room go out, with everyone panicking as to why that happened. But Nehru is more worried that his sacrifices he is holding have disappeared. That's when a hidden Taehyun appears behind him and immediately tries to chain him up. This will be a ferocious battle. Taehyun instantly tries to chain Nehru, who feels his presence and tries to get away. Even so, Taehyun seems to have the upper hand as he almost has him in his grasp. But that's when tons of mighty snake beasts come out of Nehru's turban, and they unleash tons of fireballs, forcing Taehyun to back away. He can't believe that this guy would just put monsters on top of his head like that. Just what kind of person do you have to be to do that? The captured people behind him recognize his face, and they ask if he's here to rescue them. They beg him to untie the ropes, as those villains suddenly captured them. Some of them even try to bribe him with money, but Taehyun just sends them flying until he is done fighting, just in time for a portal to open and for some demons to appear out of it, with all of them charging Taehyun in an attempt to crush him. Even if their blows have landed, Taehyun just rises high into the air with his sheer force while cutting them up. He also uses his aura ability to subdue the monsters, but some of them refuse to stand down and charge in with even greater anger, something Taehyun did not expect, so he is sent flying into the wall by an attack he cannot hope to dodge. Nehru calls him a fool, as the demons he contracted with his devil skill are much different from the monsters he has met up until now, as they are under his direct control because of his magic. Additionally, when he uses his magic on them, they become much sturdier than they should be, and far surpass their strength limits. Just because he defeated that weakling Royhai does not mean that he can defy the god's will. The captured people can't believe that their only savior is being overpowered. They asked him to save them, but he did as he wished and attacked, even if he couldn't win against some simple monsters. That's when someone tells them that is not what is happening now. Thanks to his actions, the monsters aren't even looking at them. Not to mention that he is not allowing the monsters to come this way by controlling his power, as he could have probably dealt with them already. The others are surprised when they hear this, as they didn't see it like this. The man continues on explaining that he also evacuated the hostages over to this side by throwing them up into the air. So from the very beginning, Taehyun hasn't been thinking about anything else except their safety. They are all brought to tears by this realization and urge him to not give up. Taehyun suddenly chains all of the monsters up and tells them to shut up already as they aren't helping, which confuses them, and even Nehru, who just watches. Taehyun screams that the hostages keep getting in his way, and the monsters just keep on coming. He cannot deal with this dumbass shit anymore. The hostages don't know what to think anymore, but Neru just laughs out loud and asks if he would like to give up. But Taehyun does not answer him. Instead, he begs Jeon-woong to finish it already. That's when Neru feels his presence too, and wonders who he is and how he even got here without being noticed. Woong apologized for keeping him so long, but he's ready now. Back when Roy-hae was defeated, Woong came around, and Taehyun told him that the security was in bed with the attackers, so he had to deal with them. Woong couldn't believe that so much happened while he was gone, but Taehyun told him that they have more pressing matters, as by now, the warp gate control room is probably filled to the brim with monsters. Fighting them wouldn't be a problem normally, but the monsters will instantly jump on the defenseless hostages once they see them. That is precisely why they need his skill now. Gate manipulation. Woong was surprised to hear that he would be helping, but explained that if he does not know the exact warp point, connecting the gate with the association is going to be impossible. Taehyun didn't really care about that, as he needed to focus on one thing only, sending out the pesky monsters. As soon as Woong is done casting, the monsters start to get swept into a large gate that they cannot hope to escape from. Woong cannot believe that the plan actually worked, as he thought it to be absurd, but seeing it now, he gets it, as only Neru and the villains are left to fight. Suddenly, Taehyun screams his name and says that his job here is done. He will take the hostages and get as far away as possible. Woong is surprised at first, but refuses, as he is going to fight by his side. But Taehyun denies this, as the opponent is an S-ranker like him. From this point on, he cannot hope to protect a single being. Neru, now more enraged than ever, screams out Taehyun's name, who notes that he is right here. Woong does as he is ordered, and tells everyone to come with him, which Taehyun sees, and he is pleased by this. But now that this is sorted out, all that is left is to defeat this guy. Neru attacks him with a bunch of explosions, but Taehyun gets out of their way and tries to attack him with a few rocks, which Neru easily defects and calls him a fool once again, as he cannot hope to stop him with his powers. He summons a large beast that instantly rushes to Taehyun. He says that no matter how many hostages he rescues or how many demons he slays, he cannot hope to win against him, as he will not let his efforts go without meaning. He is just a filthy non-believer, whom he will punish for dirtying the name of God with death. As soon as he finishes speaking, the monsters rush in, but Taehyun gets up and notes that he really likes to yap for someone so old. However, he should know one thing, that he is the one that's going to die. He instantly summons a ferocious beast to crush through Neru's dirty monsters, with him being surprised that he has been hiding this power all of this time, but he starts to laugh once again. He acknowledges that he has talent. He is the highest quality sacrifice he could ever ask for, but he is not the only one who can hide his powers. The moment he activates his other ability, the other villains start to fall to the ground while coughing up blood and slowly disappear from existence. With all of these human sacrifices, Neru begs his lord to bless him with divine punishment so that he may distribute it to the non-believers. Taehyun stares horrified at the beast that Neru has summoned this time, an entire bone dragon, which is an S-ranked beast. Woong is eventually stopped by the villains, who wonder why they are here, as they should have all been on the above floor. But he does not get to relish in the fact that they caught this runaway group for long, as they all start to cough up blood and disappear for the sacrifice. The whole building starts to shake afterwards, and Woong can only guess what is happening at Taehyun's location now. The bone dragon charges him as he falls to the ground, completely defenseless. Neru, who is riding the dragon, says that the dragon is the strongest species. He cannot hope to defeat it. Taehyun didn't expect to battle a dragon today, but he latches a chain into a nearby building and manages to climb inside before falling even further. He cannot even wonder where he had the power to summon such a monster, as the dragon charges through once again and throws him into the air. Neru says that he will die on this day, which makes Taehyun try to retaliate, but the dragon is much stronger in that regard, and completely overpowers him with a breath attack. Even if he has taken the full brunt of it, Taehyun is still alive, something that Neru did not expect. Taehyun now knows that this dragon is extremely strong. He barely managed to block the attack with his predation skill, but even so, he was still hurt. Not all hope is lost, however, as he knows that even if Neru is forcefully controlling such power, it must be pretty taxing for him too, so he might not last longer. If he can stall a bit longer, he is sure that he can deal with him. Neru laughs, and says that he can see right through his ridiculous schemes. Since a head-on fight did not work out well for him, he is probably thinking of stalling until he can't. That is most definitely not a bad idea. However, he will find out that his tricks will not work on someone like him. He orders the dragon to charge in another direction, right into Woong and the group of survivors, who look in horror at their impending doom. The dragon just swiped the area they were in with a tail attack. At the Korean player branch, the emergency warp gate is successfully connected directly to the east point, but Korea is the only country that's currently connected, so the manager there warns Sungjin not to enter now, as there might be more danger than they expected. Sungjin says that he can't ignore the fact that people are in grave danger there, especially that kid, so they will all be entering East Point and killing the villains before rescuing everyone that is still alive. Woon and the others, even if injured, are still alive, as Taehyun has blocked the dragon's breath attack using his predation skill. Neru expected him to choose this option, but now he will burn into ashes with the others. Woong tells him not to worry about them, as everything will be over if he dies. Taehyun knows that he is right, as now that he cannot fight the bone dragon one-on-one, the only hope that he has is to wait for Neru to reach his limits. But even so, he cannot give up yet. No, he refuses to. Thousands of thoughts rummage through his brain as he thinks of a way to save everyone, but that's when someone from behind him says that they cannot take this anymore. But when he looks behind him, there's only Woong, who didn't utter a thing. As he wonders what that voice was, Taehyun's predation skill suddenly increases to A rank. Since his powers have surpassed his limits, his body cannot handle predation any longer. But it does not stop there, as it goes to rank S, then rank SS. Neru is extremely confused as predation becomes rank SSS and engulfs him whole. Predation tries to deactivate, but it is unable to, which means that Taehyun's body will be ravaged. He does not know why predation is doing this, but he recognized that voice earlier. It was the king. He gave him his powers, but his body cannot hope to hold on much longer. Indeed, it starts to chip away as Taehyun thinks that he cannot die in such a way. He hasn't achieved anything yet. Unfortunately, his consciousness leaves him as one of his arms is fully destroyed. Neru feels that this is a skill going berserk. But what is with this amount of energy? And why didn't the skill deactivate even though the user fainted already? Still, he refuses to give up and says that he will end his life here and now, in the name of his god. As soon as the dragon charges in, however, Taehyun wakes up and pushes him back with his sheer energy, as predation reveals its true nature to Neru, who cannot believe what he is seeing. Suddenly, Taehyun begins talking in another tone, noting that his god must be a joke or something. Neru can feel that this man is no longer the same one that he fought before, as he has an entirely different aura to him. Who is he? The mysterious man says that it's not his concern any longer, as he is already dead. Before Neru can say Nani, he is engulfed by predation in a matter of milliseconds, and Taehyun gains the demonic contract skill. As this happens, Taehyun wakes up in another place, where the chains he got recently and the stone skill attack him. Before he can wonder what is going on, all of his skills start to engulf him and go against their master. Suddenly, a voice notes that these were never his skills in the first place. They were never his powers. Even if he ate all of them, it's now time to spit them out to their rightful owner. Before the beast can fully consume him, Taehyun wakes up in a hospital bed with both of his hands intact, something he does not understand, as his right arm was broken into pieces by predation. Suddenly, Sungjin arrives while eating some red bean cakes and asks him if he wants any. He eventually fills his table with goodies and says that the association and alchemists prepared this place for him as a show of courtesy for what he did when the villains attacked. Thanks to him, even Ryohei was arrested after falling for the temptation, and compared to the scale of this attack, many more survived than they expected. Tons of people visited him already, like his foster parents and the chairman. They were all crying their eyes out. It was so funny. Anyway, the test showed that he had no health issues, so they only kept him here in case the villains got any ideas and got involved. Taehyun looks at his hand and notes that he passed out while fighting Neru. Just what happened while he was out. Sungjin notes that it's unfortunate that he is the same, as he was going to ask him about that too. When Woong came, he saw that Taehyun took out Naru in one strike, but what killed him wasn't Taehyun. It wasn't the same person at all. He asked who he was, but as soon as he turned around, Woong was struck with fear and subsequently passed out. The being noticed that it was running out of time, so he had to retreat, for now that is. That's when Sungjin arrived and rescued everyone with his team, with all of them being unconscious, but they could only wonder what took place while they were gone. He tried to ask the survivors what happened, but all they remember is that he tried to stop Naru. After that, it's all blank, like someone erased their memories. Sungjin notes that it's probably something the villains did, so it's fine. If he finds out something else, however, he will get in touch with him. Taehyun knows that Naru couldn't have done this. He doesn't even know how he was healed, as his arm was taken right off. Something strange happened, so he opens his status window to see if anything changed and finds out that he can open gates now, something that Naru could do. Did he kill him? That's when Sungjin comes around once again and says he has a visitor, Ah-young, who has brought a basket of fruit for him. She just places this basket on top of what Sungjin brought, crushing it much to Taehyun's dismay. She notes that she heard he was hurt, but it seems he is healthy. He confirms that the doctor said that he is healthy too, but she also heard that he rescued a lot of people from the villain attack. Taehyun confirms that he did that too. She notes that he also fought 2 S-rankers, which again he confirms, but she crushes the apple she was holding in her hand and tells him to not get cocky, as she will catch up to him in no time. Taehyun asks why she came to see him in the first place, and she notes that she just wanted to visit him, but Taehyun wonders if that's true. She thinks that she came out of concern for him at first, but he is as healthy as a bull, and why does he have so much energy all of a sudden? Compared to the tryouts, they are even closer. She wants to ask him something else, but that's when a large thump happens at the door, and a few steps approach them. The one who has barged in unannounced is Yu, which makes Ah-young ask how she knows the password to his house. She tries to tell her that this was given by the association, which she is a part of, but that's when she gets a funny idea. She instantly grabs Taehyun and starts touching his body. This makes Ah-young instantly ask what she's trying to do, but she asks her something instead. If two S-rankers are sharing the same home, what kind of relationship does she think they have? Ah-young immediately screams out that he is still a minor, and that what she is doing is a crime, but Taehyun has had enough of her jokes and slaps her hand away. Why is she here anyway? He already rejected her guild offer, right? Yu notes that he's as fussy as usual. She just came to check on him, and she also wanted to give him a present, as she heard from the chairman that he was going to the exhibition games. Even with his feats at East Point, he has only 30 merit points, so to become a representative, he will need more, something that she can provide. For example, something like raiding rights for the Double Dungeon Fire Temple. Where the East Point once was, a strange group of men came on a boat and examined the situation. One of them asks where Naru is, but the lackey notes that they cannot find him. Will they report this to the boss? The man says that there's no need. They got what they wanted, and they got what they wanted with bribery, but now they have one more thing to deal with. That's when a large boat appears behind them, and the captain urges them to give up, as they have them surrounded. Only authorized people are allowed to come here. They will drop their weapons and surrender. In an instant, the boat that they were all on turns upside down, and they all fall into the dark depths of the ocean. The man notes that he was quite amused by Taehyun while creating a large black ball of energy. The next day, at the Nightwalkers Guild headquarters, everyone is excited to have Taehyun join their raid. Yu notes that even if he has access to the dungeon, he does not have the right to decide item distribution and members. Taehyun is still pleasantly surprised though, as this is a very nice present. The Fire Temple is the country's second double dungeon, named after its entrance that resembles a burning flame. Before he regressed, the Nightwalkers succeeded in raiding it, but most did not make it out. Considering the difficulty level, there is no doubt that he will get nice things and merit points, but it is unfortunate that his stamina and strength have decreased significantly, perhaps because of his hand. However, with you and these other players, navigating a double dungeon shouldn't be so hard. Unfortunately for him, the other 30 people are standing by while you and Taehyun will go inside, with him being quite confused as to why this is happening. She explains that they are going on a date, but Taehyun wonders if that really is true. When they go inside, they see the beautiful array of lights and the atmosphere of the dungeon, which is quite heavy. Taehyun notes that all double dungeons are like this. Apocalypto sure was. They find a ravine, and Yu wonders how to get down, with Taehyun telling her to be careful as there are tons of traps. But that's when she is caught by a bunch of tentacles and dragged in. Taehyun rushes to save her from that kind of fate, but she instantly destroys the tentacle monster with only one blow, something that amazes Taehyun. Down below, however, more monsters await, but Yu instantly goes through them like cheese, as they are not a challenge for her. Taehyun notices that all of these monsters are at least A rank, but she is just walking through them. Is this her true strength? He knew that she was already top tier, but now she is more amazing than expected. Now he gets why they went alone, so he will start to help too. Eventually they finish the monsters off, with Yu wondering how deep this place is as they have fallen for some time. Taehyun thinks that these monsters were not an issue for Yu, but if that's the case, what happened for all of the Nightwalkers to die in this place? As a present, she decides to give him a warrior ring, which boosts strength and stamina, meaning that he can go past his decreased stats. She explains that she had it as a bonus from the guild, but she gave it to him. She is quite generous, right? If he joins the guild, he could have so much more. Taehyun asks why give it now, as it would have been easier to deal with the monsters, but she doesn't know how to answer, so he walks in front and notes that they must use caution from now on, as they have reached the place of the dungeon boss. Down below, they spot a fiery egg, with Taehyun not knowing what kind of monster it is, but he's positive that it's the dungeon's owner. Before he can even try to form a plan, Yu just charges right in and tries to break the egg. He immediately jumps down and asks if she's okay, but she turns around and acts as if he is, as she totally smashed the egg with no problems. She explains that it was probably an S-class egg, but it just fell with one blow. How strange. Taehyun knows that this isn't the end, and sure enough, blinding energy starts to come out of the egg, with someone noting that he didn't expect humans to reach him. He also heard her bragging, which was quite funny, but they will all fade away before his blue flames. This is the dungeon owner, Phoenix. Both of them are shocked, as a phoenix is commonly mistaken for an immortal, as it has amazing regeneration ability and magical resistance. But who would have thought that the dungeon owner is a phoenix with blue flames? It starts to emit energy again, so Taehyun warns you that it can control minds. Unfortunately for him, that has already happened, as she is in the phoenix's control. As Yu tries to take Taehyun down, he dodges her attacks to the best of his abilities, until he is forced to use the aura ability to put her into the ground. He begs for her to wake up, as they cannot fight among themselves in this place. But even in her pressured state, Yu rises up and launches a devastating attack into Taehyun that blows up most of the area he was in. The phoenix watches from above and laughs, as this is going exactly how he expected. Humans really are foolish. As Yu looks at the rubble and tries to move, A single chain envelops her foot and stops her. Then another, until she is fully chained up and cannot move at all. As Taehyun slowly gets up, he notes that now he gets why the Nightwalkers were all killed in this raid. He also warns her that this might hurt a bit, but this is the only way. He strikes her so hard that she coughs up blood, but it does knock her out too. Taehyun used a combination of chains and paralysis to stop her, but now she will have time to wake up and gain her consciousness back. Now the only thing he has to worry about is the thing in front of him. The Phoenix laughs once again and asks if he is enjoying the entertainment he prepared for him, but Taehyun is not scared of him, as he will turn him into fried chicken. He puts Yu on his back and runs away as the bird tries to strike him down, who is really mad that he dares to run away in front of his excellence. However, when the bird moves closer enough, Taehyun manages to strike hard enough to touch one of its wings and cut it fully. Even with this, however, the bird instantly regenerates and says that no matter how much he cuts, the eternal fire within it will burn evermore. A human being cannot hope to deal damage to such power. The bird unleashes fire everywhere, but Taehyun manages to dodge it by climbing somewhere high and thinks about what to do with the regeneration. And he also noticed that the bird got bigger. Could this perhaps be a greater phoenix? Unlike normal monsters, it would have tremendous strength, as it's considered a mutant. It is also similar in strength to an S-rank player. So if it's really a great phoenix, he can't do anything to it. The only thing he can use now is predation. However, it might explode in his face like last time, so he should weaken the bird first. But he can't do that without predation. What should he do? That's when Yu starts to wake up and notices that she is tied up, and her body is tied up. Besides the increasingly larger bird getting closer to them, she tells Taehyun to release her, but he explains that she was mentally controlled. He cannot do that. Yu does not believe it, but still insists to be let go. And that's when the bird attacks, feeling insulted that they dared to look away from its grace. As he starts monologuing, both Yu and Taehyun strike, with Taehyun telling her to watch out for the control. The bird, angrier than before, unleashes another attack, with Taehyun noting that he will take the front, but Yu refuses, as she unleashes a mighty attack with a spear, and her aura completely transforms. She tells Taehyun to stand back, as this will be her fight. She has activated her berserk mode. This concept of going berserk triggers the reverse mana flow for all available skills. Most avoid using it since it will most likely cause permanent body damage. However, if one can control the power even for a limited time, the power they will receive is tremendous and earth-splitting. Yu uses this same power to cut the phoenix's head clean off, but she doesn't stop there and charges in once again. She punches and kicks the head again and again, until eventually she lands on the ground with it and creates a large explosion. She catches her breath afterwards, but it is becoming increasingly harder to breathe, and soon enough she falls to the ground, unable to control the berserk power any longer. The phoenix is still alive, and can't believe that a human dared to do something like this to him. He desperately tries to retaliate against Yu, but that's when Taehyun summons his chains and holds the beast in place. He can't believe that Yu had enough force to completely eliminate this bastard's regenerative powers. She really is extremely powerful. Even if he doesn't want to, he will have to deal the right blow, won't he? The others patiently wait for them at the portal's entrance, with one of them noting that they are pretty late, making him wonder if they will be alright. Another says that there shouldn't be any complications, as the ones who entered are both S-rankers. The only thing he can think about is that Yu tends to just speed through everything without a second thought, so Taehyun might be in danger because of this side of her. That's when Taehyun appears, carrying Yu all the while. The others attempt to rush in, but stop as they see Taehyun has everything under control. He announces that the fire temple has been cleaned out. Someone took a photo of this scene, and rumors started spreading around that Yu was dating Taehyun and went on a date in the dungeon. She instantly sees this after she wakes up and asks her subordinates what the meaning of this is. In the first place, this dungeon raid was unannounced. How did this leak to outside sources? Secondly, why is it such an embarrassing article? She knows for a fact that they did this. The subordinates all confirm it in their own way. One notes that confidentiality is hard to keep, and another confirms that he only told a few friends, but they are all trustworthy. The final one doesn't beat around the bush at all, and says that her judgment is unfair. He told everyone for her sake, as he is fully devoted to her. Yu just smiles and tells them that today is the day they die together. Jinhui comes around, as he heard that she used berserk mode, so he wondered if she's alright. But seeing the three employees in different stages of subconsciousness, he gets that she's as healthy as they come. They go outside for her to chill out, and eventually she says that he shouldn't worry about her berserk skill anymore, since she can use it easily for 1 minute and not much will happen, though now she was forced to do it for longer. Jinhui asks how Taehyun's capability is, since this is the main reason she went on that raid, right? She explains that after she passed out, Taehyun was the one who dealt the final blow to the phoenix and ended the fight, so that told her everything she needed to know. It's also been only 2 weeks since they cleared the final temple, yet he is already on his way to the abyssal depths. Just how strong does he want to get? Jinhui is surprised to hear this, but this only shows how fast he is growing. Great news for their country, right? Yu just looks at him and says that she doesn't get it at all. Everyone has a desire to go further with their abilities, but after having progressed enough, most get satisfied and stop. She saw this happen firsthand in her guild after all. However, Taehyun keeps pushing and pushing. Even now, he is using any method available to advance even further. Just what is he trying to achieve with all of this power? The leaves rustle as Jinhui tries to come up with an answer, but then he finally gets it. He is doing it for the love he harbors for his country. In these times when portals appear everywhere and monsters destroy society, he wishes for his country to push above this. His sheer will and desire to help must be pushing him to this point. Yu doesn't know what to say, but can confirm that this isn't it. Most definitely not. Somewhere in the abyssal depths, in a floating castle, a bunch of people lay on the ground in front of a throne, all seeming to be dead. A single human is still alive and kisses the hand of the monster in front of him, who says that now they are bonded by a blood oath. This is the Archduke of the Abyss, the vampire lord Igman. The man thanks him, and Igman asks how it feels to get the powers of his people. The man slowly takes his cloak off, while noting that there were a lot of skilled people in this group. But now, he has become even stronger, to the point that nobody can challenge him. This is China's only force-level player, Zhang Linpeng. Somewhere else, a portal to the abyss swings open, and Taehyun goes through it. After he is on the other side, he notes that this is the first time he's visiting this place after regression. He really didn't miss it. His thoughts are interrupted by one of the employees working there, who recognizes him as Taehyun. The man introduces himself as a member of the World Player Association, and the manager of the 22nd District of the Abyssal Depths, Paul Becker, also an A-rank player. As they walk, Paul says that this must be his first time into the abyss, right? Taehyun notes that it's technically true, so Paul suggests that he hire some players to act as his guides, or even mercenaries. There are countless of these player spots around the place that act as safe houses, to help other people in their quest of exploring districts that haven't been pioneered just yet. Unfortunately, they are in the abyss, so dangerous beasts might ambush everyone, even if they are in a so-called safe zone. No matter how skilled an S-ranked player is, he should still hire some company, at least to not get lonely fast. Taehyun tells him that something like this will not be necessary, as for him it doesn't really matter. Suddenly, a large beast pops out of the ground just as he turns around, and Paul screams at him to dodge, but Taehyun instantly cuts the monster in two. He notes that he will go on a short walk around here, as the atmosphere is pretty nice. After walking and killing a lot of beasts, he thinks that this should be far enough so nobody is around. Because he used predation on the phoenix at the fire temple, he met the requirement of 200 magic power, which was needed to activate the demonic contract ability. He would have liked to activate it, but the ability seemingly changed, as now it can open a gate to the abyss, and this seems to be a one-time skill for some reason. Perhaps predation was the thing that changed this ability, but it doesn't matter. For him, having one powerful monster is much better than having an army of weaklings. He crushes some mana-amplifying stones in his palm, which, as the name implies, boosts magic power, and a gate starts to form, brandishing a skeleton head and other bony parts. After the summoning is successful, Taehyun is curious to see what is on the side. He expects to go to a place similar to this one, but when he goes through the portal, he is met with a beautiful castle under an even more mesmerizing sky. He didn't know such a place existed in the abyss, and even if he maximized his abilities by using the mana stones, this place seems a little overkill. Suddenly, a bunch of girls appear while he's mumbling to himself, but he swiftly notices them and has enough time to defend himself against their attacks. One of them notes that he is quite scary with that sharp blade of his. He will have to be punished for this transgression. The others are excited to see him too. These are succubi, and S ranks at that. A succubus is a monster that drains a man's energy through mental attacks, such as illusions or brainwashing. A normal succubus is only around B rank or less, so Taehyun is shocked to see S-ranked ones. Perhaps these monsters are his contract target? If they really are, then he has no choice but to take them down. After thinking this through, he immediately charges in and tries to attack the succubi, but they are too swift and easily dodge his attacks with a smile. The leader of this group says that he's pretty eager, which will lead him nowhere, but he might be quite tricky to tame. As soon as she snaps her fingers, a blast of brainwashing power envelops Taehyun fully, and they all drop down, thinking that they finally got him. It's only natural, as no man can possibly resist their mind control powers, no matter how much they try. Unfortunately for her, Taehyun resists and punches her extremely hard. To deal with the other two, he uses his Conqueror Haki to make them instantly fall to the ground. One of them can't believe what is happening, as no human can resist their brainwashing. Taehyun tells her that there is nothing to resist against. Being attracted to monsters like them is too abnormal. Now that he has them down, he can finally sign a contract. To form one of these contracts, a player needs to fulfill two conditions. One of them is to give a monster what it desires, and the second would be to subdue the monster by force. Taehyun has basically completed these two conditions, so he moves on with creating a contract, but the system doesn't allow it, as this is not his target. He is shocked to see this, but this can only mean one thing. Sure enough, a bunch of other succubi appear, with one of them being a grand succubus, SS plus rank. Inside the castle, where a bunch of men are held by veins and lost in their dreams, a maid comes around the throne room, telling the queen that there's an intruder in the castle, and most importantly, a human. The queen smiles as she hears this, since she hasn't been entertained in a while. Taehyun continues to run around the castle while countless succubi are after him, who all want to offer him as tribute to the queen. 2 other succubi appear in front of him through the windows, and he barely has enough time to go below their attacks, and use his ability to send them all flying. He thinks that if even the grand succubi aren't the target for the contract, it can only mean one thing. He has to beat the monster that controls all succubi, the queen herself. He eventually makes it to the doors of the throne room, and the maid is waiting for him there, as the queen wants to meet him. When he arrives in front of her, she welcomes him to the palace, and introduces herself as the mother of all succubi, and their rightful queen, Rosaria. Taehyun gets the notification that this is the target for his summoning pact, which he already deduces. But why her of all things? He is also surprised that she speaks the human language pretty well, which she notices, but she tells him that there's nothing to be surprised about, since he is also a different race, yet understands them perfectly. Taehyun didn't expect to meet a well-spoken monster, and she wonders what the purpose of his visit may be. Wealth? Power? Or perhaps he's just meandering about. Has he come to satisfy his lust like many more before him? Taehyun says that he's after none of those choices. He has come here to make a summoning pact with her. Rosaria starts laughing very loudly after she hears this, as she never expected a guest to be so confident all of a sudden. However, he should keep his delusions to himself, as she will never make a contract with a toy she can just break. Rosaria is also an Archduke of the Abyss, with an unknown rank. With that, she starts to attack Taehyun, who knew that it wasn't going to be this easy, and blocks the incoming tentacles with his pressure ability, while noting that he will make her bow down to him soon enough. He dodges attack after attack until he gets the idea to chain the knife to his hands and use it as a range weapon. He finally gets rid of the tentacles and rushes to hit her with one powerful stone-covered strike, but as soon as he approaches Rosaria, his ability breaks, and she notes that he's quite pitiful. With a snap, Taehyun starts falling down into a city, and he cannot use his skills at all. He wonders what is going on, but he realizes that he is in an illusion. The question that is lingering on his mind now is, since when was he here? Rosaria laughs, as that is quite the funny question, but she will answer it for him, because he has been good. He was in her hands from the very beginning. Taehyun continues to fall deeper and deeper into the sea, thinking that he must get out of this illusion at all costs. Suddenly, he is transported somewhere else, in a car, where he and his parents are driving somewhere. Taehyun recognizes his younger self, who is very excited about the awakeners he heard about over the radio. He wants to be one of these awakeners too, and he promises both of his parents to buy them anything they want once he makes it. His mother thanks him for the kind words, but the most important thing for her is for him to live a happy and healthy life. Young Taehyun thinks that this is really boring, but present Taehyun thinks that his parents were always like this. Rather than him getting a high rank, they only wished for him to be happy no matter what he did. He smiles at this moment of peace, but unfortunately it is broken, as he is transported in another version of this car, where both of his parents are lying dead in their seats. On one side, he sees his aunt and uncle, who can't believe that they left Taehyun all alone in this cruel world. On the other side, he hears something all too familiar. He sees him getting bullied for being a normal human with no powers, something that was a frequent occurrence before. Taehyun understands that these are all visions of his past, his dear and not so dear memories. He also sees himself as a porter, living a life of constant abuse and mistreatment, because he was a non-awakener, because he held no strength. He could not stand up against life, and was forced to go with the flow every time. What was even harder to bear on her shoulders was this. At one point, his auntie told him to just come back, as he hasn't fully recovered yet. He's in no condition to go back in again. Money isn't an issue for them, so he shouldn't worry about it. He said that he is very grateful for everything they have done up until now. He loathes himself even now for this. He was unable to help others, and dragged them into the same misfortunes he had most of the time. Even if his parents wished him only happiness, he soon realized that to be happy, one must have strength too. The system confirms that he is under the Queen's hypnosis, and attempts to break him out, but it fails, and his stats are all reduced. He goes through all of his skills to see which ones he can use and falls back to the one that gave him the strength he always needed. Predation. As soon as he uses it, he blasts through the unsightly memories to forge a new path. Somewhere else in his memories, Rosaria is surprised to see that he actually managed to get away from this guy, but she noticed something strange while exploring. For some odd reason, there are memories where he looks older than he is, and there are also memories with outcomes that cannot exist in this timeline. She wonders what other secrets he might hold, so she cuts Asmodeus in half, only to reveal something she never expected. The king himself appears before her, which she seems to recognize, but before she can do anything else, predation envelops her and cuts her out of his mind, so she ends up in reality once again. Taehyun puts his knife to her neck, and notes that going through people's memories isn't a nice hobby to have for a queen. He will repeat himself only once. She will accept the summoning pact. Rosaria never expected to see someone escape one of her illusions, but he is still a fool. as the toy he has in his hand can't do anything to her. Taehyun notes that they will see about that, even though he wouldn't really like to fight anymore. She knows full well that she is bluffing, though it doesn't matter anymore. In an instant, she grabs him and announces that she will accept the pact, before sinking her teeth into his shoulder. This fulfills the conditions of the pact, and the skill also changes, from demonic contract to the Queen's Man. Taehyun also receives the complete hypnosis skill, and his charm stats are also increased. He falls asleep after all of this, and Rosaria hopes that he has a nice rest, since he is the king's chosen after all. Eventually, Taehyun wakes outside of the castle, where Paul Becker is very glad to see him awake. He asks where he is, and Paul notes that this is the player zone. They found him like this while on patrol. What happened to him anyway? Taehyun wonders if Rosaria sent him here, or that the whole encounter was a dream, but when he looks through his skills and stats, he gets that it wasn't. The Queen's Man summoning skill and complete hypnosis are proof of that well enough. If he can truly summon Rosaria, however, he can face powerful opponents, even at the level of a nation's power. Additionally, the skill she granted him is without any limits. Even if this is all well and good, he wonders why she changed her mind so suddenly. And now that he thinks about it, he remembers her saying something about the king. But how does she even know of him? Paul grabs his attention and asks why he's so lost in his mind. Perhaps hiring a guide really is the wise thing to do. Taehyun notes that he is fine, since he no longer has any business here, so he will be going home. It doesn't take long for Yu to be discharged from the hospital, and when she leaves it while getting dressed, she is greeted by the Vice Guildmaster of the Nightwalkers, Young Han-soo, who is glad to see her fine. Yu notes that she isn't just fine, as she already beat some guys up, so she's feeling very well. Han-soo just laughs and notes that he came here with news that might interest her, as Taehyun has returned from the abyssal depths. At first she is surprised by this, but then thinks that perhaps it's not early, since the depths are a challenge to scour even for her. Han-soo agrees, as that place is called the grave of the S-Rankers for this reason, but his return isn't the most interesting thing here. It's who went to meet him. Yu asks who it is, and so it's revealed that the leader of the undivided guild player Kwon Kang-hyuk is currently waiting for him. When they meet face to face, Kwon instantly invites Taehyun to a duel, which surprised him, as this guy is the leader of Undivided, which is one of the 4 great guilds, and also known as the best tank in Korea. However, he is very notorious for one single thing, that is recruiting people by forcefully dueling them. Suddenly, his secretary comes around and slaps the fight out of him, as they will get another call from the Human Rights Committee if he continues to act like this. She doesn't want to come up with excuses for him again. Taehyun is quite confused by this, until she introduces herself as the Secretariat of the Undivided Guild, Secretary Kim, and notes that despite their guildmaster's ugly way of acting, they are here to scout him officially. If he does want to join them, there is no need for the duel. Taehyun doesn't like the wording on that, and asks if this means that they will force him if he refuses. Kim can't deny it, but it's not like he doesn't get benefits from it. And he is also participating in the Asian exhibition games, right? Their guild is the best when it comes to abyss exploration, and they even have raid schedules with full abyss exploration support. If he were to join, he would definitely get the merit points he lacks now. Kwon tells her to stop trying, as if this guy would have been so easily swayed by words, he would have joined by now. But Taehyun suddenly notes that it isn't true, and he changes his mind. Kwon asks if he's going to join their guild, but Taehyun wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the duel. The winner gets whatever they want. Sounds fair? Kwon can't believe the gull on this brat, but accepts nonetheless. Shortly after this, the fight is established to take place at the arena, and when the day finally comes, Taehyun is bombarded with reporters while he enters, which tires him, and makes him wonder if he should just crush everyone with his Night King skill. Among those reporters, however, is also Kim Gi-ha, who desperately tries to go through the waves of reporters, but is suddenly helped by Taehyun, who grabs her hand and notes that it's been a while since they last met. Everyone fires up as they see him holding her hand, and even she is surprised that he actually remembered her, but he suddenly says that he doesn't have time for questions, and they will all be answered through the report. He doesn't want to make Kwon wait after all. This leaves Gi-ha to be bombarded with questions, letting Taehyun safely pass the wave of reporters. After this, he walks straight to the podium and meets face to face with Kwon. He notes that he was worried he would run away, but Taehyun says that he thought the same, though now it's time to settle everything once and for all. The announcer, Choi Haeseol, notes that finally they get to see the match everyone has anticipated. There is only a condition for victory: make the opponent kneel in front of their might. With that, they both get into position, and Taehyun is the first one to make a move, using the Night King's spirit. He thinks that it should be able to take him down since S-rank monsters aren't an issue, but Kwon still stands. He agrees that his power is quite impressive, but not enough to work on him. He uses his cheetah ability to dash behind Taehyun and uses the power of a bear to send him flying. Taehyun is forced to use his chain ability to try and do something, which makes Kwon say that he has a few decent tricks up his sleeve, but he will not be able to stand on his own 2 feet for long. He uses a rhino's power to charge in with great force, and then switches to an elephant's weight to crash right into Taehyun, who cannot hope to not be damaged by this attack. After the attack lands, Kwon jumps away and says that he has a real talent for running away, as he didn't expect him to get away, but Taehyun notes that he's just biding his time. Unless he has another mysterious beast to show him, making him kneel won't be easy at all. Kwon says that he sure talks a lot for someone who is completely cornered, but since he has challenged him so confidently, he will end this with a new beast. With that, he summons the power of a T-Rex at his fingertips, making everyone think that this is over, since Taehyun has no chance to beat the Guildmaster after he uses that ability. Yu is also watching, glad that she came to watch, which surprises her subordinate, who notes that Taehyun seems to be losing, meaning that he will have to join undivided. Yu says that he's right, making the subordinate suggest they stop the duel. Kwon has the blessing of the beast's skill. He mimics the strength of various beasts, and this skill has amazing power just because of it. Even if it's Taehyun, winning a 1v1 is too impossible. Yu tells him not to worry so much, as no matter what happens, Taehyun seems to always have something surprising to reveal. Kwon charges in with full power, but Taehyun does something that makes everyone in the stadium shocked. Even Choi is amazed to see that Kwon is now kneeling on the ground behind Taehyun. He notes that this means victory is his right. While this is happening, the secretary of the Undivided Guild is explaining to the Human Rights Committee why their guildmaster is fighting a very fresh awakened. It takes a while for everyone to process what just happened, but when they do, they deny the truth and demand another fight, as this one is clearly invalid. Taehyun expected some backlash, but he never expected Kwon to push him so hard. He truly is Korea's top ranker. He only won because he got complete hypnosis from Rosaria, which he used to make him kneel. Kwon is amazed that he actually lost, as he can't even remember what happened. Was it a mind control skill? How could he not think of that? He is mad about this, but he is even more mad at everyone asking for a rematch, so he tells them to shut up, making everyone go quiet. He does not know what skill this guy used, but losing it is his fault, so the result will not be changed. If they are truly members of the Undivided, they will accept this result, and if they have any complaints, they should come directly to him so he can send them to hell personally. Yu notices that losing against Taehyun pissed that guy off real good, but she also didn't expect what happened. Taehyun really never fails to surprise her again and again. Hansu is quite weirded out by the face she is making now, but he doesn't say anything. Kwon swiftly rushes right next to Taehyun, who offers him a handshake and says that this was a really good match. Before accepting, Kwon asks one thing. Did he plan to win from the beginning? Taehyun notes that to a point, he did. This makes Kwon smile and accept his handshake, and since they had a promise, what does he want? Money? Perhaps a mystical item? Taehyun explains that those are not bad choices, but he does not wish for an object. What he wants is the Labyrinth Minotaur, something that shocks Kwon. More specifically, he wants to participate in the raid of the Labyrinth Minotaur, as he knows they are going to do it soon. Later at the Hero Association, Taewook is told about what happened by Jin Hui, who also says that this is a dungeon that is positioned at the entrance of the abyss. The dungeon speaks for itself, as it's filled with a myriad of traps and it's hard to navigate. Someone with good detection skills is most definitely needed. What's more surprising is that despite it being at the entrance of the abyss, many guilds and S-ranks have tried to challenge it, only to fail. The Undivided Guild has the raid rights for it currently, and they were about to attempt it, but all of this was secret. Taewook asks how Taehyun knew about such a thing. Is this really okay to let go? Jin Hui tells him that it's fine, even if he is also stressed a bit since this is the abyss they are talking about. There's nothing they can really do, except trust the people who will challenge it. In reality, his concern isn't the difficulty of this dungeon, but the people who are partaking in it. He can only hope that his worries are not true. Suddenly an employee calls him and says that they have an urgent matter to discuss. They got a message from the Japanese Player Association, making Jin Hui wonder why they have dealt with the East Point matter, have they not? The employee says that it's not about that. The Saintess sent an invitation to Taehyun. Inside the association's large underground gate control room, everyone gathers for the Minotaur Labyrinth, and Secretary Kim starts counting everyone until she gets to 100, the full raid team of this labyrinth. With the confirmation that everyone is here, Kwon tells everyone to move forward, as it's time to slay some cows. When they do get inside, the fighting immediately starts, with Taehyun easily taking care of these low-level monsters that dared to face him. Kwon watched him fight, and said that he has some really impressive skills, and he also asked if he liked the little weapon he gave him. Taehyun notes that it certainly isn't bad, and since he had to send his usual weapon to repairs, this is great. Kwon expected it as such, as he was planning to give it to him once he joined the guild. This is Asran, a rare blade. His joining this raid group benefits them, so it did not feel right for that to be his reward, hence the knife. Taehyun thanks him for his generosity, but asks if he's really alright with doing this labyrinth. Everyone has failed to fully raid it for the past 30 years. Without any measures, they will suffer the same fate. Secretary Kim explains that everything is fine. Everyone participating is a veteran player, of at least B rank. They are already eliminating the monsters with no setbacks. and their vice guild leader is also removing all of the traps using his detection skill, so they don't have to slow down. They even found a clue to this labyrinth a few months ago. Taehyun asks what she means, and Kwon tells him that they found the corpse of a minotaur, who seemingly came from this labyrinth in the abyss. It had the same tattoos as they see everywhere in this labyrinth, but when they touched the corpse, everything turned to dust except one horn. Taehyun knows what that means, and Kwon says that if that bastard was really from this place, they can use tracking skills to follow where it went and find a path. After a lot of tracking and searching by their vice guild leader, they all arrived at the end of the labyrinth, which has a giant minotaur statue that is missing a horn, which they also notice. Kwon tells Secretary Kim to bring the horn, which she does swiftly, and Taehyun thinks that everything has happened just like it did before his regression. The raid team reaches the end of this labyrinth and uses the minotaur horn, but what happens now? Nobody expects. Kwon takes the horn and shoves it back in place, making the room light everyone, and everyone cheers for the first victory of this labyrinth. Unfortunately for them, the horn shatters, and they are all transported somewhere else entirely. It seems that everyone has been transported somewhere different, be it a river or a rupturing volcano. Taehyun isn't surprised, as he knew about this already. It's a spatial transfer trap. The others around him are naturally confused by this whole ordeal. Somewhere else, that particularly strange man who is apparently named Mr. Shadow is informed that Taehyun also joined the raid team. One of his subordinates apologizes profusely, as it happened too suddenly, but what should they do now? If he wishes, they can completely halt the operation. Shadow says that this is perfect, as 5 S-ranked villains infiltrated the raid team, and including the A-ranked villains, it's about 20 people. Even if Kwon and Taehyun join forces, they won't be able to fight forever. He wonders what they will do when they find out about all of this. He has not been this excited for a long time. Someone from Taehyun's group feels that it's only natural they introduce themselves, and a B-rank player by the name of Miranda introduces herself first. But Taehyun swiftly kicks her face and says that she can't lie to him, as she is the S-rank villain, Milena. A player by the name of Park Sung-hoo has always wondered what Taehyun was like. Perhaps he is a hero like their guildmaster, always reliable, and a light in the dark. Or perhaps he is a saint as the rumors talk about, and he was willing to sacrifice himself in order to save the people of East Point. Either way, unlike him, Taehyun is someone worthy of everyone's respect. His opinion changed, however, when he saw Taehyun kick a woman like she was a ball. Sung-hoo is naturally shocked and asks what he did, but Taehyun tells them that she was a villain, and there's no reason to worry about her. Sung-hoo immediately pulls out his gun, a hell of a reaction, and calls Taehyun a lunatic, who simply dodges his bullets and says that what he said is true. Sung-hoo didn't expect this guy to be a maniac. Did he lose his mind because of this crisis or something? He does not believe what he said. Miranda is a precious friend. She has been hunting and exploring with him for a long time. There is no way she's a villain. He rushes to her and tells her to get up. She must get away from this bastard. He will try to hold him off. Suddenly, Milena punches him so hard that all of the simping flies out of his body, as she doesn't want to be touched by such a loser. Taehyun told him that she was the villain, but he doesn't have time to wake him up, as 2 other villains are attacking from behind. They launch their attacks, but Taehyun immediately teleports behind them, and certainly didn't expect to meet 3 villains. Perhaps he should have memorized the nobodies too. Milena takes her jacket off and ties her hair to get more comfortable. She notes that he's quite the strange man, as she has been infiltrated into the undivided guild for years, but nobody noticed a single wrong thing about her. So how did he? Taehyun tells her not to worry too much about it. She did nothing wrong. It's just that he came from the future. Milena naturally thinks that he's lying, but since she heard that he and you are in that kind of relationship, perhaps the Nightwalkers found out somehow? It doesn't matter anyway now, as he will die where he stands. She attacks him with her extended claws, which he dodges, but the other villains follow up with their attacks, which miss again. Taehyun uses this opportunity to tie both of them up with his chains and send them flying, allowing him to have a 1 versus 1 with Milena, who wonders how he was able to do such a thing so swiftly. She knows that he is no ordinary person, but even so, her skill is witch nails. It spreads poison to the entire body the moment her claws rip into someone's flesh, and they cause vomiting and hallucinations among other things. Even an S-rank player cannot hope to stand against it, and she knows that she scratched him on his face already, so how is he still standing? Taehyun notices her confused face and apologizes, as poison doesn't do jack to him anymore. He summons the Night King's power, and Milena is too into her dash to dodge, so she knows that she's screwed. This is Taehyun's victory. After Sung-hoo awakes, he gets up and walks towards the scene, where he sees Taehyun standing over an angry Milena, who demands that she be released this instant. But Taehyun just grabs her hair and says that he isn't playing anymore. He will be asking her some questions now, which he hopes she can answer. With hypnosis activated, he asks how many people are infiltrated and their purpose for it. Milena feels compelled to answer, and says that there are 20 villains, including 5 S-ranks, and their purpose is to sabotage this raid, besides attempting to kill the guildmaster, Kwon. Taehyun processes the information he got, and remembers only 3 S-ranks being here before he regressed. There was the gatebreak accident too, meaning that the future is changing and it's becoming unpredictable. Is it because of him? He has time to think about all of this later, and tells Sung-hoo that they have their objectives so they should go meet up with Kwon. As they walk away, Sung-hoo still thinks about Miranda, as he can't believe that she is really a villain. Did Taehyun know about it from the start? Before he can think of anything else, Taehyun tells him that the way out of this place is quite easy, as even if it's completely different, this place is still a labyrinth. So there must be a passage that is connected to another place. Naturally, it can connect to a myriad of places, so they might not reach Kwon from the first one, but they will get there eventually. Before entering, Sung-hoo has one question for him. Why did he not tell anyone else about this? He apologizes for doubting him earlier, but if he had told the guildmaster about the infiltrating villains, this would have never happened. Sung-hoo waits for an answer with a sad expression, but Taehyun notes that he already told him, which shocks Sung-hoo. Taehyun says that he can believe it if he wants or not, but the fact is that Kwon already knew about it. After the vice leader takes his knife out of Kwon, the others all approach him with killing intent. Kwon asks if this is some kind of sick joke, but the vice leader just laughs. Secretary Kim rushes to his side, which allows a swordsman to aim at her back, forcing Kwon to grab her and take the hit in her stead. She is shocked to see what just happened, but they don't have time, as 3 others are rushing them. So Kwon pushes Secretary Kim away and uses the power of a T-Rex to blast the attackers away. Secretary Kim says that she doesn't need protection, as she will fight too, but Kwon tells her to lay low, as she cannot handle these bastards, not even one of them. Kim notes that at this rate, he will surely die, which the vice leader agrees with, as he does not have the luxury of protecting others in this situation. All of this time, they have been hiding their powers, but now, there's no longer a need to. Everyone here is at least an A rank, and there are 4 S rankers in total. They are the elite of the Malignant Guild, and they are here to kill him. Kwon notes that they made tons of preparations, and he thought that he had a good eye for people, but the vice leader says that he shouldn't beat himself over it. As they have been working for years on this plan, there is no way a fool like him could have figured it out. Kwon then says that Taehyun was right. That bastard already knew who they were and their intent to assassinate him, although he didn't want to believe him. The vice leader is shocked to hear this, as he knew all along. But more importantly than this, why did Kwon not do anything? He explains that a real man does not doubt his brothers. As a guildmaster, he could never do that to them. Everyone around him is shocked at how stupid he is, and even Kim wants to rip his head off now, but she doesn't have the time, as the vice leader strikes. He thanks him for being so dumb, as their plan will now be a success. He should rest easy, as he will give him a painless death. Kwon activates his powers, and notes that he didn't doubt them, but that doesn't mean he will not defend himself. With one strike of the ancient dragon, the vice commander goes down. This is Kwon's true power. Before all of this, when Taehyun told him, he didn't say anything, which made Taehyun mad. Was he going to take it while doing nothing? Kwon just sighed and told him that he had never seen his true power, so he shouldn't worry, as he believed him, but he would never take it lying down. Surprisingly enough, Taehyun and Sung-hoo make it to Kwon quite fast, who is glad to see them here. After landing down, Kwon asks if they saw anyone else, and Taehyun says that they saw a few, but given the situation, he ignored them, as they are big enough to help themselves. Anyway, what does he plan to do now? Kwon looks at him and says that even if it is frustrating, they have to retreat, as there are still some villains, and the boss of the labyrinth has yet to show up. Even with this, the only option left would be to aim for an escape so that they don't suffer more damage. He would also like to apologize, as it's stubbornness that did this. Taehyun says that as long as he understands that, it's fine, which angers Kwon, but Taehyun thinks that he wasted some time since he did not gain merit points, but this was the right choice. He shared all of the information he knew about the villains to help with the raid, but considering Kwon's injuries, he isn't in a state to fight. Additionally, he only had bits and pieces of information about this raid, so they should leave before more variables come up. Suddenly though, he hears something interesting when Kim asks Sung-hoo if there were any monsters or traps in the other spaces. Sung-hoo confirms that they have not seen anything, but this confuses Taehyun, as they should have seen at least some types of traps, if not regional monsters, but they pass through without a breeze. But why? If there are no monsters and traps, how did Kwon come across the master labyrinth before regression? That's when a mystical door opens, and the boss of this labyrinth, the Grand Minotaur Queen, appears. She immediately goes for the attack, which forces everyone to retreat, but this attack was actually directed at the door behind them. Since they are the only powerful players here, Taehyun and Kwon charge up their abilities and go in, attempting to take down the Minotaur Queen. Seeing them rush towards her, she starts using all of her weapons to slow them down, but this doesn't prove that useful, so she uses a strange scepter to revive the dead Minotaur of this realm, the Tao King. Kwon is surprised to see him alive again, but that's not all, as even more Minotaurs rush Kim and Sung-hoo. Suddenly the Queen speaks. Those who wander their labyrinth, those who dare to disturb their slumber, should not worry anymore and come forward. She will meet their hostility and malice with repentance. Some of the bulls still go for Kim and Sung-hoo, but Kwon rushes in, accompanied by Taehyun, who who assists him by using his chains to hold the bulls in place, while Kwon unleashes a fiery breath on them that completely annihilates them. After landing, Kwon thinks they're defeated, but the bulls keep going even though they're melting, frightening them. With this in mind, Kwon goes for their heads, to completely annihilate them, but even with their entire heads taken off, they still manage to regenerate, making Kwon wonder how he should even take down this many, including the queen. Even if he were able to deal with the queen, she's not somebody he can fight with while also protecting Kim and Sungho at the same time. Taehyun is already doing everything he can, so they won't be able to hold out for longer. What should he do as a guildmaster? What is the best way to get as many people out of here as possible? He remembers the talk he had with that old man from the association, who told him to make a choice, as no matter how strong he was, if he forces someone to join him through a duel, the association will most certainly take action. Additionally, if he is going to accept a new comrade, he should consider not just their skills, but also what kind of person they really are. Kwon told him that he doesn't live his life doubting every single thing, like he does, which the old man could not deny as it suited him, but he needs to have doubt too. During his time as a player, he has seen countless things, and one small mistake can destroy a team, and the one he swore to protect. His strength will not solve every little problem of his. He should recognize his limits, and choose what is important for him and his team. That's what it means to be a good player. Kwon sat there for a while before smiling, and saying that he's not as weak as he is. Now that Kwon is in this situation, he thinks that he should have taken the words of the old man more seriously. If he kills the enemy, his comrades will surely die. But if he does not kill them, his comrades will still perish. Are these really the only choices he has? He refuses to give up, and sits idly by while his comrades are being mauled. He charges through a bull straight to Taehyun, and asks if he's the same as him. He is extremely greedy, so he will find a way to secure his comrades while also crushing these beef patties into dust. He will not make a choice. Taehyun does not know what he's yapping about, but he likes his energy, so he tells him that there is a way to defeat the queen. After telling him, they rush through the countless bulls, and Kwon asks Taehyun if he's sure this will work, and he says that it most likely will. The Minotaur Queen sees that they have reached a decision, which is utterly pitiful. No matter what choices they make or the decision they come to, the result will always be the same. As the bulls charge, Kwon unleashes another fiery breath, and the queen tells him that what he's doing is futile. His powers will not work on her children. That's when Taehyun rises from the fire like a phoenix, and uses his king's ability to grab the queen by the neck and send her flying through the portal she was coming out of. Before charging the queen, Kwon asked where they were going, and Taehyun told him about his theory. This is just guesswork, but just like how the spaces here are connected through the doors, the gap where the queen is coming from is likely another one of those spaces. The Tao Kings are just being revived by the queen, who is constantly staying in that space. If the queen disappeared, they would too. Kwon laughed, and said that if he's wrong, everyone will die. Taehyun felt like their current situation was not that different, so it was worth a shot. Sure enough, the Tao Kings all disappear as soon as the queen leaves the area. Taehyun continues to push her back with his ability, but she summons enough strength to start hitting him. But just in time, Kwon comes and protects him. The queen lands gracefully, while Taehyun crashes into the ground. But he's in much better shape than Kwon, as his entire right arm is missing. Taehyun is shocked to see this, but Kwon tells him to focus, as the queen won't stop attacking. Sure enough, she comes hurling out of the darkness, with both Kwon and Taehyun attacking with all of their might, but they still get thrown around like puppets. The queen notes that they are truly amazing for children. She never expected them to think about using the space she created. But now that she's not using her powers to revive the Tao Kings, it gives her much more options. Taehyun can only scream out as the queen rushes in to attack him and starts to bash him again and again. Taehyun cannot believe that the gap in their abilities is so huge. If he doesn't use predation now, he threatens death. He begins doubting himself, however. Even with predation, will he be able to bring that towering beast to the ground? If he doesn't finish this in one blow, predation will surely go berserk again, and now he cannot afford it. As he wonders what to do, he remembers what he talked about with Ah-young, about application. Taehyun was asking about how to use skills, which Ah-young didn't inquire about, but she told him that the skill descriptions are rather lackluster. The way to handle a skill in reality can change in many ways, unlike what is written about it. Adjusting its power can also change the amount of mana used. For example, she only uses Amazon's spirit, but she can apply chi to strengthen her body, and even create surprisingly powerful bullets. In combat, he sometimes mixes skills, and usually only applies stealth to the ring he's wearing, right? So if there is a skill he is not that great at controlling, he should try coating his weapon with it, or even another skill. That will certainly improve his odds. With this realization, Taehyun snaps back at the queen using his predation-coated knife, which actually works and pushes her back, even cracking one of her axes. Now Taehyun knows that he has a fighting chance. The queen naturally gets mad and attacks widely, allowing Taehyun to strike her again and again, eliminating all of her weapons. He also uses a predation-coated chain to puncture her shoulder, and then punches her with the Skeleton King ability. He vaguely felt it before. that predation changes its form according to his wishes, which means that he can apply it to anything. He does not know much about the ability, but no matter what kind of nature it has, he intends to use it as much as possible. The attacks Taehyun left on the queen have broken her, and as her soul passes from her body, her domain breaks as well, freeing everyone from their respective situations. As they all wonder what happened, they see two figures coming out of the shadows. It's Taehyun, who is carrying an injured Kwan. Everyone immediately jumps on them and celebrates their victory. After the queen was defeated, the raid team discovered countless gold and silver treasures deep in the labyrinth. Among the treasures, the most valuable was an elixir which, upon being drunk, would boost anyone's stats significantly. The unique Great Elixir, Fountain of Vitality. There was not enough elixir for everyone, so it was only given to the two who contributed the most in this raid, Kwan and Taehyun. Although Kwan lost a lot more stats than he would have gained considering the loss of an arm, the villains that infiltrated Undivided were arrested on the spot, and the players who participated all focused on recuperation and rest. These days were filled with smiles and laughs. The chaotic raid they all experienced came to an end. Not long after it, Kwan appears to the public and says something that leaves the reporters shocked. Is he really retiring? Kwan grabs the mic and tells everyone that they are idiots. Do they not understand that he just said he was resting? One of them stupidly asks if it's because of his arm, and others wonder who will replace him in the Asian exhibition games. Kwan confirms that it's because of his arm injury, but they don't need to worry about the exhibition games, as he has found a replacement. In fact, he is here to speak right now. Kim Taehyun. The reporters start to bombard him with questions, as most know of the rumor that they found the Fountain of Vitality in the labyrinth, which some say made him the rank of a national force. One of them says that's impossible. Those who say that don't even know what the national force rank even means. The people in that rank are monsters from a different world, even among S-rankers. The rank was created for them, as the S rank was too low, so Taehyun reaching that is far too early. Taehyun grabs the mic and introduces himself, before saying that he will represent Korea in the exhibition games. They must be worried that he will be replacing Kwang as he's still a rookie compared to everyone else. He also can't confirm that he will perform as well as the previous representatives. There are also currently no way to prove the rumors going around about the national force rank. Many people watch this broadcast from different places, most thinking that he's not confident at all. Taehyun suddenly grabs the mic tighter and notes that he hopes this opportunity will be a place where he can prove himself. Naturally, that will include the rumors about the national force rank too. In a dark place, one of the villains who escaped begs for mercy, but her master gives her none, as he does not need weaklings. To even see trash like her alive was infuriating enough. He tells his subordinates to clean up, as the masked man thinks that something is strange. They invested a lot of manpower to avoid another East Point situation, and even if Kwan's assassination failed, the labyrinth shouldn't have been cleared. The thing connecting these incidents is Taehyun, so this year's exhibition games are going to be quite interesting. Later, Taehyun is taken to the top players of Korea, the people who will be joining them in the games. As Taehyun enters, he sees all of Korea's representatives looking at him. Jang Jin-soo, rank 7, notes that he is quite young. Seo Hong-gil, rank 8, says that this must be some kind of illegal. Kwak Seong, rank 4, tells them that it's enough. Age doesn't matter when it comes to skills. Park Sung-jin, currently ranked 3, expected him to come someday, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The chairman sits in the main chair and tells him to have a seat, as they are about to begin the strategy meeting for the exhibition games. With everyone sitting down, Taewook begins explaining some things about the exhibition games. They first originated when the defenders of each Asian country grouped together back when the Abyss was first discovered, and people awakened skills. It was a time of complete chaos, when countless great monsters appeared. Now, it's a 7-day event in which the representative of their respective country freely fights monsters, and converts them into points to reach the top. Since people fear monsters and demonic humans, they consider this event as a festivity, celebrating their demise. However, this is more like a war, as this will measure the power of each country and also generate goodwill from broadcasting the monster hunt. The winning country receives a massive prize pool, a very unique item, and the right to complete uncleared dungeons, so this competition will be extremely fierce. Taehyun felt like it was a good idea to participate in this event, and it seems that he was right. The succubus queen, Rosaria, seems to know about the king's existence, but he cannot measure her strength yet, and can't expect her to spill such information with ease. He will have to get stronger to get it. Much stronger, in fact. That is why the Asian exhibition games are an opportunity for him, as fighting the strongest the world has, and even winning a prize is like a goldmine to him. Taewook notes that there's an issue with their team. Their top ranker is still missing, and other players like Kwan and Ah Young are unable to participate due to personal matters. This has rendered their team much weaker than before, which they have to discuss. Sungjin raises his hand and notes that this issue is solved, since there's a rumor that Taehyun has become a national level asset. Everyone is shocked by this, and they ask if it's true, with Taehyun calming them down, as it's just a rumor. They should not consider what is unproved while discussing plans, right? Everyone is disappointed, and they wonder what they are going to do, find someone else. The chairman gets up and notes that it's not a bad idea at all. Unlike Japan or China, they lack a national-level player, but the exhibition games are no fight to the death. It's a hunt. If they play it calmly, they have a chance at winning. Sungjin, Kwak Siang, and Seo Hangil each have a lot of abyss experience and can handle the monster well. Jinsu, who has a lot of anti-personnel experience, can help Taehyun hunt the demonic humans. With the plan made and the exhibition games in a week, the chairman wishes everyone the best of luck. That week comes and goes, with everyone gathered at the stadium to see the games. This is also where the opening ceremony for the games is taking place. The Philippines, Vietnam, Singapore, and all of the other countries have gathered to wait for entry. Among them, the strongest appear to be Japan and China, which have national force rank level players competing, like Ghostblade, real name Nakata Shinji. However, China has sent 3 national ranked players to compete and are expected to be the strongest. From right to left, Bloodblade Liu Feng, Super Speed Kai Ming-min, and the one in the middle is God Force, Shei Shin. Taehyun's family watches all of this on their TV, with them thinking that Korea has no chance, although they hope that Taehyun is safe. His cousin suddenly screams at them. How can they lose hope when they should shout for his success until they cannot anymore? Have they forgotten everything he has done for them? He bought them this amazing house, and every time he wins big in a dungeon, he gives them tons of allowance. This means that the more Taehyun succeeds, the more he gains. The parents wonder where they went wrong for him to get so greedy, but he continues to shout for Taehyun. As he waits around, a woman approaches him, noting that he must be the youngest S rank in the Korean team. She really owes him for what he did at East Point. She was going to go there, but things had been resolved by the time she could arrive. This is the Holy Maiden, Yoshikawa Tsurara. Taehyun didn't expect her to have solved this incident if he hadn't intervened. That's why it was covered up like hell in his previous life. She notes that she sent him an invitation to properly thank him, so why did he refuse? As everyone left the meeting, the chairman stopped Taehyun to tell him something. He was invited by the Holy Maiden. Although he cannot be sure of her intentions, she has a hyper-regeneration ability, so she could help treat Kwon. He suggested that it shouldn't be bad for him to meet her before the games start, but Taehyun immediately refused. Taewook asked how he could be so heartless. Kwon gave his arm to protect him. The chairman calmed him down, as he wanted to see Taehyun's reasoning for the refusal. He said that he can't fully explain now, but the answer is simple. He knows of her true nature. She's a wretch hiding behind the facade of the Holy Maiden, something he also tells her now. After he leaves, Shinji comes around and asks how he fared, and Tsurara notes that he's as expected. He didn't refuse her invitation for nothing. He knows something about her, but it's not time to act on him. Fools often only focus on his growth, but the most interesting thing about him is what he knows. He is constantly performing feats not possible with just strength. She also has no clue how he might have gotten such information on her. All that to say that she cannot wait for the day he becomes her property. He will certainly be delicious. With the Asian Games about to begin, Alex Go, a Singaporean A-rank player and the official host, begins the countdown to the games. Everyone prepares in their own way. Some are just happy that they are about to shed some blood. When it comes to the Korean team, however, while Sungjin tells everyone to get ready, he notices that Taehyun is nowhere to be found. Alex doesn't stop the timer, and just when he's about to begin the games, his head is chopped off by Taehyun, with everyone being shocked to see something like this. Almost immediately, the Chinese and Japanese teams try to jump him, with his teammates doing their best to stop the incoming attacks, creating an explosion of gigantic proportions. The Korean team managed to secure Taehyun, but Siang asks what's wrong with him. Has he lost his goddamn mind? Ghostblade suddenly starts laughing like a maniac, as they have no right to defend a killer from his punishment. The answer is clear. He will have to exterminate them one by one. Tsurara tells him that he can kill all of them, but he should keep her property intact if he wants to leave. That's when Haley Tan, the chief of the Singaporean Player Association, tells them to stop, as they will handle the situation. The chairman tries to calm her down, noting that one of their representatives would never do something like that, but she already saw what he did. He killed a man in cold blood. Everyone saw. Is that not enough evidence? Before she can command his arrest, Taehyun says something that grabs their attention. Demonic human, Wan Kai. A few years ago, on a luxury cruise, this S-rank demonic human tortured and murdered over 30 passengers. The associations and corporations placed a bounty of 3 million on his head, but he got away, profiting heavily from the information he got out of his victims. What he actually did was change his appearance. Haley asks what that has to do with this situation, but her eyes widen as she sees Alex's head. Taehyun says that Kai managed to shake off the search on him because he had a skill that allowed him to change appearance, just like he did today. Everyone is shocked when they see the true identity of Alex. Taehyun notes that they should thank the Nightwalkers for this information, while everyone wonders how such a thing is possible. Another demonic human looks at Taehyun with great attention, as he finds him very interesting. Additionally, the Korean team is the first to score 1,000 points. Due to the death of the host, which was thought to be murder at first, The games commence instantly, and every country has begun its hunt. Taehyun was the first to score in this event, and has given credit to the Nightwalkers. Ah-young's assistant didn't expect her to know something like this, but she really doesn't, and she also doesn't know why Taehyun lied. She is quite grateful honestly, but all of the calls they are getting are about to overload their systems. Since this is not how the association does things, this must be done independently by their Taehyun. What could their darling be doing? Somewhere in the city, Taehyun takes care of a bunch more demonic humans and receives a call from Ah-young, who almost takes his ear off. He notes that she's late, with her noting that they almost died because of how busy they were. Taehyun hopes that this call is through a secure line, which Ah-young already expected he wanted. He wanted to chat with her. Taehyun notes that he just can't make secure calls through the phone and says that he wants 2 favors from her. First, he wants some information on demonic humans, and second, she has to look into something. Ah-young explains that they gave him enough information through the association, but Taehyun notes that catching small fry like these guys will not win them the games. If they want to win, they must go after bigger fish. The target he would most enjoy would be the Malignant Guild. As soon as he says that, a man stops in front of him, identifying himself as Kimura Ken. Taehyun didn't expect to meet someone here, and asks what he wanted. Ken screams out at him. He is here to punish him for tarnishing the name of the righteous holy maiden. Taehyun doesn't have a clue about what he just said, and is quite confused. The warrior named Kimura Ren is Japan's candidate for the exhibition games, and also an S-rank player. Moreover, he is fanatic when it comes to the saintess, to the point where he worships her. If the swordsmanship player of Nakata Shinji, who is a national level player, is seen as precise and elegant, then Ren's swordsmanship is strong, yet utterly reckless, just like a warrior. With it, he rips opponents open and causes destruction anywhere it is used. However, no matter how powerful a sword technique may be, it's absolutely useless if it does not reach the enemy. Taehyun simply does so while trying to talk with Ah-young over the phone, but it's proving difficult. Ren charges in while wondering why his attacks are not hitting. How is someone like this bastard doing that? Ah-young tells Taehyun that they can't do what he wanted. Targeting the Malignant Guild is crazy work as it is, and he knows why the association, despite many tries, decided to leave the demonic human cartel alone. Those are people who will hide themselves and immediately cut off anyone who is close to them. Even if they possess some information, they do not chase them, because it would be a waste of resources. He shouldn't poke the bear, as things will go out of control. Taehyun agrees while dodging, and finds the perfect opportunity to strike Ren, making him fly into the air while disarmed. Taehyun feels confident, and says that anything is possible if he's the one to handle it, confusing Ah-young. He notes that he cannot disclose everything now, but he has a way to get them that has a 100% success rate. All he needs is her trust, but he has proven himself up until now, right? Ah-young can't believe him, but agrees. Although there's not a lot of information about the Malignant Guild, she will give it to him and about other leads. Taehyun asks what other leads she has, and she says that she's talking about the 3 warlords. These people are the big shots that control not only the underworld of society, but also the political scene, and also the bosses of the demonic human cartel that rules over Asia. They did manage to find out about one of the executives and how to contact them, Miyazaki Kenji. Even if they somehow capture him, however, he won't spill easily, and if things go wrong, the exhibition games will make even more enemies. So, what would he like to do? Taehyun knows about the warlords. They are not as important as the Malignant Guild, but they are worth taking down, and says that he will do it. Ah-young notes that besides that, she will start looking into his other request, which he's thankful for. She expects to be taken out for dinner after this if he's so thankful. But that's when Ren gets up and asks if he is really looking down on him. If he does not fight properly, he will annihilate the entire area around them. To gain the advantage, Ren uses his ability to cut all of Taehyun's senses and unleashes it on him. Taehyun isn't fazed at all. He really wanted to let him go, as fighting between participants is forbidden, but now he has no choice. He will get only a little serious, and see what he can do. Ren knows he messed up. He cannot hope to face such power. Eventually, the Saintess gets the news that Ren has been defeated, but he has already settled with the media, and said that a demonic human was the one who defeated him. However, Ren's mental state is in the dumps, as all he keeps repeating is that he will get a little serious, almost as if he's repeating it from somewhere. In the current condition he's in, he should recover in a month, so he definitely will not be able to be a part of the exhibition games anymore. The priestess doesn't seem to be too bothered, and says that Taehyun certainly is skilled, for someone so young. Shinji suggests he go in next, but the Saintess laughs, as they won't get any points for the exhibition games if he's absent. But he also shouldn't worry, as she knew Ren was pretty useless, and she has some new bait right here. She slowly opens the door of the dark cell, where Isaka Ryohei is chained to a wall. He barely recognizes her through his lightless eyes, and she notes that it's time for him to put in some work. Somewhere in the abyss, a pretty serious fight is going on. A woman by the name of Rakaya, an S-rank player from the Philippines, asks her attacker why he's doing this. Why is he trying to kill them? With strength, he could get first place without doing any of this. Their attacker is Shui Shen, China's national level player. He notes that he's not toying around with them because he likes it. He just has to do it on the request of the association chairman. Rikaya is shocked when she hears this and wonders why that would even happen. It's ridiculous to think about. Is this guy just trying to start a war? She tells her teammate to run away as far as she can, who refuses at first. But Rikaya tells her to run and tell everyone about this. She will stop this bastard for as long as she can. Reluctantly, the teammates listen, and Shui Shen charges in. Not long after, Rikaya is dead on the ground. While he thinks that the Singaporean guys that Ming Min is in charge of must be much more interesting than these two. So which country should he take down next? He suddenly remembers the grudge he had against Taehyun and the entire Korean team. On the news, the ranks of each team in the exhibition games are revealed, with Korea being in first place by a pretty large margin, while China is pretty far behind, yet their points are growing even now. These news are broadcast everywhere for everyone's enjoyment. This is a big thing everywhere. In the busy streets, some talk about how Ren from Japan has surrendered due to an injury suffered by demonic humans. The Singaporean players have also been found dead, while the Philippines team has gone missing in the abyss. Even if most don't know much about what is happening, they do know that something is seriously wrong. In his room, Taehyun watches the news about all of this, and thinks that in the past, this happened on the third day, meaning that stuff has been put in motion quicker. If this is really the same incident as in the past, then the culprits should be the national level players of China, and the reasons for them to show off their strengths by getting rid of Team Solo are many. The biggest reason would be because the head of the China national level players has the personal ambition of a certain person. It seems like between the Saintus and these bastards, he won't find any peace. But before thinking about anything else, he hears a knock on the door, even if it's pretty late. He asks who it is. Jang Jinsu tells him to come out, as they need to have a talk about something. They both go to the roof of the hotel, and Jinsu immediately starts ripping into him for what he did at the opening ceremony. Even if it worked out, he just did as he pleased while ignoring them completely. Are they not supposed to be a team? Taehyun feels like he heard something similar before, but Jinsu doesn't stop there. He's just utterly disappointed in him. He could have at least shared information with him, since he is in charge of demonic humans. To shut him up, Taehyun tells him that he was attacked by Ren today, meaning that he was the one who made him forfeit. He successfully restrained him, but that begs the question, how did he know of his location? If he would bet on something, it would be that there's a little rat in the association. Taehyun said nothing to him, but Jinsu immediately feels accused and asks why he's accusing him. Does he have any proof? Taehyun says that it's not easy. Anyone with access to the intel is a suspect, including him too. The thing is that he moved with caution when he discovered that Kai was hiding around the place. If the other foreign players were not killed by demonic humans or monsters, then a national level player is the culprit. When they might be attacked by these guys, going around together will decrease their chances of winning. That's why he's planning to do things alone for a while. It worked until now. Jinsu tries to say something else, but Taehyun brushes him off and leaves, leaving Jinsu to burn up with seething rage. How dare a newbie dare to talk with him and brush him off that way? Taehyun does not leave and stands above him using his invisibility, wondering if this guy is truly a spy. He never learned of a spy in this previous life, but looking at how Ren found him, there has to be something similar. He cannot trust a soul now, so until then, he will hunt down the warlords. Although the guide Young gave to him isn't that inspiring. The next day, Taehyun goes to a food spot to get his grub on, and sees two people, who seem to be the underlings of Kenji that Young mentioned, and are acting like kids. The bag beside them is probably filled to the brim with illegal stuff, but he just needs to be careful and follow them back to his target. He sits down next to someone who says that he's as cautious as ever. Some things really don't change. Taehyun is shocked to see that the man beside him is Isaka Ryohei, who was supposed to be serving a life sentence for the East Point thing. Ryohei calms him down, as he's not here to fight, but Taehyun doesn't believe him at all and curses him out. Ryohei doesn't appreciate that, and since he is hiding here, he will help a little. He breaks a nearby window, making everyone look in their direction and see what's up. Kenji's underlings recognize Taehyun instantly and start bolting out of there as fast as they can. Ryohei notes that he really meant that he's not here to fight, and to prove it he unleashes an incapacitating attack that takes the runners down. This makes Taehyun wonder if he has become stronger since East Point, and Ryohei says that if he's aiming for their boss and the three warlords, he wants to help, and promises that his time will not be wasted. Taehyun immediately chains him down, and is surprised that he's so confident all of a sudden. He will give him 1 minute to explain, but if he's talking out of his ass, he will make sure to regret it. Ryohei tells him that this sure brings up some memories, but this time he is not a pushover. He tries to get out of the chains, until they become filled with predation, and the pressure brings him to his knees alone. Just how strong has this guy become? Taehyun says that he has 50 seconds, so Ryohei explains that he cannot defeat the three warlords by himself. He's going after bait here, and even if he catches Kenji, he won't gain anything. Taehyun warns that he has 30 seconds, making Ryohei scream that he has connections. He can get him to the three warlords directly. That's a deal he can't pass on. Taehyun says 10 seconds, making Ryohei very scared. Is he not after the warlords? Does he not want to gain access to them? Unfortunately, time runs out, and Taehyun lets predation ravage his body until he begs for mercy. Taehyun can't lie. His offer was tempting, but also a little fishy, as why would a sworn enemy of his want to suddenly help? He should speak the truth now. What was his real plan, and who was backing it? Somewhere else, in a rundown storehouse, Shinji takes care of a bunch of people with one strike using his elegant swordsmanship, and the priestess claps for him, as he really has a knack for killing demonic humans. He asks if she's fine with Ryohei being in charge of that mission. He already lost once to Taehyun, and compared to him, he's much weaker. Even if Ryohei was boosted by her Holy Order ability, he will still not be able to do anything, and will also be constricted by the Awakener's Oath, which requires him to bring Taehyun to him no matter what. The priestess tells him not to worry. It does not matter if he wins or loses. As from what she heard, Taehyun is now aiming for the three warlords. She has also leaked this to the warlords themselves, and Ryohei had contact with demonic humans before, having ties with Kenji, a key member of the three warlords. Since he cannot defeat Taehyun on his own, he will be planning to wait for the perfect time to strike. Naturally, it won't be easy, as that child is quite a mystery. Shinji asks why, but the priestess notes that they only need information, from his fighting capabilities to his values, all the way to his capabilities and personality as a human being. The most important thing she wants is to know of his power. Whatever Ryohei does, it doesn't matter, as they will gather the information from his dead body if they have to. Eventually, Kenji is met face to face with Ryohei. He asks where the Korean brat is, as he was supposed to come with him. But Ryohei says that in this world, it's the strong that prey on the weak. It's one of nature's laws. It's truly an unfair world. And from one human to another, he has one suggestion. If he wants to live, he's better off listening to what he tells him. Kenji knows that he's been had, but that's when Taehyun crashes through the building and immediately puts him down. What Ryohei is saying is true. The weak should fear the strong if they want to live, and he asks who among them is Kenji, as he has some business with him. He gets up and notes that he only got a dirty little sneak attack off, confirming to Taehyun that he's Kenji. He is furious about what just happened, and the entire area begins exploding, with Ryohei watching from the sidelines. When he was still in chains, Taehyun found his plan out and was surprised that he made an oath to the saintess like that. Ryohei wondered what would happen to him now, but Taehyun actually wanted to play along, making Ryohei even more scared. Taehyun explained that he was going to bring him to Kenji anyway, so he will do just that, except he will be on his side now. Ryohei immediately declines. There's no way, and even if he accepts it, the saintess and her little minions would kill him. Taehyun understands where he's coming from, but he shouldn't worry at all. Since he's a piece of trash, he does not care for his life, but he will bless him with one last chance. If he helps him during the exhibition games, and vows to spend his life repenting for what he did. After that, if he does that, he will make sure he is safe. Ryohei didn't believe him, and can he really fathom even going toe-to-toe with those monsters? Taehyun grinned, and said that it's only natural. He'd win. Now Ryohei can see that Taehyun is the same breed as the priestess, or any other powerful player. A true monster. He has successfully captured Kenji, and asks for the portal which sends him to the three warlords. Somewhere in the abyss, in the hideout of Tetsu, one of the three warlords, a bunch of dead people litter the ground as Shen sits in the throne and asks why he was brought there all of a sudden. If it is insignificant, he will crush his head like his underlings. Tetsu bows down, and explains that he simply wanted to give a legendary item to him. They are holding it abroad for security purposes, but they intend to show it to him soon. Before that, he begs him to eliminate a fly that's on him constantly. They have already set a trap for him, but it might fail. Shen is surprised that there's someone he would fear other than him, and asks who it is. Before Tetsu can say anything, a bunch of crashing and bashing occurs outside their room, until the door bursts open, and they all begin clashing their powers. Tatsu recognizes Ryohei, who tells Taehyun that they have to win now. Shen is happy to see him like this, and Taehyun tells Ryohei to do as they talked about. They all back away from the clash, with Taehyun thinking that he never expected to see a national-level hunter here, and one from China too. Shen says that he has orders from the association to take care of him, so it's fortunate he stopped by. He will take care of him right now. Ryohei wonders why this guy is even here, which is quite apparent, but more importantly, Taehyun asks if it was him, the culprit for all the killings going around. Shen is actually impressed. Did he figure that out because he mentioned the association? Taehyun is glad to have been confirmed as such, and he also got lucky too, as he was looking for a way to end his life. This gets Shen riled up, and they start clashing, leaving Tatsu to evacuate the premises, but not before Ryohei stops him in his tracks and wonders if he's really that scared of Shen losing. But that doesn't really matter, as they will be defeated by Taehyun's closest partner, Ryohei. Taehyun suddenly puts everyone in the area under his pressure to make them unable to run, even Ryohei, but Shen is not giving him any time to breathe, as Shen is on his tail. He is the strongest in terms of strength out of all national-level hunters, and a monster who has defeated monsters and players with only his bare hands. The mystic deity title he has does not entail only his strength, as his true ability is his ghost-like skill, which has an amazing destructive force. This skill is called the Death Scythe. Shen rushes into him with that same ability, which is a weapon manifestation skill that increases stats, but in return, it lowers all other skill ranks, which would be very bad for him if he took it. The attack goes through the building, and they have a swift battle as they fall, with nobody seeming to have the advantage at first. But suddenly Taehyun's blade cracks, allowing Shen to move in and force him even more. Considering the situation, Taehyun decides to use his chains combined with predation, and forces him into the wall with pressure. Shen isn't fazed by this at all, as he cannot be defeated by petty tricks. He will show him why he's a national level hunter. Taehyun is too out of position to defend himself well, so he is hit by Shen's attack with full force. Tatsu watches this from above and thinks the fight is over. Even if Taehyun was promising, there's no way he could have won against an international level. The others also capture Ryohei, with Tatsu ordering them to let him live. He will be a useful hostage to have. Tatsu also wonders why he betrayed them, as he knew he would face their wrath afterwards, and the holy maidens too. Perhaps he saw something in Taehyun, something that has now been snapped out, and all that is left is to wait for Shen. Unfortunately for him, the person who won that exchange was Taehyun, as Shen is on his knees, who wonders what just happened. The moment he tried to attack, mana surged from his swords, but that was everything that happened. His blades were also both extremely chipped and useless. So how did this happen? He rushes in out of anger, but Taehyun only looks at him. He thinks that he used a similar attack on the Taurus Queen, where he put the predation power on his weapons, and it also doesn't consume mana at all. Since these weapons are beyond repair, he maximizes the predation on them, which makes them break upon impact. But this also gives him the opportunity to take Shen's life, who can only scream in defiance before being struck. Tetsu is shocked, and so is Ryohei, as Taehyun has proven himself more powerful than the strongest national level player. Somewhere else, a person by the name of Mingmin gets the news that Shen took action in favor of a legendary item Tetsu promised him. The man ponders this for a while. He says that he shouldn't have any expectations with Shen from now on. This is another Chinese national level player, nicknamed Super Speed. Beside him is one of the three warlords, Pinghua. His phone suddenly rings, and when he picks it up, an old voice notes that he must be with that warlord woman again, to be up so late. The man who called him is Zhang Lung, player association head of the Chinese branch. He tells Mingmin that Shen has died, and they will not let this go. The one who did it, Taehyun, must pay with his own life. Taehyun consumes Shen with predatory intent, but he only gains strength, not any abilities. As Taehyun guessed, he does not gain skills from dead targets. They must all be alive. Naturally, that is not the only condition to gaining their skills, and the idea of using this skill on a human is a little weird, but he does not feel mercy for criminals such as this guy. If anything, he is quite curious about the voice he heard while predation went out of his control. He must learn more about this skill before it comes back to bite him. With Shen dead, Taehyun easily takes care of Tetsu and the others by using predation to wipe their memories and complete hypnosis to turn them over to the association. Since Ryohei has done everything he can, Taehyun decided to send him back, but he rejects this notion. The Saintess will kill him if he sends him back like this. What's more is that she can read his memories. If she finds out about this betrayal, that will be the end of him. Taehyun tells him to calm down already. The Saintess is not interested in him at all. The oath he made was to bring him to her. If he wanted to free him, he would need to meet her first. Also, even if she reads his memories, she will keep him alive in order to meet him. This is actually really good for him, as she probably didn't have high hopes for him. Right now, Taehyun only has two problems left, those being two warlords. He found a few of their hideouts from Tetsu, but when they find out that he's after them, they will start to slip away. Since he can't do anything about it now, Taehyun decides to ponder it while taking a much-needed break. As he relaxes in a nice hotel, Taehyun sees the news about China's national force player Shui Shen going missing in the abyss. The government is requesting assistance in her search, but on the other hand, Taehyun has captured one of the three warlords, Tetsu, solidifying the first place quite nicely. Taehyun thinks that Lung knows that Shen is dead. He's probably hiding from it since it would reveal his identity. At least this is letting him pursue the three warlords quite freely. Suddenly Jinsu calls him, Taehyun knowing that his break will be cut short. He meets up with Jinsu, who didn't expect him to come, but Taehyun says he had no choice, since he has important information. However, is he positive that one of the three warlords, more specifically, Pinghua, is here? Jinsu confirms it. He cannot reveal where he got this information from, but it's legit. Gush and her subordinates entered this building late in the night. They likely intend to hide here until the exhibition games are over. Taehyun looks at this place, and finds out that Tetsu has visited this place in the past, so Jinsu must not be lying. He asks why he would give him this information at all. He thought that he hated him. Jinsu calls him a dumbass. It's to show him that he is not a spy. He understood what he said last time. Being attacked by a hunter from another country would make everyone suspicious. However, he does not want to let others doubt him in times like this. So he has prepared this information in the hopes that he will accept him as his ally. Does he understand? Taehyun is surprised and doesn't know what to say, as he already knows that he is a spy. Before Taehyun met with him, he received a call from Ah Young, who told him that there is a spy on his team, which Taehyun already knew was Jinsu. He had his suspicions, but who is he spying for? Ah Young notes that he's a spy from China, as they have found intel that he frequented some Chinese casinos a few years back. He probably made a deal to eliminate his gambling debt. That didn't make sense for Taehyun. How did Kimura Ren know all of that then? Ah Young told him that there is another spy on the team, one working for Japan, making Taehyun wonder how little the association knows. Ah Young told him to not be worried. If she reports this to the association head, things should be alright. Taehyun told her not to report it. He has two reasons for it. The first being that if Jinsu is arrested, the Japanese spy will naturally go into hiding, and now that he knows he's a spy for real, he can make use of him. Jinsu notes that the building is filled with countless demonic humans and traps, but he should not worry, as he has not only acquired Gua's location, but also the perfect route to instantly get her. In reality, Jinsu is leading him straight into a trap. He has been ordered to do so. Gua is not the only one there, as Mingmin, one of China's national-level hunters, is there to take care of him. Suddenly, Taehyun summons predation, and along with the Skeleton King force, he starts blowing up the building. It's interesting, his overall power has increased. Probably he got used to it. Jinsu's mental state is in shambles. Just what the hell is he doing? Is he fucking crazy? Taehyun notes that the building is full of demonic humans and traps. Why would he sneak in? They can just bring the whole thing down and deal with the aftermath later. He suddenly spots Gua under a bunch of rubble, who calls out Jinsu for being a gambling addict. How could he dare betray them like this? Taehyun asks what she could be talking about, making Jinsu make a lot of noise. But Gua isn't done just with him, as she tells Taehyun that there is someone here who will kill him. Taehyun knows that it's Mingmin, surprising both Gua and Jinsu, who ask how he knew. Taehyun asks what he means, the fact that Mingmin is here, or that he's a Chinese spy. Jinsu immediately goes in for a punch, but suddenly something overtakes him, and he begins bleeding as he falls down. Predation warns Taehyun that he is being affected by domination of 5 senses, but something protects him, so it only weakens him. Suddenly, his sight starts to get blurry, his ears are ringing, and he can't feel his hands anymore. Taehyun knew about Mingmin's power, but this is amazing. All his 5 senses are being attacked. If he didn't have predation, this would have been over. Mingmin didn't expect him to bring the entire building down. He was wondering what kind of person managed to defeat Shen, but he is truly unhinged. Taehyun notes that he's not worse than a demonic human lover, and he also does not care much for him. All he cares about is his precious little skill. Ryohei's memories get analyzed by the priestess, who finds it all interesting. Not only has Taehyun become a national-level player, he also defeated Shen. But why did he help him? Because he agreed to the betrayal? Ryohei does not know what to say, but the priestess smiles. He should not be afraid. As Taehyun said, she's not interested in his life. In fact, since he will bring Taehyun here, he's actually serving his purpose quite well. Although she is displeased that things are working for Taehyun. He said that he's going to meet the 3 warlords, right? If that's the case, she will go and meet him herself. Before all of this, Lung told everyone the 3 objectives they have. The first one was to win the Asian Exhibition Games. The second was to kill any key players to weaken other nations. And the third was to prove that the Chinese Player Association is the most superior in all of Asia. With that, they will create a monopoly on dungeons and monostone trade. He allowed them to commit any crime, murder, torture. It did not matter, as he would cover it up. Everyone was alright with this. Pretty happy, actually. But Mingmin thought they were all insane, even though it did not matter to him. He killed countless people in order to maintain his relationship with Gua. He cannot judge these people. When he got the order to kill Taehyun, Gua also encouraged him, so he will have to do it without remorse. He suddenly stops from his charge, as a mighty beast looms over Taehyun and starts to roar. Mingmin can feel that his skill is no longer working. He expected Taehyun to be powerful since he beat Shen, but what is this monstrous ability? This is no ordinary player. This is past the realm of any human. Taehyun is quite interested in his skill. It disables the senses of a person. If he didn't have predation, he would have been in trouble. However, that's alright. He will make sure that his skill is put to good use. The beast charges Mingmin, who cannot hope to dodge, so he gets swallowed whole, granting Taehyun the domination of 5 senses skill. Mingmin's weapon survives the encounter, which is fortunate for Taehyun, as he needed one. This blade is called Regressing, a unique rank blade. With this situation handled, China has lost 2 national-level players. There's only 1 remaining now. Even if he is powerful, he will not be able to catch up with them now. If he takes down Gua, the exhibition games are pretty much won. Before Taehyun can do anything, a helicopter suddenly appears, and the Saintess jumps out of it, landing in front of Taehyun. They finally met again. She knew he would be around here somewhere. The priestess has a skill that can even regenerate missing limbs. It's called hyper-regeneration. She used this to cure a lot of people. This is alongside her holy orders, which is a skill that calms everyone around her and bestows them with buffs. That is how she ended up being called the Saintess. However, her true power is that of brainwashing. She has used this skill to make her enemies into her zealots, who would do her every whim without denial. Now it seems that it's Taehyun's turn. He knows that Ryohei never got his exact location. So how did she find him? The priestess laughs. He should have known that she was not capturing the three warlords because she did not know where they were. Taehyun asks, "Why do all this then? Just to meet him?" The priestess maintains her composure, but asks why he's so calm after seeing her. She knows her duties as saintess. She must give others the willpower to keep living in this cruel world. So how does she do something like that? By making them worship her, of course. Meeting someone as elegant, as beautiful, and as holy as her is a joy that everyone wants. Worshipping her becomes their entire life purpose. So why is he so calm? Taehyun is amazed. He knew she was crazy, but she's actually completely insane. The priestess doesn't mind, however. It's her duty to lead people like him into salvation. Suddenly, a bunch of cars pull up, which all seem to be civilians, but they are being brainwashed by the saintess. Even though she dug around in Ryohei's brain, there was one thing she could not understand: the source of his information and the skills he is hiding. So she prepared this in advance. No matter how many secrets he may hold or how powerful his skills are, she will just make him unable to use them. The civilians start rushing him, and the priestess gives him a choice. Either he kills these civilians or accepts her salvation. Taehyun is in a dire situation, as this is something he has never expected to encounter. Somewhere else, Yu's subordinates are on a mission, but they suddenly find their objective: the hideout of the last of the three warlords, Shadow. They never expected it to be hidden in plain sight like this. The mission leader turns around to ask why the other guy hasn't called Yu yet, but his head is missing. Suddenly, Shadow appears behind him, who is annoyed to see that there are pests around his humble abode. Shadow is the vice guildmaster of the Malignant Guild. He is one of the three warlords, and suspected to be at the national force level rank. The mission leader can only whimper as his head is blown off, and Shadow leaves the alley. He didn't expect an information guild to dig after him like this. Did Tetsu leak such info when he died? Taehyun has been ruining his plans left and right. He killed Shen too. Suddenly, his subordinates instantly prepare a portal for him, and he thinks that Taehyun will soon feel his wrath. He is not the only genius around the world. He has already seen the pinnacle of talent 10 years ago. It's time for him to go to the abyss. All of the civilians start piling on Taehyun, with the priestess knowing that he is a well-mannered person who saved countless people and thus is respected. For someone like him, he cannot easily use skills against civilians, even if brainwashed. She will wait for him to get exhausted, and then she will move in. Unfortunately for her, Taehyun starts punching the civilians like it's no bother, making the saintess ask how he can do that, but he was only defending himself, as they were the ones who rushed him. The one controlling the civilians is her. With a pull of his chain, Taehyun is able to kick the saintess straight in the face. She begins bleeding, but her mind is only thinking about how her prediction was wrong. She would have never expected that the hero from East Point is actually a trash human, but that's not it either. Even if he hit the civilians, he only used light attacks, so there are no fatalities. She will not allow something like this, so using a bunch of sprouts, she summons a bunch of trees that throw away cars and people alike. Taehyun is forced to rescue the brainwashed people, but he never expected her to do something like this. The priestess expected for him to jump in. However, the violence he showed earlier was only to trick her. In reality, he's a softie, just like they say, and now she knows. Suddenly, the woman he was holding begins convulsing and trying to strangle him, even if she is already plenty injured. From now on, no matter what happens to him, even if the civilians rip his flesh apart, she will not stop. The best way to stop all this is to accept her salvation. Taehyun is surprised she doesn't have an ounce of guilt even as a saint. She truly is beyond all salvation. With one flick of his hand, the saintess is cast into a world of insensitivity. Her eyes bleed, her mouth and arms become numb, and her mana slows down. The saintess knows that this is Mingmin's skill, but how does this guy have it? If he had it from the beginning, he would have used it by now. Taehyun suddenly rushes in, throwing a mighty punch her way. He lets the civilians go, but even after that beating, the saint is still alive and well. She asks how he has the skill of another, but Taehyun was wondering the same thing. That's why he was looking for her. He wants her to try and use the brainwashing on him, with her so-called revelation. Taehyun knows he was going to meet her someday anyhow. The holy revelation skill she has manipulates a target's memories and mind. It allows the user to see the mental world. The memory loss he had at East Point and that dream, Rosaria's changed attitude after seeing his memories. Surely there is something related to predation in his mind, and he wants to dig it out using the saintess. She begins laughing. He must probably think she's a joke or something, but she accepts. She will do as he pleases. Only this time, he will become her loyal dog. She begins pouring all her power into the skill. But once she enters Taehyun's mental world, she is met with a gigantic throne and a river of blood. The person standing on the throne notes that the boy is smarter than he thought, to think he would risk himself to try and draw him out. However, someone as weak as her does not stand a chance against his might. With a single hand, the being summons a predation dog that eats the saintess, ending her ability. Later, Taehyun wakes up in the hospital, wondering what happened. But that's when Ah-hyung comes into the room and notes that everyone was worried. Last night his family was looking over him. He showed no sign of waking for an entire day. Taehyun asks what happened with the saintess, so Ah-hyung explains that she was found unconscious like him. along with Jinsu and Ping, but Mingmin was missing. What happened? Taehyun figures that his plan has failed. Even with the power of a national-level player, he could not get close to uncovering Predation's secret. Just what is that power? A young interrupts his thinking by telling him to take better care of himself. Suddenly, Taehyuk rushes into the room and says that they are in dire need of help. They have to send a search team to the abyss right away, because Sungjin and the rest of Korea's team have gone missing. Taehyun tells them that he will go alone into the abyss at the surprise of everyone, but his reasoning is that forming a party will cause a lot of casualties. The place they went missing into is dangerous. The entire New Korea team are veterans, so if they have gone missing, it means that something at a national level of power attacked them, so that's why he will go alone. Taehyuk feels like that doesn't help his case. He is a patient who just woke up. Suddenly his family arrives. All worried for him, he is not even fully healed yet, but he dares to jump back into action. Ah-young says that she called them. They are family, so they should know about him. Taehyun is surprised. When he was a non-awakened, there were only people who bullied him instead of worrying. No matter what he did, all he received in return was stares and anger. However, it's nice to see people worried for him. He thanks them for it, but he must go. Even if they were temporary, those guys were still his comrades, and right now only he can save them, so he will go. They don't see him as someone who would just abandon people, right? Jae-young is amazed, and Ah-young slaps him hard because of how cheesy he is. But it's decided, he should come back safely. Inside the abyss, Sungjin is trying his best, but failing miserably. His attacker notes that he did not expect him to last this long. It's not bad for someone so weak, but it's time they end this show. This is China's national-level player, Liu Ping. He will give him an opportunity to live. If he swears loyalty to him, he will spare his life. Sungjin is amazed that someone would ask him to do something like that, as nobody on this team would do that. Ping is impressed in his pride, but it appears that he is wrong, as his comrade is thinking otherwise. Hangul raises his hand in surrender, as these two are fools. Now is the perfect time to go on his side, as Ping is clearly a beast among beasts. Besides, this is not the first time he betrayed this team. One night, the Saintess caught him. She knew that he was one of Korea's players, and she wanted to deliver a revelation to him. He will become her follower, and report everything regarding Taehyun and the Korean team. If he refuses, she will force him, but he really won't like to do that. Hangul knows that betraying them again is the only option, but Sungjin tells him that it's alright. He must be scared, but he will risk his life to make sure he escapes. If they die, only then can he betray them. Hangul is amazed by everyone's mental fortitude, and he apologizes. He will fight too. Ping is amazed by their stupidity, but it seems like they haven't lost hope yet. This is because he was toying with them all this time. However, now he will show them the absolute difference in power. Hundreds of blades appear in the sky, making Sungjin's eyes lose all focus. Ping hopes they understood now. They were only alive because he permitted them to. As the blades close in on them, Ping becomes engulfed in a world of numbness. His blades slowly begin to break, but he knows that this is Mingmin's ability. However, Mingmin won't use it like this, meaning that the user is the one who killed him. Ping seems to know about Taehyun. He has been waiting to fight him, but Taehyun tells him to shut it, and he strikes the ground, creating a large dust cloud. One of Ping's subordinates rushes in to see if he's alright, but Ping is more concerned about the place these guys ran to, the Yongin Tower. It's an impregnable dungeon that has never been conquered. Those guys are a bunch of fools. Inside the dungeon, Taehyun pours a bunch of potion into Sungjin's mouth, with the others asking what they should do from now on. This place is something that the most powerful veterans could not defeat. That's why it's called impregnable. One can never leave it after they enter, so even without Ping, this situation is dire. Taehyun notes that it can't be helped. This is just a dungeon, so they will have to just clear it, right? The others now know that he has not a single plan in mind, meaning that he's just guessing they can do it. The Draconian Tower is a place that is deep into the abyss, highly considered to be an unbeatable dungeon because of its two special features. Firstly, there are an insane amount of traps on each floor, and the second is the Draconians, monsters who, despite having large numbers, are very intelligent and highly durable. However, right now, Taehyun is easily taking care of the enemies and traps without a hitch. Xiang wonders how this is possible, but she does not know that this guy is a pre-regression Draconian Tower survivor. He has reviewed the information on it more than 2,000 times. Taehyun knows that even if this place is called unbeatable, it's not impossible to return out of it alive. The escape portal they have to get to is hidden midway through the tower. They will not even meet the first boss. This means that they will easily get out, because he has all the information about the traps, and all the power to defeat the monsters. With all of this combined, returning back to the abyss is the last thing he's thinking about now. They eventually arrive at their location after a bit of fighting, where a lonely gate sits at the top. Everyone is very glad to see that they are about to get out, and Xiang asks how he knew about all this. Taehyun excuses this by saying that he was just lucky. But enough about that now. They should head out before any monsters rush into this place. One by one, they enter the portal and get out. But before Sungjin leaves, he thanks Taehyun for coming. He's the only reason they are alive after all. He will repay this favor to him. even if it takes his whole life to do so. Taehyun sighs and tells him that it wasn't a problem, but he's quite happy that the Sungjin actually thanked him. Truthfully, it is because of him that everyone got out safely, and since Gangil already outed himself as the Japanese spy, that problem is solved too. The last thing he has to do now is stop Ghostblade, who will be enraged when he sees the Saintess's condition, and Liu Feng, who always seems to be plotting something. All in all, things are not too bad for a regressor like him. Unfortunately, the gate spikes out energy, sending him down on his ass. Predation warns him that he cannot use the gate while the owner of the tower, Kaiselin, is observing him directly. Only now can Taehyun feel a strange pressure overwhelming him, and soon enough the ceiling cracks open, letting the mighty Kaiselin through. He was wondering what type of human child was roaming around in his tower, but he did not expect him to be so insignificant. This is the master of the Draconian Tower, the red dragon Kaiselin. Dragons are one of the species that are at the top of the food chain, and the ones found in the abyss are sorted into 4 levels. First are hatchlings, which are small, but even so, they are S-rank monsters. Adult dragons are S+ rank, while their next evolution, worms, are SS rank. Finally, there are the mythical, and not really identifiable ancient dragons. The dragon in front of Taehyun at this moment is a worm at the least, and even if he has fought a bone dragon, that thing was created from the corpse of an adult dragon. Why did this thing appear anyway? He has never heard of something like this within the intelligence he has acquired. Taehyun believes that he can get out of this with his charming personality, but Kaiselin calls him a lowly insect, proving where he stands. With a roar, he blasts Taehyun with mighty fire, but he naturally is unaffected, and summons the dead king to punch Kaiselin straight in the jaw. With that surprise at his side, Taehyun moves in and slashes around his body again and again. He believes that this is undeniable proof that he can actually kill this SS-rank monster. But Kaiselin was unaffected by his little strikes. He's actually quite annoyed. He crashes his scaly claw into Taehyun, sending him into the ground. But Taehyun is more interested in his durability. Even if SS-rank, how can this be normal? He thinks that he must buy more time. But suddenly, a human like Kaiselin speeds behind him and strikes him into the ground again. Taehyun recognizes the skill he used to look like this. It's called polymorph. But he doesn't have time to worry about that, as Kaiselin is now holding a flaming ball of power, which he strikes Taehyun with. After that, he holds Taehyun to the wall, who wonders if this is the true power of an SS rank, as he could not even react properly to it. Kaiselin is interested in him, so he begins verifying everything within him. Predation tries to resist, but that resistance soon falls, allowing Kaiselin to block most of his skills and observe them. Kaiselin does not see anything out of the ordinary. This power which swept through his tower like it was nothing, and became even more beautiful when they were fighting, is not here. Additionally, he knows that it's not his power. So where did he get such awe-striking power from? He must know their identity. Taehyun can't know that, but he would like to know for himself, more than anyone in this world. Suddenly, Rosaria's tentacles grab Kaiselin before sending him flying to the other side of the room. He is naturally shocked that a mere human could do such a thing, but then Rosaria speaks. She did not expect to see a red lizard here. She actually needed a new guard dog, so she will allow him to become her pet. She also speaks with Taehyun, asking why it took him so long to talk with her. Taehyun smiles, and says that trusting a monster comes hard for someone like him. She gets it, right? Back home, the chairman is shocked to hear that Taehyun is missing. Just how the hell is the one that rescued them missing? Hangul explains that they are not sure. They were just crossing the gate together, but he didn't come out. The chairman then asks about Sungjin, who apparently is causing a scene, as he wants to return to the abyss and go save Taehyun. Taehyuk further explains that Ah Young is stopping him as they speak, which the chairman is fine with, but this situation has just become dire. They don't know what Liu Feng and Zhang Lung will even do, so they should hide the fact that they are still alive for now. While Sung Jin and his party were lost, the exhibition games entered the 6th day, meaning that they will end soon enough. At this point, it's not even about the rankings, as they wouldn't make it that far without Taehyun in the first place. If he's gone, things will become much worse for the country, but also for the people he cares about. He can only pray that he's alive and well. The fight that's taking place inside of the Draconian Tower between Rosaria and Kaiselin is something which awes Taehyun, to the point that he thinks this place will be his end. He knew both of these bastards were monsters, but just where is this striking power coming from? It was probably wise to not call Rosaria up until now too. When he made a contract with her, he received 2 skills, the Queen's Man and Complete Hypnosis. He has some simple reasons as to why he did not use the Queen's Man skill up until now. The first one being the gigantic amount of mana consumption. Summoning skills naturally require more mana to keep going even after casting, and one can consume potions throughout the battle to mitigate this. But the other problem is this. Kaiselin summons a bunch of deadly meteors, but even if Taehyun is shocked, Rosaria cuts through them with a few simple strikes. She is too strong. Afterwards, she grabs Kaiselin and sends him into a wall. Power that is too powerful can be dangerous. Even if she is bound by the contract to help him, he cannot control her. so she might be able to do anything. However, even if extremely dangerous, her power is quite trustworthy. Kaiselin understands he's been fighting the succubus queen herself, but that only furthers his level of confusion. Why is an Archduke of the Abyss helping a lowly human? Does she have no shame? Rosaria is glad to see that this lizard is talkative, but Taehyun is curious about what he said. An Archduke serves a king, and Rosaria knew about the king too. She must have some relation to him, but what could she know about him? Rosaria understands that he has questions, but as of now, he does not have the right to know, nor could he do anything, even if he knew. He should already know, however, that regardless of the answer, he must continue down his path. However, his current situation is not as easy as it may seem. As if he looks at his hand, he will see mana backflow. Kaiselin knows of this weakness. Even if he's fighting an Archduke, she was still summoned by a human, and a human cannot handle such power. If they continue to resist against his might, he will have no choice but to incinerate them both into ash. Back in his draconic form, he begins unleashing a mighty flame strike, and Taehyun calls Rosaria close, before the strike overwhelms that entire side of the tower. Rosaria has protected Taehyun, but it is as Kaiselin says. Rosaria's powers are limited by Taehyun's, and she has reached her limit already. If she would use more power or stay by his side, he would die, so she will leave him with one last gift before she disappears. Taehyun wonders what that is, but Rosaria pulls him close and kisses his forehead, praying that he will not die. This kiss gives him a power boost, changing the rank of complete hypnosis to S. With this new power, he drags Kaiselin in another realm, where the man on the throne sits. He didn't expect for that succubus to be so witty. She left the cleanup to him, like he's her caretaker or something. Kaiselin does not understand what is going on. Is this the inside of his opponent's mind? Then who is that man? He looks like the human from earlier, but it's not. He can feel that it's someone or something else. The overwhelming power he is exerting makes him wonder if this is even a real living being. The man has no business with him, so he has to get out of here now. Kaiselin can barely look behind him as the shark swallows him up, which damages him in the real world too, both his mind and body. Taehyun doesn't understand what happened, even if the rank changed. This is quite the reaction. He thinks that perhaps Kaiselin endured something in his mind, but he cannot allow himself to get distracted, as now he has a chance. He rushes in with predation and blade in hand, Kaiselin trying to retaliate the best he can in his condition, but Taehyun manages to strike him, and this time, his attacks seem to be doing damage. He remembers Rosaria's wish for him to not die, but he will not allow himself to. He needs to learn more about the king's power and have his revenge against Asmodeus. He never had a chance to live a proper life either, so he will not die. He will defeat this lizard and go back home. He summons every ounce of his power into predation just as Kaiselin attacks. Taehyun has survived, and with this, he is able to cut Kaiselin's limbs off and use predation successfully. He has won this battle, and even if it was hard, his rank rose from B to A. The final day of the tournament comes, with the staff doing the final point rally right now. After looking closely, Japan has gained a score of 4,600 points, which is not enough to win, as China has 4,800 points. Ghostblade is more mad that he couldn't get his revenge on Taehyun, who is still missing. He decides to leave while the tournament is still going on, and Chairman Ji-hee can only watch. Despite Taehyun's effort, they ended up third place in the tournament. Due to the disappearance of Taehyun, South Korea's score has stagnated, and from first, they ended up in third place. Unless they find hundreds of stones, or hunt an SS-ranked monster, they cannot hope to catch up to them. He apologizes to Taehyun for being so incompetent, but that's when he hears someone laugh from behind, that someone being Chairman Long, who is accompanied by Fung. Long says that this is unfortunate. Just when South Korea produced some promising talent, he died in an unfortunate incident. Ji-hee keeps calm and says that he's only missing, so he shouldn't say something so gruesome, but Long tells him to get real. This is the Draconian Tower they are talking about. Ji-hee knows that this bastard had something to do with his disappearance. Everyone knows, but they can't do anything. Long is glad that he understands that those without power cannot claim truth. Ji-hee feels such shame and powerlessness that it makes him sick, and he cannot stop shaking while the old man laughs his heart out. Suddenly, a gate opens up right in front of Ji-hee, everyone being shocked to see it. But Taehyun comes out, wondering why their chairman is putting up with such people. He should not worry about it anymore. However, even if these two bastards tried their best, he is still here, and he has brought a little gift too. Jae-young is in a state of depression, his mother beckoning him to watch the tournament with them. He refuses as Taehyun is missing, so there's no point to the tournament. This tournament has become like dumplings without filling, yet she's asking him to watch it. The mother tells him that Taehyun is actually on TV, and sure enough, everyone is celebrating his return. Because of the crystal he submitted, which is the stone of an SS-rank monster, South Korea is sure to win. Everyone is surprised to see him, but more surprised to see that South Korea actually won the tournament because of him. The spectators cheer for him, and Long is overwhelmed by anger. He asks Fung what he has done. He said that he took care of this guy. Fung is shocked. Not only did this bastard survive the Draconian Tower, but also took down an SS-rank monster. Taehyun really enjoys the attention they are giving him, but this was too close for comfort. Maybe it was because Kaislin was strong, but even after consuming him, his magic stone was untouched. If not for that, he would have came back empty-handed, but there is no way that Long and Feng will back down now. He knows that's coming next. Before his mind can plan any further, Ji-hee rushes in with a tight hug, as he is very relieved to see him alive, to the point where he cries his eyes out. Taehyun lets him have his fill, and so the chairman wept for a long time, with the tournament coming to an end. Due to this amazing comeback, this story flooded the internet, and so the South Korean players celebrated their victory with a gathering. Kwon was also there, and called Ji-hee a fool for crying at the closing ceremony. After that, Taehyun was invited to the Singapore Player Association, where the Singaporean chairman, Haley Tan, thanked him for coming. But the reason for the invite is simple. Their player association would like to request an alliance with him. Taehyun knows about this, because it was the same before his regression. Singapore lost its main hunters in the tournament, and tried to request alliances with skilled players from other countries. But Long and Feng did not let that happen. Taehyun would like to talk about the offer, but they should deal with their uninvited guests first. The door suddenly bursts open, and a bunch of people walk into the room, which frightened Tan. Feng does not know how he crawled out of the draconian tower, but it does not matter, as this will be his end. Taehyun is not impressed by his appearance, as he already knew he would come. Suddenly, the windows begin to crack behind them, and hunters start appearing one by one. Sungjin can't believe that they are attacking in broad daylight, while Hangul vows to repay his debt here. Hyunsu is also here practicing his heroism, with Xiang wondering if it's okay for him to be here. Taehyuk tells her that he will be of some help, so it's fine. Taehyun smiles, as he remembers Feng saying something about it not mattering now. Well, he agrees, because he is going to die here, along with his cronies. Before all of this, Taehyun told Ji-hee and everyone that Feng would go to the Singaporean Association head and do something horrible, which confused everyone, as the games were already over. Taehyun explained that there's no way Long would just back off now, as his objective is to eliminate the other associations and run a monopoly on dungeons and mana stones. They are not the only ones at risk of Feng's wrath now. Ji-hee asked what he was planning, but Taehyun said it was simple. Evil people like that bastard certainly need to be taught a lesson. The players from South Korea easily overwhelm Feng's goons, and using their powers, easily evacuate Tan too. Feng tries to stop them from escaping, but Taehyun drags him out of the building, as they are supposed to have a battle, right? Feng is amazed. He was running before, but now he wishes to face him. Even if he is powerful, he should not get confused. He admits that he defeated Shin and Mingmin, but he has already seen his true powers in the abyss. Before he can say anything else, Taehyun calls him a professional yapper, and strikes his arm clean off with a single strike. Feng cannot even process what happened before he gets struck again, believing what he's seeing to be impossible. How can his arm be cut off by that bastard? His power was not like this in the abyss, but in only a few days he has managed to overwhelm himself. Taehyun strikes him again, seemingly ending the fight. Taehyun knew he would win because of his rank increase, but to think he could do it so easily against the strongest participant of the exhibition games, it seems that his power has become much more than he expected. Feng laughs, as now he understands why the other two lost. He truly is a monster, and did not expect to use the Archduke's ability on him. He probably thinks that he is the strongest, but from this moment forth, he will show him what the strongest really looks like. This is Feng's blood rampage. Inside, Ah Young rounds up the rest of the goons and swiftly deals with them, but Sungjin tells her to quickly come, as Taehyun seems to be in danger. The place that he's fighting in is covered by a barrier of sorts, where Feng attempts to crush him again and again. He tells Taehyun that this is strength, the truest power of all, but Taehyun doesn't buy it. Becoming a big sack of blood will not gain him any power. Even if he cuts his hand off again, it regenerates, allowing Feng to gain the advantage and strike. Taehyun can't believe that this is the same person as before, and this place also seems to closely resemble the abyss. He called the thing he's using the Archduke's ability, and Kaislin referred to Rosaria the same. This means that there are other Archdukes besides her, meaning that she has ties to the king, but perhaps Feng does too. Because he's too caught up in his mind, Feng manages to gain the upper hand again and grab him, rendering him captured. He has surpassed his mortal powers, but he was chosen by an Archduke, something which he cannot comprehend. Taehyun wishes to ask something before he dies. What does he know about the king? Feng believes that he's talking about the Archdukes, and says that they are beings he could never understand. Taehyun expected that he wouldn't know. Still, this was worth a shot. Predation suddenly begins overwhelming Feng, Taehyun believing that it's time for them to end this. Although he has given him much to ponder, their business is done, so under his command, he will disappear. After consuming him, Taehyun wonders if Rosaria is the only one who knows about the kings. Although judging by what Feng said, there must be other archdukes, all incredible monsters. As he ponders more, the flesh of Feng reforms into something else, and someone speaks with a commanding tone. They are both talking about who the strongest is, but is this the limit of their abilities? It's truly inevitable, as humans are feeble and greedy things. Now is he the one who killed his contractor perchance? This is another Archduke, the Vampire Lord, Igmun. Taehyun wonders who the contractor is. Was it Feng? More importantly, this aura can only mean one thing. This guy is an Archduke of the Abyss. Igmun feels that he should test his skills first, so he summons a bunch of swords above him and makes them crash. Taehyun can barely get out of the coming onslaught, but he's amazed by their size, and by the fact that they are very similar to the blades Feng used. He blocks an incoming one, noticing the difference in power, making him push further. There is no longer any doubt, just like Rosaria, this man is an Archduke of the Abyss, a being he cannot even approach now. Why did he even appear in the first place? That's not even important now. All he must do is survive, and use everything he has. He uses the Skeleton King's aura to break the blades, making Igmun smile with anticipation. Every summoned thing is inevitably affected by the power of its contractor. So if the contractor is stronger than the beast, it will gain greater strength. In the same way, if the summoned beast exceeds the contractor's strength, their body will probably not withstand the power and suffer a magic backlash, or the summon could get cancelled. If Taehyun is correct, the contractor of that guy, Feng, is already dead. So right now, it's only being forcibly summoned through his decaying corpse. There must be a time limit on how long it can be summoned, so he just has to hold out. Igmun tells him that he's nothing like his contractor. However, his trying to survive is very ambitious, and that deserves praise. Within a second, before Taehyun can even do anything, he summons a blood tornado, hitting Taehyun. He creates more, saying that no matter how powerful he is, it's hard for one to know his place without a little injury. He will have to kill him because of his transgressions though. Before he can rip Taehyun apart, the tornado turns into a beam of flower petals, which Igmun knows that they can only belong to a certain someone. Rosaria has rescued Taehyun, being not so surprised to see that once again, she has been summoned into an amusing situation. Now Igmun understands his contractor couldn't have lost against a mere human. But to think that he is Rosaria's contractor, how amazing. He talks with Rosaria, telling her to hand over that human and leave. If not, he will drag her down to hell too. Rosaria notices how worked up he is over the death of his contractor. Even after all these years, he's still just as petty, but she's also just as bold, so she refuses. Taehyun asks who this guy is, so Rosaria tells him that he's the Vampire Lord Igmun. Just like the Scarlet Lady, he is an Archduke, and currently, his enemy. Igmun summons a bunch of swords and says that he will kill them both, but Rosaria won't back down without fighting, so they begin clashing. Almost immediately, Taehyun feels the magic backlash overtaking him. He probably already reached his limit as it is in the battles he had. He's far from helping her. He can just barely maintain her summoning. Rosaria comes around and tells him not to fall, as the power she can use depends on her contractor. He has grown even stronger, but he is still fighting an Archduke, and currently, even if he gives it his all, he cannot hold Igmun back. He should just bear with it. The reason he has worked so hard up until now wasn't just to die here, so he should watch closely. This is the true power of an Archduke, and the power he will someday have to surpass. Igmun is also disappearing since he's fighting on empty, but he agrees. They should end this round of entertainment here. If she survives, they will meet again. Their strikes go against each other and collide, creating a mighty explosion as Taehyun loses his consciousness. His mana reaches 0, and his fatigue 100, making his health drop below 10%. In his mind, he wonders how many times this has happened. First, he fought an S-class, then a national power level, and now an Archduke. Every time he thinks he has gotten stronger, a powerhouse moves in to make sure he stays humble. How many times must he go through this? Suddenly, he hears someone calling him a pathetic fool. What is he doing with the power of a damn king? All these things he has described are ridiculous. If he's not going to use his power properly, he will have that body for himself, and show him what true power means. Taehyun suddenly wakes up in a hospital room, thinking about the voice he heard, knowing that he has heard it before. He wants to think of its connection to the king, but all the players next to him realize that he has woken up and jump on him. According to Ah Hyung, the barrier vanished with a sudden bang, and he was there, unconscious and bloody. Fortunately, Feng's assassination attempt on President Haley failed, thanks to the efforts of the Korean players, like the Light Sword, Hyun-soo. Zhang Long, the association president suspected of giving the orders, will not be able to avoid backlash from the World Player Association. After Taehyun's treatment is complete, he thinks about the Archduke and the man that looks like him. The more he learns about the king and Devour, the more unknown things are coming. Before he can think further, he sees that he has acquired a new skill called Blood Frenzy, which cannot be used at this time, as he must consume some powerful blood. Yu and Taehyun go on a date, where she asks if he's okay, which he confirms. She is surprised by his ability to scare people, but now that he has eaten, what is next? Taehyun says that he will make use of his friendly match reward and raid the dungeons in Japan and China. Yu wasn't asking about that, as he said himself that they would go on a real date after the friendly match, but Taehyun only promised her this one meal. Yu also says that even if he has the rights, he will be unable to raid, because dungeons have valuable resources, so they won't let a stranger just raid it, no matter how many rights he has. Both the Japanese and Chinese associations will come up with some excuses and stall his raid until his rights expire. Taehyun says that it's fine. He already has a plan for that, and even if it gets delayed, he will get to do what he has to. He has realized that he has some shortcomings. The skill he took from Feng, Blood Frenzy, is something really strange. He tried activating it a few times, but there was no message or change. The only thing he must do is to consume powerful blood, but who knows? It might even require a special condition or something. Even after reaching the level of a national level, he could not properly fight the Duke. To stand against him, and to uncover more about the king and devouring, he must get stronger. He eventually arrives at a spot named Bang Chae-Soo Brewery, which is closed for business. He opens the door anyway, making the owner, Chae-Soo, ask if young people have forgotten how to read. They are no longer in business, so he should just leave. Taehyun tells him that he's not here for some drinks. He's here because of his skill fusion. Chae-Soo turns around in shock. He did not expect to hear about that, but who is he to know about it? Taehyun introduces himself as a national-level player, and also the one who has come to save him from this dark hole. Chae-Soo is the owner of a brewery outside of Seoul, and an old man, just waiting for his death to come. He is also the only person in the world with a skill that is capable of skill fusion, the Awakened World Fragment. However, Chae-Soo preferred to focus on his brewery, rather than rely on his skill. His son was opposed to this. Why should they live like normal people when they have been blessed with this power? They should live well for once. Perhaps out of frustration that he was only an E-rank awakened, his son thought like this. Unable to ignore his son's wishes, Chae-Soo attempted skill fusion on a bunch of demons his son brought. However, each time, the demons who underwent the skill fusion either died or were crippled by the extreme mana reflux. Fearing retaliation, his son fled, and overcome with guilt, this old man vowed to never use that skill again. Chae-Soo is shocked that he knows all that, but even so, after knowing everything, he's still asking to perform skill fusion. He is insane, and should leave instantly, as he couldn't care less. Even if he's S-rank or national level, the lives he ruined already taint his mind every single night. He will not have another soul lingering in his mind. Taehyun tells him to not worry, as he will not be broken by his skill. Chae-Soo is convinced somehow, but asks if what he said is true. Taehyun confirms the information. The mana reflux experienced by the demons was not his fault. It only occurred because his rank was higher than the demons. The skill they obtained through fusion was far beyond their capability, so it was a simple side effect. With his current stats, he doesn't have to worry. Even if mana reflux appears, nothing bad will happen. Chae-Soo wondered if such a thing is possible. He always considered this skill, and his hands that activated it cursed things that simply ruined lives. However, this young fellow has resolved this in an instant. Just who is he? To put some more fuel on the fire, Taehyun says that he told nobody about coming here. Even if he dies, he will be fine. Chae-Soo begs him to not say such horrible things. The fact that his skill had no issues would be revealed 10 years later through an association investigation. It was already too late, however, as Chae-Soo began to drown his guilt because of his son's death. He lived in a haze of alcohol until his health eventually gave up. If this misunderstanding was not resolved, he would have lived with this guilt to his grave. But now he is fine, as he is not too late. 3 skill combinations pop up which shock Chae-Soo, making him ask if he's sure that he will be alright. Taehyun didn't expect it, but he's still surprised that predation has not popped up. He tells Chae-Soo to proceed, who does just that and unleashes his skill on him. At the United States Player Association HQ, a meeting is taking place, where Kevin Ian, the president of the association, and an S-rank player, notes that it's been a while since the top forces of the US have gathered in a single place. Gregor Gale, 10th ranked national power player, asks, "What's this about? Are they going to war?" Dylan Gray, the 3rd ranked US national power player, tells him to show some respect to the president. Ricky Harris, the 2nd ranked US national power player, is not surprised that this has turned into another fight, so she asks Cody to say something, as he's supposed to be the leader. He says that they are not kids, it's just a formal ranking anyway, and he's not forcing anyone. This is Cody Wood, the 1st ranked US national power player. Ian says that they should get to the point. Did everyone heard about the participants from China in the recent Asia-friendly tourney? Montel Roman, the 5th ranked US national power player, has heard of them. Ming Min, Feng, and the others, right? Nick Lowen, 6th ranked US national power player, notes that 2 died during the Sam Rodu raid. One attempted to assassinate the Singaporean Association president and was killed. Gale asks what they are to do about it. They are dead anyway, right? Ian says that this is what the official reports say, but according to new intel they have received, it is confirmed that all 3 individuals were killed by a single man, especially Feng, who was known to be contracted with the vampire lord Igman. Everyone is shocked, but Cody remains calm and asks who dealt with them. Ian stops for a second and says that it was Kim Taehyun of New Korea. Naturally, even if he defeats Feng, he is still nowhere near the level of a world-class player. However, they must investigate him urgently, as he might get stronger. Taehyun's skill fusion has succeeded, bringing him not to S, but to AA rank. The next day at the Korean airport, Gale walks with another man, wondering why they had to come to this backwater, only to investigate a single man. If he could just get rid of him, maybe they wouldn't have to travel so much. Marcus Gore, 8th-ranked US national power player, tells him that they are not here to fight. Not yet, at least. With the skill fusion completed, Taehyun only thinks about wanting to test these skills soon. If he uses these here, he will probably cause some chaos, so it's better to hold off for now. Before he can go inside his apartment, Gore says that they have been expecting him for quite some time at this point. Gale can't believe that this guy defeated Fung, he's just some kid. Taehyun knows about them. They are the US national level players, but why are they here? Taehyun invites them inside and asks what business they have with him. Gore tells him to not be so impatient. They are here for a simple conversation, but before that, if he would allow him an analysis for just a moment. Taehyun knows about his power. It's called Ziggurat, a skill that allows Gore to reveal the target's stats, skills, and status window information. It also tells him their height, weight, and mental state. Gore is surprised. This is the first time he has seen an AA rank, and while the stats are at the national power level, they seem to be insufficient to defeat Fung. Suddenly, predation springs out, not allowing him to identify any other skills. Taehyun tells him that for his well-being, they should stop now. What he has learned should suffice. Gore is shocked. Nobody has surpassed his Ziggurat before, so he apologizes, as it's become a habit to just do it. Taehyun is the first national-level player of Neo-Korea, but now he understands why Ian was so concerned with him. Taehyun asks what their real business is, so Gore requests a share of the unclaimed Chinese dungeon rights, which were the reward for the friendly match. They cannot disclose a specific location, but their chairman has recently expressed interest in investigating that exact area. Since he defeated Fung, it's clear that Long, the Chinese Player Association chairman, will make sure he doesn't get to raid it. Does this not align with their mutual interests? If he shares the dungeon rights with them, they will stop Long's interference and assist him with the dungeon rate. With this, they can also establish a friendly relationship with Taehyun, as these are conditions where neither side loses. If he accepts, the US Player Association gains a new usable pawn, and if he declines, he will at least know that they are not hostile towards him. Taehyun does just that but thanks him for the offer. Gore understands, but Gale doesn't. They came all this way from the US, just so they could get that lame answer. Gore tells him to put him down, but Gale hasn't been convinced by this brat. He wants to settle this with force. Taehyun is confused. Gore acted like he wanted to build a relationship, but this guy is the opposite. He looks closer at his eyes, and sees that his eyes are the same as those who looked at him when he was awakened. He is picking a fight for no real reason. He just simply does not see him as an equal, as another awakened. He didn't miss the feeling of being treated like this, but now the times have changed. He agrees. If he is so desperate for him to accept, then they should settle this right now. He's been itching to test his new skills anyway. They go to the Onsamiro Guild arena, where Kwan's assistant asks if he's really letting them have a match in their arena. Kwan confirms as such. It will be good publicity. No? The assistant has had enough. Does he really think that this arena was built to withstand a fight between two national-level players? Gale quite likes the idea of fighting in an arena, but Taehyun hopes he will be satisfied with the result too. Gale tells him not to worry about his pretty little head, as he will enjoy a good slaughter. He turns into a huge werewolf and smashes Taehyun, Kwan being more interested in his form changing rather than the arena. Gore explains that it's called the Heart of the Wolf, a skill trained to the extreme that transforms the user into a werewolf, increasing their physical abilities drastically. He thinks that it's really unfortunate they could not establish a friendly relationship with Taehyun, but perhaps this can work too, as it will be a chance for them to see how strong this guy really is. Gale continues to go after him, but thinks he is a fool. He already heard from Gore. He could not confirm some skills with his ability, but besides that, his stats are nothing compared to his. And using the boost of his ability, there is no way that a kid like him can do anything. After he successfully pins Taehyun down, he thinks that this is the end. But Taehyun is only glad that he's at a good enough level. He will not die when he tests on him. Instantly, he pulls out a black veil that engulfs the entire arena. Taehyun gained 3 brand new skills through skill fusion. Amongst them is this one, the King's Domain, combining a world of silence and the heart of the king. This place lowers the stats of enemies inside while boosting Taehyun's, a perfect battleground for him. Gale is shocked at this, but he doesn't have much time to be, as Taehyun punches him away with his second new skill, Shadow Skin, which is stone skin combined with stealth. This provides a physical enhancement beyond stone skin and allows stealth to be turned at will. Gale is now being punched again and again by an invisible Taehyun, which enrages him to no end, so he begins to wail around, only to be caught in his final skill, the third new skill, King's Aura, combining the aura of the Night King and paralysis. This makes Gale stop in his place. His heart barely beats, as Taehyun commands him to kneel. The sheer power of the strike goes through the veil, leaving everyone shocked at the result. Taehyun has won, and hopes that they can have a rematch sometime. Everyone is shocked, but Gore the most, as the fight ended in an instant after that veil appeared. Just what happened in there? Gale refuses to give up. Who the hell is he to say the fight ended? He hasn't heard a bell yet, so he will kill him. He transforms once again, but this time the Korean players are in front of him, ready to defend their comrade. Yu tells him that this was supposed to be a non-violent bet. Does he want to go to war? Kwon advises him to accept the outcome before it's too late, and Sungjin tells him that he lost the wager already. Taehyun is surprised, but Ji-hee comes around and says that they have been watching since the beginning. They were planning to just watch, but this got out of hand. He shouldn't worry, as they will deal with this rowdy person. Gale is furious. They are all insolent insects, and he will kill them right now. Gore arrives next to him and advises him to shut it. Cody will sanction him if he escalates this further. Even if it's him, he must know what Cody is like. Gale reluctantly transforms back, and Gore apologizes to Taehyun, as this was a mistake. He knows this may be funny considering what just happened, but is he interested in becoming a player for the US Player Association? Gale and the others are shocked. Ji-hee mad that he would dare to ask this in front of him. Gore says that they will give him any condition he has. The Chinese dungeon, for example, will be easily cleared, and all rewards given to him. Taehyun takes this offer as a compliment to his skills, but since he mentioned dungeons, his next destination is Japan. It seems that the Saintess has finally woken up, and he must pay her a visit. She keeps having the same dream. She tries to run away, but the tentacles always catch and drag her back inside. She begs mercy, but the predation figure says that she started this. She should have some shame and not ask for mercy, as it's revolting. Once again, she is eaten alive by the predation beast, and once again she wakes up screaming. 2 guards immediately come into her room, but she only thinks about this nightmare. All of this began when she entered a coma from peering into Taehyun's mind. Whenever she brought through the tentacles, she was always greeted by a mysterious person who looks like Taehyun. How long must she endure this pain and sweat? Will she not be able to get rid of it? She asks where Ghostblade is, as she needs him, but the guards can't really answer that. She rushes out of her room on her own, only to see him fight Taehyun, who is not here to fight. But Ghostblade wants payback for what he did to the Saintess. He will repay the shame dealt in kind. He rushes in with his Soulbringer blade, which is a sword infused with such thick mana that it can cut through souls. But that's just too simple for him. For idiots like these who do not listen, a beating is in order. With his shadow skin, Taehyun takes hold of the blade and kicks him so hard he passes out. Taehyun slowly approaches the Saintess and says that he's here for 2 reasons. The first would be to ask what she saw in his mind, and the other is to prevent the largest dungeon break in the history of mankind. Outside of the uncleared dungeon, 2 watchmen stand next to it, one of them saying that the storm around it is caused by the mana flowing out of the gate. They shouldn't worry, however, as there are no signs of a dungeon break. They are just here to watch. The other one would like to believe him, but he sees something in that storm. Sure enough, just outside of the gate, on the other side, an army of Minotaur prepared under their lord, Kenth Hazanat. The other singing praise and begging for their lord's orders is grabbed by that said lord, and crunches him between his molars as he says that they get stronger the more they eat. There is only one thing they must do. For his son, Archduke Orgel, they will leave this place and devour the humans. They shall now commence the Festival of Blood. This is the servant of Archduke Orgel, Kenthazanath, rank SS. The priestess answers Taehyun's first question, telling him that what she saw in the mental realm was something that looked exactly like him. Although it was not human nor monster, it was something entirely different. Taehyun expected as such. It's the guy he saw in that vision, meaning that he's actually real. However, he did not expect her to have such nightmares. He did not use Devour, yet he can feel its power on the priestess's body. He decides to remove the remaining power from her body. She will probably not have any more nightmares with this. She doesn't get why he's helping, as she attacked him before. Taehyun isn't doing this for her, but he needs her to stop the dungeon break. Suddenly the earth begins to rumble. Taehyun knows that it has started, so he tells her to wake up Ghostblade. But that's when someone appears, asking where he is going after attacking an association player. This is Matsuda Kuro, the Japanese player association head. In his prime, he was a national-level player who defeated countless monsters, and after retiring, he discovered talents like the Saintess and Ghostblade. That is why he is called one of, if not the best, player association head in Japan's history. However, the reality is that he's somebody who does not care about civilians, as long as it benefits him. Taehyun asks if he's aware of what's going on in his country. A dungeon break just happened, and he's here to help. Kuro already knows the alarms have been ringing for a while after all, but what does that have to do with him? His right to clear this dungeon was only valid while it was still intact, but it broke, so it's meaningless now. On top of all that, he dared to embarrass them during the friendly match. If he solves this dungeon break too, what will happen to Japan? And most importantly, his standing. He apologizes for this, but he must be detained for the crime of ambushing their association players. The priestess tries to convince him otherwise, but he tells her to back off. She should not easily forget that he condoned letting her use those skills on people. If she sides with that brat right now, both she and that passed out bastard next to her are done. The guards who came to cuff Taehyun barely move out of fear. but he lets them do their job. If he resists like this, Jinhee and the whole of Korea will have to suffer. So he tells the priestess to take Ghostblade and block the crack if they even can. Kuro is glad that he sought to reason. He should not worry. After the investigation is done, he will be released instantly. Taehyun advises him not to be so confident. After all, it was he who rejected his help. So if this is a problem they cannot face, it will also be his responsibility. Kuro accepts this challenge. He will make this cheeky brat realize the power of Japan. The attack on the country begins in earnest. The Minotaurs making their way through the players who are trying to defend their motherland. But it's becoming impossible. They see that the monsters that just keep pouring out are all A or S ranked. Ren believes that they still have to stop them, as they can't leave these beasts to wander and hurt the innocents. Unfortunately for him, Kenthazanath captures him. He is a worthy foe to devour after all. The players all lose hope after seeing this, thinking that they will die just like their leader. But before he can be devoured, Ghostblade moves in and liberates him from Kenthazanath's grasp, giving the others hope. At the same time, they all feel a ray of health come over them, because the priestess has arrived too. Ghostblade rushes down to her side and asks if she's fine now, which she confirms. The strange power that has been inside her body all this time has disappeared, and even if she cannot use her full strength just yet, she can support him without any problem. Kenthazanath is amazed to see that there's such worthy prey around here. He has decided they will all be made into a succulent meal for his beloved son. Ghostblade immediately moves in with the priestess's support, allowing him to hold on, but it's becoming harder and harder. The priestess orders the others to charge in while they are dealing with these monsters, and the Minotaurs think the same thing. Ghostblade is slowly being pushed back, but he expected as such from an SS-Rank monster. He knows that if he makes one mistake, he will lose one of his limbs. All the while, even if he cuts him, this bastard immediately regenerates. This is why his past attempts to defeat it have failed. However, this is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Now, he can cut him down. Ghostblade was tortured by the fact that he failed this dungeon, so for 5 years he has been training only to defeat this bastard. This training combined with the priestess's holy revelation, he can cut down anything, even an undefeatable demon. He moves in with blinding precision, letting out many small cuts before lashing out with a final deadly cut, defeating Kenthazanath, and showing that his effort has not been for nothing. Everyone at the Player Association HQ celebrates Kuro the most, as he knew that Ghostblade was enough to stop this. He begins to gloat at Taehyun, as it seems that they did not need his help at all. Taehyun is surprised to see Kenthazanath defeated, however. Why does he think that this is the end? The gate break in Korea that happened a few months ago was upgraded from C to A rank. Even last month, dungeon breaks in France and Russia changed from S rank to S+ rank. The traditional measure of dungeon breaks is no longer servicing them, so why is he assuming that this dungeon break will stay at SS rank? Ghostblade can't believe what he is seeing, as another beast has awakened out of the old one. This is Kentamian, SS+ ranked, and the true master of Japan's unchallenged dungeon. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Ghostblade is surprised by the fact that something appeared out of Kenthazanath's corpse. He wonders what it plans to do, but that does not matter to him anymore. That thing is a monster, and he has sworn to eliminate all of them. Even with his powerful charge, Kentamian simply grabs his sword and asks if he was the one who killed his father. Ghostblade sees that his appearance has changed, but does not have time to wonder why, as Kentamian smashes him into a building. The Saintess worries for him, but Kentamian moves on to her, smashing his hoof into her before she even realizes it. He tells them to not worry, as he will devour all of them soon enough. Everyone at the Player Association HQ is shocked to see what is transpiring on the battlefield. They thought Kenthazanath was the end, but this new challenge took their best players down in just mere seconds. Taehyun expected this to happen, for the true master of the uncleared dungeon to appear. Kentamian is an SS+ ranked monster, and even though his initial shape and strength are nowhere near that rank, it grows as it consumes more monsters and humans. Because of this, its danger level can skyrocket high above any other monster they have met up until now. If only Kuro would request help from him, the damage would be minimized, but that's not going to happen. Everyone screams at him about what they should do, but in a situation like this, even he is stumped for words. Just like everyone else, he did not expect to see an SS+ ranked monster appear out of nowhere. His mind screams at him to call another nation's hunter to help, but if the Saintess and Ghostblade were not able to defeat this guy, nobody would. That demon will destroy everything they have built up until now. The city, the players, and most importantly, his political status. He decides to tell everyone that they should run, but one of the assistants asks how they can do so when their players are risking their lives. Kuro tells him that it's too late for those guys. If their national level hunters were knocked out in 2 seconds, then what can they even do? If they want to survive, they have to cut their losses and run. Before he can spew any more garbage, Taehyun smashes his head with his rock ability and removes his shackles. He really tried his best to not get violent for the sake of the Korean Association chairman, But this bastard is the same as he was in his previous life. The others wonder what he's doing and what he is going to do, but Taehyun tells them simply, he is going to stop the dungeon break. What will they do? Will they run like he suggested, or will they attempt to arrest him? Either way, he's going to save everyone. Nobody dared to move a muscle as he left. Even if they wanted to do something, they knew they could not. As Taehyun leaves, he thinks that if he kills Kintamian after the others lose, and manage to stop this dungeon break, it will be really good for his rep. Suddenly someone familiar stops him, and Taehyun is surprised that they are here. The priestess is the only one left conscious. She can see that Ghostblade and Kimura Ren are both defeated, and no matter how she regenerates or powers up, it is futile, as nobody can defeat this guy. Kintamian is glad that she's not struggling anymore. Her meat will be much easier to chew through this way. The priestess knows that only Taehyun can do something to this guy. He was willing to help all this time. Even though he was an enemy, he came here to stop the dungeon break. When she first became a player, she wanted to help others and do good. Just when she began walking down this path filled with blood, perhaps this is punishment. It's too late for her to redeem herself. Dying is probably the only way. Before Kintamian could devour her, Taehyun jumps in and saves her, surprising him. Taehyun did not expect much from her, but she really stood her ground pretty well. The saintess can barely speak because of how tired she is, but suddenly the people from the player association arrive. They have come to help. They apologize to Taehyun for earlier, and even though they can't assist in combat, they will focus on rescuing the injured. Taehyun says that is more than enough. He only has one objective anyway, to take care of this bastard. As he charges in, the priestess attempts to tell him that he cannot do it alone, but Taehyun suddenly screams for Lim, and an entire arena of ice appears around them, forcing them into a 1 versus 1. Lim asks if he's sure about this, as it's not what she came here to do after all. She came here at Chairman Jinwee's request. He knew that Taehyun was probably being interfered with and could not stop the dungeon break, but he's a key member of their association, and they cannot allow such disrespect. Her mission was to bring him back at all costs. Taehyun is surprised that she's not here to help with the dungeon break, but since she's already here, why doesn't she help? Taehyun is glad that the chairman wanted to get him out as quickly as possible. He truly is a good man. Kintamian does not understand why he has done this. Why has he trapped himself with him, when he knows that he's only mere prey? Taehyun tells him that he's quite unaware of this situation. He's the one who's going to be devoured. As the others are rescuing the injured, the priestess can't help but stare at Taehyun's own arena, hoping that he at least has a chance. He charges at Kintamian at full speed, but even if he does hit him, his regeneration is off the charts, making it seem like the wound wasn't even there. Besides that, Kintamian's attacks are getting more precise by the minute, even though Taehyun is in stealth. He knows that he cannot hide for long, so he dodges his next attack and commands him to kneel. With the power of the Skeleton King, he pushes Kintamian to the ground, who agrees that he's not bad for some prey, but this is not enough to stop him. Unfortunately for him, Taehyun does not stop with just that, as he summons the Predation monster, which takes Kintamian by absolute surprise. He is completely engulfed in Taehyun's attack, who believes that the longer this battle lasts, the more disadvantaged he becomes. So even if it means that he will use all his mana on Predation, he must finish this right now. Suddenly, a deep voice tells him that he has told him countless times that this is not his own power. The Predation Master appears in front of him. Taehyun knows that this is inside of his mind, but he wonders what this is. Maybe another dream while he was just fighting. He immediately questions the mysterious man, asking who he is, what he wants, and why he's showing himself to him. The Predation Master laughs. He only wants him to reach that guy, but in order to do that, he mustn't be drunk on power that is not his, but still someone who can make it through a challenge on their own. He should think of this as a test to see if he is really worthy. Before Taehyun can ask who the hell he is to say that his predation suddenly stops, it is subsequently cancelled and makes itself unusable. Because of this, all the abilities that he has stolen up until now become unavailable. So Kintamian easily crashes through his domain and smashes him into the ice wall that Lim made, who is rightfully shocked to see him in this state. Taehyun's mind races to understand what happened. That bastard just popped up and stole all his skills, but he already knows that this is not his own power. He has known that since the beginning. He wasn't even awakened. He was merely chosen. However, for all of that to be taken away in a single moment is far too cruel. Kintamian is mad that mere prayer dared to hurt him, but Taehyun's too in his thoughts to even recognize this. Why did he even do everything he did if this was going to happen? What has he fought for, when his victories were taken away from him? Before Kintamian could unleash the final strike, Lim rushes in and protects him, who says that she will buy some time, while he and the Saintess recover. Taehyun is surprised, but there's no way she will stand a chance. She has to run, right now. Lim explains that this is precisely why she's doing this. He is the only one who can defeat this beast. Was he not going to stop the dungeon break in the first place? Does he not realize that if he fails here, everything they have built as a species is doomed? Taehyun knows she's right. He does not have time to worry about what that bastard's goal is, or why he took his skills. No matter how much he cries over it, the situation will not change. If he cannot defeat this guy, everyone here will die. He must find a way. But how? His body's in shambles, and his skills are gone. Suddenly, he remembers that he has one skill left, the one he could not use from the start. The only condition he has to meet is to consume powerful blood, and lucky him, there's a powerful monster behind him that's filled with said blood. Lim is eventually defeated, Kentamian mad that trash like this even stood in his way. It's not a bad thing though, as he will devour her and recover his stamina. Suddenly, he feels the aura of a mighty lord behind him and sees that Taehyun is there, regenerating swiftly because of his ability, while also gaining 250 points to all stats. Kentamian recognizes his mana. It's that of the Archduke, but just who is he to have that? Taehyun has completed the single condition for the Blood Rampage skill and is ready to take him down. The Predation Master considered whether he should let Taehyun use one or two skills, but it seems like he worried for nothing. For him to awaken Igman's powers, he went as far as consuming a monster. This is how someone is supposed to grow, through desperation, through absolute misery. It was about time for him to realize the idle nature of his ways, and grasp the different nature of this power, compared to how he was using it until now. That is how he will be able to overcome this challenge and get closer to that person. Taehyun's punch sends Kentamian flying, who can barely get up as he wonders what the hell just happened. Wasn't that bastard not standing a moment ago? How is it that a mere human is using the power of an Archduke? It doesn't matter either way, he still has to die in the end. He cannot fathom how he got his powers, but this is Archduke Orgel's realm. If this current body is not enough to defeat him, he will consume as many bodies and mana as he has to, until he will be ripped to shreds. Taehyun looks at Lim, who is still breathing despite everything. He takes a look at himself, surprised by the power of the Blood Rampage skill. His blood is boiling, and his heart feels like it's about to pop at any second. His body is screaming in pain because of this unusual monster-like form he has taken, meaning that he cannot last in this state for long. However, at the same time, his body feels lighter than ever before. Kentamian attacks him with one of his axes, but Taehyun swiftly dodges and cuts him with his hand. Kentamian is not phased, and turns back to strike again. However, Taehyun's speed has increased tenfold, and his movements are deliberate. Kentamian wonders why his attacks aren't connecting, and why he's still being pushed back. His power has doubled since he ate those bodies, so why then is this happening? Taehyun pushes through his chest while thinking that power and stats are not the only things he gained from using Blood Rampage. The thing that matters most is the crimson eyes. They turned red just like when he used Predation, but something is different. Unlike before, he can see the mana flow of Kentamian, which helps him see where he's concentrating power, or what he will do next. This is why he targeted his Mana Stone, basically the heart of the monsters. In his last moments, Kentamian asks what he even is. Taehyun is sure that he will find it out when he descends down to hell. With that, Kentamian explodes in a gruesome fashion. Taehyun is glad that it's over, but he will have to figure out what he is too. Since he has succeeded in defeating Kentamian, the dungeon break in Japan came to an end. The player association there did its best to help the survivors and clean up the mess, while Kuro, who refused outside help for his own selfish needs, was arrested. Lim did not receive any major injuries, so she was left wondering if she was going to get punished. But the Korean chairman was simply glad that she was okay. The Saintess and Ghost Blade decided to come out to the public. They admitted to their crimes and misuse of abilities. The Saintess specifically revealed that she used her ability to brainwash people and do whatever she wants. She will take any punishment she receives, and once that has been served, she will restart from the bottom and be a real player this time. The American Player Association has also gotten footage of what Taehyun did. Kevin knew that he was talented, but to kill an SS Plus ranked monster alone is on a different level. He thought Cody was the only one capable of doing something like this if he's honest. Gore can see that he has gained more power since the friendly match with Gregor. Besides that, the red aura he let out is certainly that of an Archduke. Kevin thinks it's a real shame that they cannot bring someone so powerful to their country. But in this case, it can't be helped. People like this cannot be swayed by simple things like money or power. What moves them is their ideals and beliefs. All they can even hope for is that their beliefs won't ever clash, lest the world come to an end. Gore asks if the association has come to a decision, which Kevin confirms. They will begin making some moves of their own. Taehyun be damned. Either way, all they do is to progress humanity. He stares at something angelic, something of unknown rank and origin. Back in Korea, Taehyun attempts to solve his predation issue with potions, but even after using them, the skill is still blocked. His body returned to normal once the Blood Rampage ended, but the skills he lost did not come back. What he can use right now is Blood Rampage, and a new skill that was revealed by it, Monster's Eyes. He tried to use Sangik in his potions, but Sangik, who is a S-tier alchemist, was also shocked that it did not work. His primary skill is potion making. He creates them using different mana stones and additives to create what regular alchemy cannot. The effects range from simple buffs to monster lures, and even cures to incurable diseases. Sangik apologizes, as he asks for his help, But Taehyun says it's fine. The curse he's afflicted with is on a different level after all. There is only one way since Sangik's potions don't work, and that doppelganger does not want to lift up the curse. Sangik is curious as to what he will do now, but Taehyun thinks that he will have to find answers abroad. Sangik knows that this can only mean one thing. He is going to America. Taehyun confirms it. More precisely, he is going to find the second-ranked player who is the greatest curse lifter, Ricky Hollies. Right now, she is at Zhang Lung's abode. She has told him many times, but she's not here as a representative of the American Association, but as an investigator of the World Player Association. She is also here to investigate the various assassination charges, as well as the unauthorized experiments occurring in this land, near the unconquered dungeons. Would he like to comply with the investigation? Lung asks what will happen if he refuses, and Taehyun knows that he must find her before she goes missing entirely. Before coming here, Gore told her that there are 2 unexplored dungeons. One was the one in Japan, conquered by Taehyun, and the other was the one that destroyed countless parties, which is in China, the Grey Pit. Their focus will fall on the Chinese one, as they have detected unidentified laboratories and mana in the area. Naturally, this was likely organized by Lung to conduct some kind of experiment. They cannot just let this happen, so her mission is to go there and find out what is going on behind closed doors. She decides that the talk is over. She will have to use force if he refuses. Lung is surprised. He expected her to be powerful, but to have so much mana that she's overpowering him? She's interesting and perfect for their plans. He laughs and tells her to relax as it was just a joke. He cannot possibly go against the World Player Association, so he will cooperate. However, he feels that it would be better for her to see everything for herself, so he forwards her an invitation to the lab. They should really continue their talk after she sees their experiments. Night falls, and Ricky is placed in a hotel, where she wonders what that old man is planning to invite her like this. She really can't know what he's thinking, so she has to be careful. Since she has taken care of that, she can move her attention to Taehyun, telling him that it's quite rude to enter a lady's room like this. He's the newest rising star from New South Korea. The US Player Association was looking at him too, so they thought they would meet soon, but not really like this. Taehyun doesn't hold back and simply says that she's going to die here. He knows about her. She already has worldwide fame, but the most famous ability of hers is a skill known as Canceller, which allows her to nullify even the Awakened Oath. Currently, he cannot use any abilities besides Blood Rampage and Monster Eyes, so she has the thing he wants. However, she is infamous for not negotiating with anyone who is not working under her. Before he regressed, she died in a dungeon in Guangzhou. It was such a popular incident that the entire world wished to know more. However, she is still a human, and humans want to live, right? Unfortunately for him, she doesn't care much, as players are always exposed to the outcome of death before she can even begin to believe him. Having these powers carries some form of responsibility. Taehyun asks if she does not want to save herself. Any normal person would, right? Ricky believes that the term person does not define her well. Would a person be able to do something like this? With just a flick of this hand, she can kill everyone in this entire building. So in that manner, they are basically more akin to monsters. That's why players need something to tie them down to this world, whether it be ideals or just cold hard cash. If that is the case, what holds him down? Is he a person that controls themselves, or a mere beast that is consumed by desire? Taehyun admits it. He was surprised, as players are not akin to monsters in that regard, but they do tend to lose their humanity with each battle. She is pretty inflexible, but he's quite the hardhead too. Ricky looks at him for a second before giving up and noting that he must have come here for something. Taehyun explains that he wants to use her Canceller skill, as unfortunately all of his skills are locked down. Ricky is surprised that he's asking so much from a stranger, but what does she get out of helping him? Taehyun knows that her greatest interest currently is helping the victims in that lab, so would his assistance with that matter not be enough? Ricky wonders if he will be really of use, but Taehyun says that they'll just have to find out. The next day, at the Zhang Lung laboratory entrance, the assistants welcome her inside, but question who this new face is. Ricky explains that he's her bodyguard. As they descend down the lab, Taehyun thinks that only she was invited, so him going in normally is a no-go. There's no way they would allow him in. Besides that, he's pretty famous for clearing the Japanese dungeon. That's why he took on this disguise. Lung is surprised to see that she has a bodyguard for someone so powerful. Truly odd. She explains that everyone has to be careful, so he will allow this, right? Taehyun would want to have a go at this bastard right now. He's the one who paid for the assassination in the Asian game, and the man at the center of all tragedies in the future. One of the scientists believes she should take an Awakener oath before she enters, but Ricky simply exudes her mana, saying that won't do anything to her. Taehyun is shocked. This woman held a speech last night about how she's a human, but the aura she's letting out right now says otherwise. Lung believes that it's fine. They cannot stop her anyway, so they should officially start the tour. This is a project aimed at creating S-Rank Awakened. Ricky is shocked when she sees the people in tubes. She expects something bad, but this is on another level. Lung explains that they are creating S-Ranked Awakened through experiments by injecting monster mana into them. Is this power to go against the nature of the world amazing? Ricky is abhorred, but Taehyun advises her not to use her skills here, as the people will be hurt too. Lung believes that they came just in time, as another awakened person is about to be born, and it's quite a spectacle to see. However, something immediately goes wrong, as his heart rate increases rapidly, and his mana is getting out of hand. Before the man can even think of where he is, he explodes inside the tube, leaving only a pile of blood behind. Lung is quite sad to see that another experiment failed, but Ricky has had enough. Taehyun tries to make her stop, but she doesn't care anymore. With just a raise of her hand, she shakes the entire lab. She will bring him to justice, as he must pay for the crimes he has committed here. Lung explains that humans are not the fairest creatures. Everyone knows that with the player system, once one's player rank is decided, so is their place in the social ladder. However, nobody wants to remain in the lower ranks, so he just helped them fulfill their wishes. Ricky doesn't care, as this atrocity ends here. She condenses energy and sends it straight at Lung, who smiles and pulls out a scroll in response. Both she and Taehyun recognize that skill. It's the black hole that nullifies all nearby skills. Not a lot of players have this in the first place, and it's also difficult to cast. So how did he do it? He says that she was getting quite cocky since she has more mana than him, but people should know to utilize skills better. This scroll that he had was but a taste, as he has another present for them. He hopes they both enjoy it. As soon as the door opens, a dark energy surrounds the room, and Taehyun rushes to confirm his suspicion. Sure enough, the underground of this lab is the entrance to the dungeon. The reason why this lab was built is probably to utilize the mana emanating from the dungeon. Most of this mana is probably already his. Lung is quite shamed. He thought that out of all people, she would understand his motives, and he still has a score to settle with Taehyun, which he has recognized at first sight. He tells his assistant to seal the gate, who wonders what they will do with the researchers and subjects that are down there. But Lung doesn't care. They have enough of both already. If they can take those two out with this, it would be a worthwhile trade. Taehyun is not surprised that they fell into a trap, but Nikki is quite mad about him sealing her skills. She never had this happen before. The scientists run away as the monsters come out of the gate. More specifically, a simple orc, which the scientists believe they can take down. But one of them realizes that it's a parasite-infected orc, which begins throwing out its infected spew everywhere. Once the parasite enters someone, that person is left with only one purpose: to attack and infect others in order to spread the parasite. Another scientist tells everyone to watch out. If that aura touches them, they will become infected. The orc immediately goes for Ricky, so Taehyun reacts swiftly and grabs her out of there using his vampiric skill. Ricky is naturally surprised, as they are not able to use skills here. Most of the scientists have succumbed to the parasite, so Taehyun feels obligated to stop this parasite from leaving this lab no matter what. If it spreads, it will cause terrible damage. He goes right for the one in charge of the parasites. He can actually see the parasite inside of the orc's brain, but as soon as he attacks, the parasite dodges and goes right for those that are not infected yet. Taehyun knows that he cannot allow this, so he tackles the orc, hoping that the attack actually did some damage. Unfortunately, the orc gets right back up and tries to infect him too, causing a massive explosion of dust. Ricky can see Taehyun through it, but she assumes the worst has happened. If that guy truly is infected, then there's nothing in the entire world that could stop him. Taehyun smiles, as he anticipated the parasite would want to attack head first. He thought that he could get away, but it's what caused him to perish. After striking down the orc, he asks Ricky if she's ready. They have to go catch Lung after all. As he ascends to the top with the elevator, the assistant can't help but wonder what will happen if they survive. They are nationally ranked players after all. Lung strokes his beard and tells him that he worries too much. This laboratory is made of a special material. It is an amalgamation of high-tech materials actually, meant to contain monsters that may escape. It is strong enough to withstand most attacks, and at the end of the elevator, there is a thick door of the same material. If they seal it closed as they leave, they can never get out. Ricky and Taehyun are fated to die here while fighting hordes of dungeon monsters. Suddenly the entire structure shakes, and before anyone can even wonder what's happening, Taehyun breaks through the elevator and lands on it. Lung wonders how he got through the wall, but Taehyun only cares about the score they have to settle. Lung is mad that this brat continues to get in his way until the very end. He's an annoyance of preposterous proportions. Taehyun rushes in, as Lung has never been in action. In all likelihood, he probably can't do anything on his own. Lung seriously asks if he thinks this is enough, as he blocks his blood rampage with a single hand before throwing an attack of his own, leaving Taehyun on the retreat. He wondered how he even got this much strength, but now he can see it with his monster eyes. Lung has inserted monster powers into his own body. At this point, he's basically half monster. He expected there might be something unusual, but to think this bastard had the gall to experiment on himself. Lung says that he really did not want to do this personally, but they really bother him to no end. He is still a child, and he will show him the difference between them. Taehyun simply tanks the strikes, making Lung vulnerable enough to be dragged down with some thread. He recognizes this thing, sapping away his power. The only one who can do that is Ricky, who apologizes for being so late, but she can't jump like a superhuman. She had to take care of a few things on the way here too. Anyways, he is quite impressive, being able to use his abilities in the black hole, to the point where he's strong enough to break down a wall. Since he asked her to use Canceller on him, he must have other skills, which she hopes she can discover soon. Taehyun says that she hasn't seen anything yet, but Lung has had enough of their yapping and breaks out of his chains, as this is not the end. Since he still has some energy left, both of them think that it's about time they put an end to this cockroach. Lung jumps in, but this lets Ricky simply cut his arm off. Taehyun moves in next. He uses his powers to cut Lung's other arm, rendering him useless. Ricky is amazed by his strength and speed, but it seems that Lung is not done yet. He regenerates, and his strike against Ricky goes through. Taehyun looks behind him at her, allowing Lung to kick him too. He did not expect Lung to have body regeneration, who tells them that their attacks mean nothing. He can infinitely regenerate. Taehyun's entire arm shakes from his strike, making him wonder if he can even counter. Lung does not plan on killing him. Ending his powers like this would be a waste, so he should come to work for him, as he will be a valuable resource since he's contracted with an Archduke. Taehyun is surprised that he knows of the Archdukes, but Lung goes further. The nationally ranked players mean nothing. To contractors of the Archdukes like them, other humans are but insects. If they join hands, they will be unstoppable. Taehyun tells him to cut the crap. He will never trust sleazy bastards like him. At the same time, Ricky unlocks his powers, allowing him to use the spirit of the monarch. Lung immediately feels an immense power, but Taehyun is not done. As he summons predation to completely swallow Lung, they will never be the same. In his last moments, Lung asks himself, how is he even losing to this brat? He has succeeded in evolving humans through monster powers, but in the end it was all pointless. He needs stronger power. He must become stronger, stronger than anyone else. A being asks for his body, and Lung gives it, transforming him into a monster that spits out an acid that completely destroys the elevator, making the others plummet to their doom. Ricky has seen her fair share of beasts, but that monster she can feel is on another level. Taehyun grabs her and puts her back where she came from. He has considered this before, but it's clear now. The owner of the unexplored Chinese dungeon, the Grey Pit, must be this Grey Venom, and it sure is a mighty opponent. The dungeon expansion of the unexplored Chinese dungeon was breaking news for the entire world. The Grey Venom used the expansion to take control of countless humans and use them as his pawns. It seems that Lung did not stop at just experimentation. He gave his entire being to a monster. He tells Ricky to head out now. She doesn't have much mana after using her ability, right? He will allow her time to escape, so she should go and call the others. Ricky doesn't want to, as he will be alone, but he assures her that he's fine. He just can't fight while also protecting her. Nikki knows that this is true now, and leaves everything in his hands. The Grey Venom finds this interesting, to see a contractor of an Archduke protect other humans. Usually they follow the wishes of the Archduke. Why is he using his powers for such meager existences as humans? It piqued his curiosity, so just like how he possessed this old man's body and saw his memories, he will possess him too. Without a word, Taehyun summons predation to his side and asks why he's yapping so much. Since he likes to talk, it's about time they take him down a notch. Because of predation, his monster eye skill also upgrades to high monster eyes. As she walks away, Ricky looks back. She knows that she wouldn't have been of help if she stayed. All she can do is hope that he's strong enough to win. Taehyun pummels the Grey Venom, but he expertly dodges the predation monster and goes for Taehyun, who can see his moves thanks to his eyes, and sends the monster his way with swift precision. As long as he has high monster eyes in effect, the Grey Venom is pretty slow to him, and since he has predation too, this combination will make him easy to take down. Suddenly, the Grey Venom spews acid, but Taehyun won't fall for this again, so he uses the Predation Dragon to block it, allowing him to move in and try to end the battle for good. His attack blows up the entire facility around them, leaving only rubble in his wake. He doesn't have much mana left. He really could not stop all of the Grey Venom attacks. He wonders where his body is, but he's actually standing right behind him, congratulating him for the power he holds. Taehyun tries to strike, but the Grey Venom does not let him and puts him on the ground. Taehyun can't even think straight anymore, but sees that he's absorbing mana through the air, the mana that is unique to dungeons, which means that this area has already turned into a dungeon. The Grey Venom tells him that he has no hope. He will also possess him and become even stronger. Taehyun's body freezes, almost as if it's subconsciously fearing death. However, his mind is already used to that, so he summons smaller predation monsters to take the Grey Venom's arm off. He isn't phased, in fact, he laughs. This means that he does not have much mana, expected of a lowly human. He cannot catch up with the regeneration his body possesses. Taehyun thought he was really going to die. He did not expect it to come to this, but he did not know he could do it either. The Grey Venom sees that he's using the monster to channel his mana into himself, which allows him a boost in all skills and for him to be revitalized. The gray venom cares not for his cheap tricks. No matter how much he tries, the mana he has access to is infinite. Taehyun knows that, but they should see if it's still infinite in this world. The predation beast swallows him before he can even move, sending him deep into the predation territory. The master is annoyed that Taehyun is using this as his own garbage dump. The gray venom feels an ominous feeling from this man, and even if he looks like Taehyun, he knows that he's not. The predation master did not allow him to use questions, calling him an insect of Beelzebub. The gray venom is surprised he's using his master's name so freely. Is he an archduke too? The master has had enough of his incessant speaking, so he chains him down to drag him out of this place. The gray venom says that Taehyun has made a mistake. There is nothing that he cannot corrupt. Not even an archduke's domain can escape. The venom goes throughout the realm, but in the end does nothing, as the master simply refuses to be touched by it. The gray venom knows that he's in trouble, but he does not get how Beelzebub's powers were blocked. After dragging him into predation, the master is finally glad to have some silence. In the real world, the 5th ranked in the US arrives, national level player Mondel Roman, who wonders what the hell happened. His mission was to protect Ricky. She's an important investigator and a key asset to their player association, but she refused in the end, stating that she already had a bodyguard. However, it's been hours since she entered, and there has been no movement, meaning that he must do something soon if she does not show up. Suddenly, Nikki breaks through the wall in front of him, and he immediately jumps in to help, but he's surprised to see her with injuries. Just what the hell happened? She tells him about the illegal demonification experiments going on in there, and in the end, she was not able to save anyone. Roman knows that she regrets it and suggests they go back now, but Nikki says that there's still someone left, Taehyun of New South Korea. Suddenly, the entire ground shakes. They both feel an immense amount of mana coming from behind, just as a portal to the dungeon opens, letting all of the beasts roam free into the world. Roman gets in front of her and summons his ability, Genocide Bullet, which lets him spawn countless mana weapons. This guy is a true American. He shoots down the incoming monsters and tells her that since a dungeon break occurred, Taehyun actually surviving this is pretty low. More monsters came out. Roman annoyed that he did not bring out more support. Ricky becomes lost in thought, wondering if Taehyun really lost to that guy, allowing a monster to actually sneak up on her. A bunch more of the similar kind appear, encircling the two for good. Fortunately, Taehyun appears in the nick of time. He announces that the gray venom is dead, so they should take care of the leftovers together. Following the break of the storm of Kenthazanath Dungeon and the Gray Pit Dungeon, the one who stopped what could have been disaster after disaster was just one player, Taehyun of New South Korea. Now not just the Asian and US player associations look at him, but the entire world is watching him attentively. On the other hand, at the World Player Association there are discussions about adding a new system as Taehyun and some others began defeating more and more SS-Rank demons. They have reached a level that can no longer be described as S. They have entered the SSS-Rank. In the abyss, Shadow walks alone, amazed to see the progress that a strange person has made. He explains that one of the archdukes, Beastmaster Orgel, formed a contract with him. Shadow sees this as a power fit for a ruler, but the mysterious guy knows that he hasn't come here to congratulate him. He came all of the way here because there are problems outside, right? Shadow confirms as such. Much happened while he was gone. The strange guy just smiles, saying that he's looking forward to it. A few weeks have passed since the unexplored Chinese dungeon, Gray Pit, has been cleared, and on an isolated island in New South Korea, Ricky seems to be relaxing, having not done such a thing in a long time. Taehyun did not invite her here to have fun, but Ricky tells him that all of this time they've been busy for the longest time. They have to enjoy it while they can. Taehyun thinks about her. After they escaped China, she testified against the illegal experiments that occurred in that strange lab, as an investigator of the World Player Association. Unfortunately, the perpetrator for all of this, Zhang Lung, has gone on a mission amongst all the action, and the dungeon break destroyed most evidence of the lab even existing, so the statements she made were no longer credible on the lack of evidence. On top of all this, they did not get to rescue a single person that was being experimented on. She probably feels as dejected as he does. However, even if this is not ideal, it's far better than what happened in his past life, as she would have gone missing after Lung sprung that trap on her, and venom wouldn't have been stopped, making an unidentified illness take over the world, causing insurmountable suffering in the entire world. He was only looking for Ricky to unseal his spells, but this took an unexpected, rather pleasant turn. He agrees that some rest is needed after all this. But suddenly, Ah Hyung appears. She knew that if she left him with Ricky, this was going to happen. They are on a date, right? Taehyun denies such a thing, and Ricky apologizes, as she seems quite mad. Taehyun doesn't remember ever calling her here, so why has she come? She immediately says that she wants to observe, but soon changes her words. Actually, she has a few facilities here. Taehyun is confused. He already paid for everything, but Ah Hyung suggests he doesn't get corrupted by money. Who knows what he was going to do in this place? Ricky notices how much of a hot item he is around women, so she won't take much of his time. They should carry on with what he asked. They go to an underground facility, Young explaining that, according to the appraisal of an alchemist, this wall can withstand an SS-ranked blast, and since it's far from the city center, it's a perfect place to let out his anger. They did not use it much up until now anyway. However, why does he want to use such a place? Taehyun has already gotten his skills back, but that's no longer enough. He doesn't know when that clone of himself will come again and take over his body. He does not want any more risks. So before another major fight comes, he must subdue him now. He tells Young that he might start rampaging around. She asks if it's because of his skill, and he sort of agrees. Basically, he might lose his sense of reason. Since she decided to come all the way here, she should help too. If something goes horribly wrong, they will be responsible for stopping him. Young does not get what's going on inside of his head, so she asks Ricky if she knows anything, who only shrugs. However, she guesses that it must be the skills she saw when she used Chancellor on him at the lab. Among his skills, he felt one that was off somehow, perhaps an Archduke ability. Since she might learn something useful, of course she agreed to help. Taehyun is ready, he pulls his phone, and with the reflection, uses complete hypnosis on himself. Almost immediately his world inverts, being dragged into his own mind. Glad that this actually worked. The Predation Master is glad that he at least knows how to use his puny brain, though he did not expect him to so brazenly come here. Taehyun says that he should at least see the parasite that's living freely in his body, but since he looks exactly like him, he might as well be a doppelganger for all he knows. Who is he anyway? The Predation Master wonders why he should answer his question. Taehyun already expecting him not to cooperate. He has no intention of letting him leech off any more than he has already, so he should get the hell out of his body, while he's still being nice. The Predation Master smiles, asking what would happen if he refused. Taehyun doesn't mind telling him. He will just have to kick him out by himself. The Predation Master scoffs. Him? Forcing him out of his body? Something like that is impossible. With both of them having their abilities ready, they cast Devour into each other. This interaction causes the outside world to shake too, Ricky knowing that he has begun dealing with it. But soon enough it becomes even worse, as Taehyun begins to rupture the earth around him. She tells Young to get ready, as this is not going to be a gentle situation. Taehyun continues to fight the Predation Master with all that he has, both using the exact same ability every time. Taehyun can see he knows that one devourer cannot eat another, so he must do something else. The Predation Master already knows that he is thinking. He cannot use the king's power to win this, so he's going to rely on his own skills, right? He suddenly pushes him back, and reveals that even those do not entirely belong to him. Before Taehyun can even react, with a sly grin, the Predation Master uses Monarch's spirit on him, pinning Taehyun to the watery ground. Surprisingly, he actually manages to get away with only a slight injury, but he never expected for this guy to use his skills. The Predation Master thought he already knew, but his mind must have been clouded. Even his weapons were a result of the king's power. He really thought that he would not have access to them too. Taehyun congratulates him, and although he hates to admit it, this guy is strong. He has taken down many strong opponents, but he's on an entirely different level. He prepared to face him, but his preparations have turned out to be useless. So what can he do now? The Predation Master can see how hard he is thinking, but this is all futile. As he summons chains to apprehend him, he suggests that he give up this foolish venture. But Taehyun does not react at all as the chains close on him. Yeah, he already knew that this wouldn't be easy, but until he has used everything, he will not give up. Young is amazed by the amount of mana Taehyun is letting out, but Ricky is even more so. This large amount is comparable to hers, and she's the greatest magician in the world. Perhaps it even surpasses her. She knows that this is dangerous, so she tells Young that she's going to stop it. Letting this drag on might cause more damage than ever anticipated. Before she can use her skill, however, Taehyun charges in and tries to grab Young's spear as he does so. Young screams out and wonders what she should do, so Ricky tells her to buy some time, at least until she can cast her spell. Young understands. She has always wanted to fight this guy anyway. As she charges in, Taehyun stops her with only one finger, but has to block once again as Young pushes him further. This reminds her of the Grand Phoenix fight, although now, the roles have changed. Now, she will be the one to beat some sense into him. She tries to pummel him, but Taehyun gets out of the way and tries to kick her spear out of her hands. Young takes the spear into one hand and then turns it around to face him, but the fight is becoming harder and harder. Ricky continues casting her spell. It was supposed to be her ultimate hidden card, but she must use it now. She swiftly unleashes her magic, creating a large beaming orb of light behind her. Young is confident, but her arms are already growing numb, and all she can do is deflect his attacks. Just what is he fighting inside of his mind? Suddenly, Ricky tells her to run, just as a bunch of trees appear below her. Young asks what this is, so Ricky says that this is her portal skill. She has brought a demonic flowering tree here, from the depths of the abyss. This tree reacts strongly to mana, and once it latches on, It will not let go until its target no longer has any mana. Ah-young finds it amazing to create a portal to the abyss and use a monster as an advantage. She really deserves the title of the second most powerful player in the US. Sure enough, Taehyun falls slumped as his mana is sucked in, signaling that this is over, but this all makes Ricky ponder. Even as the flowering tree was sucking his mana, it was still increasing. If she had been a little late, the aftermath of this would have been too much. This request was more than she expected. She will have to make him pay back properly. Before Ah-young can get even remotely close, she gets slashed on her knees as Taehyun has broken out of his natural chains. Ricky is shocked to see him still moving, but suddenly, Taehyun speaks. A demonic flowering tree. It's quite a unique way to deal with this for a puny human, but even it cannot absorb more than its limit. Ricky wonders if this is Taehyun, but it's made clear to her that he is not. He doesn't look like that weakling after all. She asks what happened to him, so the Predation Master reveals that he lost. And since he challenged him, his body is now his. Ricky tries to bluff, but she feels at least SS-Rank monster energy coming from him. She must strike first, so she unleashes her ability to silence the Predation Master. With only one hand swipe, he redirects her attack away, shocking Ricky, as this has never happened before. The Predation Master notes that it's been a while since he has come to this plane, so he should warm up with his first kill. Inside of Taehyun's mind, he is face down in the ground, and although he seems utterly defeated, he still twitches, showing that he is alive. He thought he caught up to this guy, but the difference is gigantic. Just who the hell is he? He clearly isn't the king, as the guy he met wasn't some crazed bastard like this one, but it's something he planted in him. He cannot know why he did that, but he doesn't have time to wonder now. He must stop him before it's too late. Unfortunately, he's gotten hit pretty badly, to the point where he can't stand up anymore, so he must resort to something else. The Predation Master grabs Ricky by the throat. He is rather disappointed by her abilities. This is not even enough to warm him up. Ricky says that this is the first time someone has said such a thing to her. She's still a national level player after all. The Predation Master is not impressed by her pathetic human standard, but does she have something else to show him, since she is boasting so much? Suddenly, Ah-young screams Taehyun's name, trying to speak to him. He has to let go. He's not this type of person. He should wake up and show who he is already. The Predation Master is annoyed. He lets go of Ricky and slaps Ah-young away with the back of his hand. She is nothing but a mere insect, and she dares to lay a hand on him. She should await her turn, as she will be next. Ricky guesses that at this point, getting Taehyun back is not possible, and since he asked if she had anything more to show him, here it is. Even if the demonic flowering tree is gone, the mana it absorbed is still in the air. The Predation Master sees that she's gathering it in one spot, creating an amazing attack. Ricky knows that if this monster gets out of this facility, not even the best hunters combined will be able to do something. She cannot allow that to happen, so she will sacrifice herself and Taehyun by attacking with everything she has got. The Predation Master is impressed by the energy, but this is clearly not enough. With just one bite, Devour eliminates her attack, leaving only crystals that gently fall around them. The Predation Master is impressed. Does she have any more wonderful tricks like this one? Ricky falls to her knees, knowing that defeating him will be impossible. The Predation Master would like to reward her for such entertainment, so as a show of recognizing her power, he will devour her completely. Before he can do that, however, he feels something inside. Taehyun is doing something very bad. Ricky thinks that she's dead, but when she looks up, she sees the Predation Master ticked off, calling Taehyun a crazy bastard. He immediately returns, Taehyun knowing that he would be back. The Predation Master screams at him. What the hell is he thinking? Using predation on himself. Taehyun knew that what he thought of was correct. His objective was to make him reach a certain something, not to kill him and take his body. Him dying would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? The Predation Master recognizes this as a pathetic threat. He really thinks he cares about some lowly vessel. Taehyun doesn't know. He came pretty quickly to see what he's doing, after all. The Predation Master gets serious, telling him not to get conceited. His regression will not happen a second time. Taehyun already knows that he has already died. This life is just a big bonus. However, instead of seeing it end after not having achieved anything, he would rather die right now. The Predation Master sees the determination in his eyes. He has clearly underestimated him. He takes his predation and heals him up. He wins this time, but he should remember, the only reason he's alive is because of his goals. He will struggle and struggle until he gets to the king. When he decides that he can no longer do that, he will not hesitate to eat him up. Taehyun smiles. Even then, he will not let himself be so easily ended. His stats are now even more amazing, with all of his skills upgraded to AAA rank, surpassing his old self. Ricky can see that he's back, with him shocked to find her on the ground. He guesses that he did this, and she confirms as such. He sees Ah-young slumped on the ground too, but Ricky snuffs his worry. She doesn't have any life-threatening injuries. She admits that he's quite the scary man. He was hiding it all of this time, but still, she should thank him. She knows that he protected her until the end. So as a favor, she will keep this all a secret. But when she's in danger, she wants him to come and help, as he's quite trustworthy. Taehyun looks at her and promises to do so. Despite all of this, neither Ah-young nor Ricky got seriously injured, but they needed to be hospitalized for a bit, forcing Taehyun to feed Ah-young fruit. She seems to be enjoying herself. When else will she get such a treat from him? A broken arm is a price she would pay threefold. Taehyun tells her not to get used to having broken appendages. He won't be here to feed her every time. Ah-young wanted Ricky to stay a while longer, but she left too suddenly. She probably did so because that thing is happening soon. The SS-ranked license acceptance. Apparently she's a part of it too, and the World Player Association is preparing some flashy show, basically an international event. He really can't cause that much trouble here. But Taehyun thinks that this is not in his hands most of the time. Some days pass, and a lot of people gather at the World Player Association, with the president being there too. He tells them that they were pushed to the brink of extinction due to the appearance of the abyss. But through the cooperation they have proved possible throughout the nations and the effort of their players, they have conquered monsters and dungeons one after another. Now they have achieved a peace that will come with unprecedented prosperity. This is Vincent Chang, president of the World Player Association. Because of this prosperity, seasoned and skilled players have begun to emerge more frequently. The association has reviewed their performances in the recent incidents, and now they have determined that the old class system they used can no longer contain them. It is time for the SS-Rank classification. A new era of heroes is among them. Today, for the first time in history, they will be introducing 10 heroes who have the honor of receiving the SS-Rank player license. They should all welcome them with applause, as the road to this stage was treacherous for all of them. He starts listing them off: Cody Wood, Montel Roman, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden Simon, Sergei Karamzin, Thomas Provine, Daniel Harrington, and Alexandra Veju. The last one, but not least, is Korea's player, Kim Taehyun. All of these individuals carry the official recognized license of the World Player Association that goes beyond their borders in the service of humanity. Taehyun can't help but take in this moment. After so much, he got this far. From the day he was cursed as an awakened, to S-Rank, and even beyond the level of national powerhouse, the highest peak someone like him could achieve after regressing, an SS-Rank. His past self could have never imagined getting to this point, but he does not plan on stopping, as this is only a part of the process. What he is after is information about the Grand Duke, his doppelganger, and the king who decided to regress him. For these reasons, he must move forward. The chairman immediately congratulates Taehyun. He never thought they would have such a big event in New Korea. Taehyun thanked him, but the punch was really unnecessary. The chairman says he's fine. What's an old man's punch to an SS rank? His assistant notes that he should understand him. He has been eagerly waiting for a great player like him to pop up in Korea. Having him means that the nation's player association grows stronger too. He will be able to accomplish even greater things from now on. The chairman tells him that just his presence is enough to give people hope. They are all grateful for him. Taehyun just needed what had to be done. Suddenly, Ricky appears, happy to see that they are celebrating, but she also asks Taehyun how he is. He rushes to her side and asks if she's feeling better, which she is not. Her body is still aching. He really could have gone easier on a lady's body. Taehyun knows she's doing that to create a misunderstanding, and she succeeds, with the chairman thinking that something is happening between them. Ricky is not here just to talk though. There is someone who wishes to meet him. From behind, Cody approaches, wanting to express his gratitude for what he has done, and to actually meet him. Taehyun expects this. They're at the same level now after all. If he had to name a person who represented all the players in his previous life, hell even in this one, everyone would agree that he would be the best candidate. He is the man who always stood at the front lines of the abyss all alone. The strongest player, Cody Wood. Just standing in front of such a great man makes him feel an incredible pressure, and he says that he's the one who owes him. It's really nice to finally meet him. Cody says that they will work together in the future, so they should do so well. Taehyun thinks about the future, but suddenly, the double doors open wide, and two men come inside, having to inform them about something. The World Player Association has accepted the proposal of Kevin Ian, the president of the United States Player Association, and starting with this SS-Rank license event, they have finally decided to take out all the unexplored dungeons on Earth by forming a large-scale raid squad. It will be at a scale nobody has thought of before, with the SS-Rank players from the US already cooperating. The guests are impressed. If the US is really joining, it means that half of the SS ranks are among them. Now they ask the other associations and SS ranks to also consider it, as it's finally time for them to unite and develop an infinite peace. The chairman doesn't know. They are talking about unity, but this timing is rather perfect for them. Half of the SS rank players are from the US, so by using their power, They can control the World Player Association. This is a scheme to show the world who the dominant power is, and the rewards from unexplored dungeons come as a bonus. That's easy enough to figure out. But other than Taehyun, Korea's influence is not that strong. The British Player Association has decided to join the raid team, along with the French and Russian Plate Associations too. Taehyun raises his hand too, making the chairman think that he will make them participate, but he actually refuses. Korea will actually be doing its own thing from now on. Everyone is left shocked, and Cody is pretty surprised. On the plane back home, Ricky says it's unfortunate they failed to recruit Taehyun, just like how they failed to recruit Gregor and Marcus too. Cody asks if she regrets it, but she just feels that if he joined the team, he would have been a great asset. Cody knows that's not the reason she's disappointed, but she just finds it interesting. What does he think of him anyway? Cody admits that he looks strong. It makes sense he left her in such a sorry state. Ricky is glad she was not mistaken, since the strongest player is seeing him that way. Cody feels that titles like the world's strongest are meaningless. Taehyun is the contractor of the Abyss Grand Dukes after all. Ricky understands, but she wonders if she should change the question then. Even when compared to the other Grand Duke contractors, did he seem strong? Cody thinks on it for a moment, but then says that one day, she will find out. At the Chinese Player Association, the newly appointed president, Liu Zhiyin, despairs over the fact that every country is winning besides them. The World Player Association is acting like they don't even exist. This is all because of that Taehyun bastard. And since there's no other way, he will have to use the salvage data from the Grey Pit Research Lab. Long has foolishly let things get destroyed, but at least he left them this to rebuild. Suddenly, he hears a bunch of screams coming from the outside, and soon, a pool of blood draws near from under the door. Somebody comes in, apologizing for dropping in so late, but he must be the new president. He just got back from the Abyss, so adjusting to the time difference is a doozy. Zhiyin asks who he is, and he reveals himself to be Min Jihon, the new guildmaster of the Malicious Guild. At the Nightwalkers Guild, Ah-hyung notes that she thought Taehyun was planning something, but he wants to clear a dungeon without any help from other countries. What pushed him to say such a thing in the first place? Even the chairman was put in a pretty awkward spot. She knows he's strong enough, but still. Taehyun tells her that this country cannot rely on him until the end of times. If others don't step up, things will not end well, and this unexplored dungeon will be a great opportunity for many. Young agrees, but is he not rushing with this? Taehyun tells her they haven't much time. From now on, he's going to be working primarily within the Abyss. Just like how they were divided during the Asian Games, players are divided into two categories, based on where they are currently active. Players who pioneer new areas, those who venture through unexplored arrears of the Abyss bravely, and those who fight against monsters and villains on Earth as well as any dungeon breaks. Taehyun has mostly been active outside of the Abyss, so he has been promoted to SS-Rank, but now he's aiming even higher. He knows that the answers regarding the king lie in the Abyss, not here. He cannot do anything here anymore, even if he operates alone. While he is gone, though, Earth might face some harsh dangers, so having someone become stronger for that is his plan. Ah-young really doesn't get him. It's like he lives in an entirely different world. He has way too many secrets, especially that rampaging skill of his. It certainly wasn't ordinary. Really, just who is he? Taehyun stares away and says that he doesn't want to tell her, but Ah-young is being serious this time. He explains that even if he were to tell her, she would not be able to understand a word of it, but soon, he will be able to explain everything carefully. At least he hopes so. Ah-young relents, and supposes they don't need the awakened oath, but Taehyun vows to not go back on his word. She understands, but she also wants to know why he first found her after getting back to the country. Taehyun explains that he wants to have her in his party, but she seems to be rather busy with other things. She notes that thanks to a certain maniac, she's not able to currently work. If that's the case, Taehyun wants her recommendations for replacement. Even if it annoys her, Ah-young says that there is only one, but it's pretty cute that he came here to get her approval. Taehyun says that he was going to take them whether she liked it or not. Kwon is a part of the team, as he regained his spot for best Korean tanker after the Saintess healed his missing arm. Sungjin is part of the team too, still considered one of the key S-rank players. Hangil and Siyang are here too, who have improved significantly after the Asian Games, although Hangil is still shamed about his betrayal at the exhibition games. All the players here represent what New South Korea is, and among them, she's here too, when it should have been her sister. Taehyun thanks them for responding so quickly to his request. He is sure they have heard what is going on, but if not, they are here to join his new party in order to conquer the unexplored dungeons. Sungjin is flattered to be picked by an SS-ranked player, but is that even possible? He heard the unexplored dungeons are SS rank or above at this point, and everyone here is only S rank. Taehyun notes that they are for now, but he knows, having seen all of them in action, that they have what it takes to be nationally leveled or SS ranked players. They will see their potential in this dungeon they will be going to. He also includes Lim in this, who sheepishly thanks him. He did not say this just to make her feel better. Everyone in this room eventually became an SS rank in his past life, and naturally, that took a lot of time. Things have changed too much already, so he also has to advance the schedule according to it. Kwon is hyped up to do this, but Taehyun tells him that if they enter the dungeon as is, only death will await them. They will be entering in a month, so he will be training them until then. First, he will have to work them like dogs. 1 month later, at the French unexplored dungeon, the Opera House, as a few ghosts are charging them, Cody dons his armor and slashes the ghost away with little effort. One of the SS ranks notes that he's really something, but all the others are keeping up too. This amount of firepower is really insane. It would not be a stretch to think that this dungeon will be cleared as early as today. Behind the fighting ones, a few familiar faces are whispering about Taehyun and his team's setting today, with one of them thinking that they are stupid. Unexplored dungeons are not a joke, and he's doing it with S ranks too. He's going to lose a lot of players thanks to his foolishness. Meanwhile, in the Greek unexplored dungeon, the Snake Pit, every single one of the party members thinks that they are going to die if they keep fighting like this, and it's all because of Taehyun. Kwon tells them to keep up, or he will punish them again. As they bicker and weep, Taehyun likes that they are growing bolder. The training is certainly having some effect. After they clear the snakes, they find a bunch of strange statues, which Lim recognizes as the players who went missing in this dungeon. Suddenly, a being towers over them. It has been a while since she has increased her collection, so she doesn't mind the company. This is the owner of this dungeon, Medusa, an SS-ranked monster. Taehyun wonders who is going to collect who first. He wonders what a new snakeskin wallet will look like. Everyone is shocked when they see her, and wonder if they can really take down such a monster. They all feel like their bodies will freeze at any moment. Suddenly, Taehyun screams at them, wondering what they are doing. They should remember what they have done in the past month. They will not achieve a single thing if they set up their own limitations. They all know he's right. They have been training to surpass themselves for all this time. Even if the thing in front of them is stronger, it doesn't matter, as they will still charge forth. They all hit the Medusa at once, but she is not at all impressed, as their attacks are ticklish at best. She swings her polearm around, before trying to impale one of them, but Kwon stops her, as her attacks are just as pitiful. He activates the ancient dragon blessing, and Sungjin appears behind her, ready to strike. Before the Medusa can retaliate, her arm gets frozen by Lim, allowing Sungjin to move in with a devastating double strike. The Medusa breaks her frozen chains, and begins attacking all around in a fit of rage. Taehyun is glad that even if this is an SS rank monster, their attacks are all having some effect. The mages, Siang and Hangil, are attacking from afar, while they constantly aim to blind her. Kwon is acting as the tank and protecting them. Then there's Lim and Sungjin, who are attacking at the same time and hitting her blind spots. They have not dealt a killing blow just yet, but their damage is nothing to ignore. However, the Medusa will certainly not just stand there and take all this. She has had enough, so she boosts her power and begins attacking in a larger manner. But they are ready for this. Unbeknownst to her, Kwon charges in with the Minotaur Queen form, making her slip, and allowing the others to use their strongest techniques all at once. With this generous effort, they take the Medusa down. Kwon is glad his technique worked again, and Taehyun congratulates all of them on a job well done. He knew they were able to defeat her. Kwon thinks that he's being cheeky. He didn't lift even a single finger and just watched. They ended up beating everything in the dungeon. Taehyun notes that would have been really nice, but reality will soon hit them. Besides the Medusa, a gigantic portal begins opening, and they all soon realize that this is a double dungeon. The dragon that comes out from the portal finds it interesting that the gatekeeper was finally felled, as he does not see anyone here capable of such a thing. This is the owner of the double dungeon Historia, Basilisk, an SS plus ranked monster. With a sudden tremor, all the team members are unable to move, and soon enough they are cast in stone too. Taehyun walks past them without even looking, and Basilisk understands. So he is the one who defeated Medusa. Taehyun denies that it was actually these stony bastards. Basilisk cannot rightfully believe that those inferior beings did such a thing. Taehyun suggests that perhaps his minions got complacent and did not train hard enough, as they really were not difficult. He wonders if their master will fare any differently. Basilisk exclaims that he does not know his place as he eats him, but Taehyun soon comes out of his mouth flying, bearing a new form. Really, he wants to see who the inferior one actually is. Taehyun begins attacking while simultaneously dodging every single attack, which enrages the Basilisk, who attempts to crush him with his tail. But Taehyun is too swift and counterattacks. He's surprised the Basilisk was so confident when he's just a little lizard, but he will not let him think he's a big shot just because he's using Igman's power. He should not get cocky, as he is not the only one blessed by an Archduke. With these words, the Basilisk fills the entire arena with water. This is Mahai, the true power of Jormungand, the Archduke that stands above all Archdukes. Mahai is infinite and overwhelms any foe. Can he truly stand a chance now? By merely flying. Taehyun smiles. as this is not the power of an archduke, but the power of a king. He uses predation to swallow the basilisk whole, ending the fight in a flash. Suddenly, Kwon wakes up with a scream, only to see that he and everyone else is fine. He wonders where that lizard bastard went, so Taehyun explains that he took care of that while they were frozen in stone. This marks the end of this dungeon and not a moment too soon. Lim is surprised. That monster obviously was above even an SS rank, and he took it down all alone. Kwon screams that he should have told them this was a double dungeon, but how could he have told them that? Si-Yang believes it's because he knows everything, but he certainly did not know this. Who cares what happened anyway, since it all worked out? He managed to do his part, and they did too, far exceeding his expectations. Naturally, he knew this was a double dungeon, but the reason he chose this in the first place was because he wanted them to experience the sensation of near death. They are all getting stronger with each instance, and soon they will be able to hold his place down while he is gone. As everyone celebrates the clearing of the Paris dungeon and the reporters ask their questions, they all suddenly get a call about a certain event happening with New South Korea. Most think that the team died, but that's not it. They cleared the Greek dungeon. That's not all either, as that dungeon was apparently a double dungeon. Taehyun came out unscathed, but even among the team there was not a single person injured. Were they always this powerful? Meanwhile, the US chairman notes that Taehyun did them dirty. This event was supposed to make them shine, but whatever. They will just have to speed things along for now. As news of what Taehyun's team did spread, the US and World Player Association, as if they were competing, continued clearing dungeon after dungeon. But no matter what the players' original intention was, the world has been steadily gaining back its pace. At a dark facility, a bunch of minions try to stop someone, who defeats them all in one hit for daring to block his path. This is S-Rank player Lee Jung-soo, president of the Taehyun group. He swiftly enters the facility, where a familiar voice tells him that they did not tell him this location so that he could do surprise visits. Jung-soo can't believe how shameless their malignant guild is. The first deal was to get rid of Taehyun, but now he is an SS rank, and they cannot even touch a hair of his. Because of his squad, the 4 major guilds are all over him, and there is no place for the Taehyun group to move. His son, who he intended to leave as heir, is now crippled and useless. How much longer is he supposed to wait for them to do something useful? The man understands his anger, but they have said before that Taehyun will be looking at bigger fish to fry soon. Jung-soo's guards begin to get tangled up, and the man explains that Taehyun's irregular growth is not expected, but they have not thrown in the towel just yet. They are sure to cross paths with him in the near future, but before any of that, they should talk business. The leader of the Malignant Guild has retrieved this item from the Chinese Player Association. It's the test data from their lab. He is a smart man, so he should know what to do with this for Taehyun, right? Junggu likes what he is implying, and smiles, as he's got the perfect plan. It's been an entire year since the World Player Association declared it would conquer all unexplored dungeons, and with Taehyun's team exiting the unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all the unexplored dungeons in the world are now gone. Sung Jin, who is now a national level player, notes that he believed this would be impossible, but in the end, they really managed to do it. Kwon, who is also a national level player, is kind of sad about it, as he was on a roll lately. Siang and Hangil are also national levels, but Siang wonders if he's not a guild master. Just how long does he plan to be away? Kwon isn't worried, as their guild has a very competent secretary attached. Lim is national level too. Taehyun is very proud of everyone, and at the rate they are going, suggests they will enter the SS rank soon enough. The same goes for him. He has grown quite a bit. His stats increased well. It's about him getting to his main objective. He goes to Chaesu, who welcomes him warmly inside his office. Taehyun heard that he became the head of the skill research division, a pretty big step. Chaesu does not need his congratulations, as he was once an old man who lost all hope. He can just live like this, atoning on the way, all thanks to him. After meeting Taehyun, Chaesu confirmed to the association that he tested his skills on demons. Thanks to Taehyun's plea and the chairman recognizing his value, he now works for the association, helping the awakeners of New Korea. Chaesu asks what brings him here. He presumes he did not come just for small talk, considering how busy he is. Taehyun actually wants a favor from him, which he is happy to oblige. What Taehyun wants is to perform a skill fusion. Chaesu asks what he means, as he already fused his skills. Taehyun notes that there's no rule saying that they can't fuse a fused skill, right? Chaesu is rightfully worried. He has never attempted such a thing before, and he said so himself. If a skill jumps in power too much, a mana backlash will occur. He may be strong, but this is too much. Taehyun looks him dead in the eyes and says that there's something he must achieve, even if it means taking that risk. His current strength is still lacking, and he's the only person who can help with this. He shouldn't worry too much though. He has already culled his body to endure it. Chaesu can't keep up with him, but he agrees. They go to a fusion chamber built with the advanced alchemist technology. The device he's standing on has a powerful mana stone inside. This is his first time using it too, and once they start, there's no going back. So is he ready? Taehyun confirms as such, and with a gigantic glow, Chae-soo begins fusing his skills. The king suddenly appears in front of him, calling himself wise for choosing someone like him. But to control such a massive amount of mana, his body is of a human, so he has limits. Perhaps it's time he lends some help too. Due to his interference, Taehyun's skill rank shifts to another level, and a massive power awakens in front of him, registering new skills. The entire area around him threatens to explode, but he stops before doing any serious damage. Beyond the skills just fusing, Taehyun has gained a bunch of new skills from the different enemies he has fought, and a bunch of new summon skills too, allowing him to summon his defeated opponents. Taehyun is impressed with this, and wonders if he can see them now because of his increased rank. The others heard the explosion and rush in to help, but Chae-soo says it's fine. Even if this was dangerous, he would do it again, as he has just witnessed history unfold. After this, Taehyun gets scolded for a bit, with the chairman feeling that damaging association facilities is pretty problematic. Anyway, considering all that he has done, they will take care of this, especially since he fused so many skills. Taehyun feels different too. His body is overflowing with power. He feels like he can take on the entire abyss. He gained some Archduke-related skills too. He just wants to test them. The chairman is curious about his powers too, but he will not keep him any longer than he has to. There was actually a request for him too, from the World Player Association no less. Taehyun asks what it is, and the chairman says that they want him to be an examiner for the new SSS-Rank player license. That time soon arrives, with Taehyun glad to see so many candidates. Everyone is surprised to see him here, as the entire world is talking about him. Vincent Chang, the World Player Association chairman, thanks him for coming, and since all the examiners are here, Thomas Provine and Cody Wood, the tests can begin. He asks how they want the test to be conducted, perhaps a scoring system or the sort. Taehyun believes that there is no reason to complicate it and unleashes his power. What a player needs in the end is willpower and strength. They will see who is worthy or not, by pushing them further and further. Vincent tries to refuse, but then Cody unleashes his aura too, and says that he will join in this too. The examinees are now extremely scared, and wonder if they will be able to leave alive. Vincent agrees with the duel format that they want to use, so they should divide up and take charge of the participants. As they assign them training rooms, one of the examinees, Jeffrey, damns the examiners. They got SS rank before them, and now they think they are better. A woman tells him to shut it, as they might hear it, but he believes himself to be right, as the SS rank was created last year. They just did not have enough time to build enough achievements like them. He knows that he can defeat all of them in a one-on-one. She cannot stay in her master's shadow forever either. This is Sarah, who doesn't know what to say, but Jeffrey vows to crush their heads, especially that arrogant bastard Taehyun. After they enter the training room, Taehyun introduces himself as an examiner and also explains that the rules he will set are simple. They will need to just land a solid hit on him once. That is doable, right? The examinees guess that it's not as hard as they thought, but even with that, Taehyun believes they won't be able to manage, so they should all come at once, to make things interesting. Jeffrey gets mad and charges in because of how much he's looking down at them, using all of his speed to close the distance, but Taehyun raises his fist up and completely annihilates him. One down. Are there any more takers? Sarah knows this is dangerous, so she advises the others not to rush in and stay calm, but it's already too late, as they all guess that their strength in numbers is enough to win. Taehyun easily takes them out one after another. Even when two attack at the same time, he just jumps up and kicks them down. The last one tries a surprise attack, but Taehyun catches his fist and kicks him away. Sarah is amazed, as he hasn't suffered even a graze, but Taehyun is saddened, as this is below what he expected. He signals the remaining ones, guessing that they are better than the ones who chose to charge at him like this. Standing around like that won't get them anything either, so how about they try something? They don't know what to do, but Sarah has an idea. She goes in alone, and as she approaches, she uses a skill, making Taehyun wonder what it is for her to be so bold. He decides to go in for a punch, which she is barely able to block, but this allows the others to move in and blast him away as she holds him. Taehyun is pretty impressed that she thought of this, but it is for naught. He activates Apocalypse, making everyone attacking him receive a bunch of ailments that debilitate them completely. This is a combination of King's Domain, King's Aura, and the Chains of Restraint, including all the lower tier skills. Their senses are going numb, gravity feels heavier, and their entire body feels like crap. But surprisingly, Sarah has been holding out well. She was taught by her master to never give up no matter what, as an opportunity to strike will always show. Taehyun noticed that she's absorbing mana from the area and converting it into her own stats. This is why she even withstood his first attack. Suddenly, she breaks her grasp and tries to charge in with a punch, apparently taking Taehyun by surprise, but suddenly, her body refuses to move. Taehyun gives her a sad look as she falls. Her fist did not hit him, but since it was close, he will just count it. Sarah McQueen has passed. He already knew of her terraforming skill. She will be a future SS rank and a great player, but even now she's pretty strong. He knows who her master is too, and congratulates him for his student passing. Vincent gets informed that Taehyun's test is complete. Only one person passed, and that is Sarah McQueen. He can't believe it due to Taehyun's independent actions and Korea's prominence. The World Player Association lost the influence it would have gained from the unrated dungeon raids. They were planning to bounce back here, but Taehyun passed one, and Cody and Thomas passed nobody. This was a botched exam. Suddenly, he also gets informed that Cody is requesting a sparring session with Taehyun, and wants the highest grade training room. They are already there, and are preparing for a mighty battle. After Taehyun congratulated him, he doubted he came all the way here just for that, so he asked why he came. Cody knew he felt that need too. Nobody could satisfy him either, for a long time. They are birds of a feather, and as kindred souls. How about they fight? Taehyun figured they would battle sooner or later, but not like this. He doesn't know why Cody is doing this, but he wants to see what he's capable of, especially against the strongest man in the world. The assistant wonders what they should do. Cody is ranked first, and Taehyun is ranked second in the world. Should they stop the fight? Vincent knew they couldn't even if they tried, but they will record everything. Since the SS rank exam failed, they will salvage what they can hear. They will gather data on these two, and they might gain some publicity too. He grants them permission, but tells them that this will be recorded. Cody doesn't really care. Once they begin, all of that will be thrown out the window anyway. Taehyun didn't really expect to be challenged first, but Cody knows he was probably eyeing his rank for a long time. Taehyun refutes that if he wanted his rank, he could have taken it at any time. Cody guesses that silver tongue must be one of his weapons, but it won't work on him. Their fists clash in less than a second, and Taehyun goes for another, but Cody disappears and attacks from behind. Under the pressure, Taehyun strikes back, but as he expected, they are equal in almost all their stats. If that is the case, he will decide the match with Apocalypse. As he activates it, Cody gets chained, who admits that he had no intel on such a skill. Truly an overwhelming power. Taehyun notes that he doesn't know much about him, but Cody could say the same, although he will show him now the difference in strength. He activates his Holy Knight armor, allowing him to break free from Apocalypse with just sheer force. Taehyun smiles, as he is similar to his student in that regard, and pulls out his blade, the ensuing clash breaking everything around them. As they exchange blows, Taehyun feels something new, a burning feeling in his chest, making him no longer doubt it. The man in front of him truly is the strongest. Vincent can't even see what is happening, as the cameras have malfunctioned, making the others wonder what to do, as they cannot go inside. Vincent decided to go in himself. That room was built to withstand hours of SS rank attacks. If it's destroyed, it means that their power has exceeded that. After they stop, Taehyun notes that the building will collapse before they decide who won, and Cody agrees, so they should stop holding back and finish this. Taehyun notes he has been going all out up until now, but Cody knows he's lying, as he has not used the power of the Archduke yet. Taehyun is surprised he knows about that, but Cody notes he is not the only person who knows the secrets of the Abyss. He too has contracted an Archduke, so he wants to know what kind of beast he contracted with too. Taehyun is shocked. He guessed Archduke contractors were only in China, but Cody has one too. Since he only mentioned that, he must not know about the king, so he will keep that hidden for now. He uses Igmoon's power, which Cody recognizes, and also reveals his contractor, as his armor becomes corrupted with dark energy. He has contracted Lucifer, the fallen angel. With this, they should be able to end the battle, so they both charge into each other, the strike creating a tremendous rumble. Vincent can barely stand in the doorway of the training area as he looks inside. Both Cody and Taehyun have noticed their visitors, so Taehyun suggests they call it a draw. Cody agrees. They will meet in the Abyss next time, where they will settle things. Vincent shows himself and asks if they are fine, which Taehyun confirms, but they have caused some chaos, and he's sorry for that. He will also ask him to take care of the costs. Vincent would like him to stay, but Taehyun is done with this now. It's time for him to go to the Abyss. Inside Rosaria's castle, a powerful strike occurs, which she's annoyed by. It seems that his ugly personality has not changed a bit. How can he break someone else's relic on a payment plan? Is he trying to provoke her? Igman says that he was already ready for that, but there might be a simpler way for both of them. He wants her to call forth her contractor, now. She asks why he is still mad about the business they could not finish at the Iron Horse Gibeon. A man sitting in the seat of an archduke sure is a generous thing. Igman couldn't care less about that pettiness. He does not know how he did it, but her contractor is using his authority without permission. This makes Rosaria burst in laughter, so this is what the recent rumors were about. Well, compared to her power, his powers might suit him better. Igman notes that she knows something, and he wants to know about it. Rosaria did not feel polite from that begging, but Igman was not begging. Rosaria gets up from her throne and tells her minions to scatter. Today, this arrogant vampire will be taught some manners. She unleashes a mighty strike on him, but he does not need her lessons in etiquette considering who she is. He strikes back, but Rosaria breaks his petty knives and notes that their origin is not that different. He shouldn't feel ashamed. As he creates a mighty strike, Rosaria grabs his leg and throws him away, before rising up and coming down directly on him. It seems that she has defeated him, but in reality, Igman just used his W, and now uses the remaining blood there to pierce her. He manifests behind her, and asks if this power was something her second-rate heir made. She should confess to what this is doing, otherwise it's her head. Rosaria smiles, as he seems to have forgotten what her power was about. Suddenly, everything breaks around Igman, revealing that this was all an illusion. So this is her personal space, but for him to be toyed with by her, how insulting. She explains that things were different when he barely managed to form through his contractor's body. This is the realm where the Shrine Maiden's power is at its best. Does he truly think he can handle her with an avatar, and not his true body? Igman agrees, and says that he will bring it shortly, but Rosaria tells him not to. If he is that curious, he would do something like this, she could tell him, for old time's sake. Actually, there's a memory of the moon in him, a human who brought every archduke to their knees. Did that person not exist? Who claimed their powers? Indeed, she is talking about that Iron Horse, and her contractor is the key to that person. As he enters the Korean chairman's office, Taehyun is met by Marcus Gore, who has been waiting for his return. They tried contacting the World Player Association, but it seems they have missed the shot. Taehyun asks what they need, and Marcus bows his head, as the American Association is requesting his help. He guesses that something serious happened, and Marcus confirms as such. One of their players who ventured into the deepest layer of the abyss has gone missing. They joined forces with the World Player Association to search for them, but that team of 4 SS-ranked players was annihilated. Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Aiden Simon all died. They cannot guarantee his survival, but Cody said he would not give up until he knew for sure, and went alone. They believe Cody is in danger too, so that's why they came to him. Taehyun remembers this incident. It was a pretty shocking event, but back then, there was no research team. And who was the missing person? He asks who it is, and Marcus explains that it's someone he might know, Ricky Harris. Taehyun becomes overwhelmed by a strange emotion. In the previous life, the incident where a lot of players died suddenly is now portrayed as a failed search mission. Is it because Ricky was chosen for the advanced team? Ricky Harris shouldn't be alive now, as Long should have killed her. It was none other than him who twisted her fate like this. Marcus knows they both, Ricky and Cody, are American players, but at the same time, they are talents essential for humanity. They have already lost 4 SS ranks. They cannot afford to lose them too. If he accepts this, they will designate him as their top ally and also support him. Taehyun has already heard enough. Where does he need to go? The Korean chairman gets up screaming. He should reconsider this. Did he not hear that multiple SS rank players have been killed? They must prepare. Taehyun knows that if this is as dangerous as it seems, even in this moment of hesitation, the two of them must be fighting tooth and nail to live. He has to go, as he cannot let them go. And besides that, he has a debt to pay. As he leaves, the chairman's assistant tells him to have some faith in Taehyun. He always exceeds expectations. The chairman knows, but he also knows what kind of tragedies can lead to. The assistant tells him that Taehyun is different compared to that guy, which the chairman agrees with. In the abyss, Cody is already in the castle and battling the strange beasts. But no matter how many he kills, they just keep appearing. Taehyun appears behind him and says that they should wipe all of them out at once. The beasts begin to cry and shriek as he chains them, and Cody is certainly surprised to see him. He guesses that Marcus sent him. Normally he would call to a pointless move, but right now he can't be picky, so he appreciates the help. Taehyun now understands why they sent him. The magical energy surrounding the castle is insane. He did not expect the place where Ricky went missing to be the castle of an archduke though. Cody explains that she was sent to investigate this place that was recently discovered. They did not know at the time that it belonged to those things. Taehyun wonders if Ricky is still alive, which Cody confirms. They detected her mana after entering this place, somewhere underground. Taehyun guesses that they will run into an archduke if they keep going far. The chances of them beating one are at most 1%. Cody suggests they speedrun this thing. He hopes he can keep up, however. With that, they both launch themselves at maximum velocity, eliminating any monster that gets in their way. Taehyun asks if he's the same guy who was struggling with one monster before, but since he showed up, Cody feels he doesn't need to hold back anymore. By the way, they said that they will fight the next time they meet in the abyss, but it seems that this takes precedence. Taehyun notes that having someone like him guard his back is not bad either. They both recognize themselves as the strongest, so if they are together, they can save Ricky. They end up in the heart of the castle, where a path leading to the underground should be present. Cody guesses that they split up, but suddenly, someone sends him flying. Taehyun tries to retaliate, but the man simply grabs his knife, as he really wanted to meet him. He is the new face of Korea, is he not? Taehyun does not recognize him, which saddens Jihong, as he thought that the old man would talk about him at least. He puts Taehyun to the ground and introduces himself. He is the guild master of Akseong. He should probably call him his senior. Cody charges him, but Ji-hong just gets out of the way. He notes that he should never have gotten that first-rank title, and Taehyun tells Cody about him. He already knows this guy. He's a major criminal on the international wanted list. But why is someone like him here? Ji-hong tells him to use that brain of his. How could a little human like him be waiting for him in the heart of an archduke's castle? Taehyun realizes, and Ji-hong unleashes his aura. They are all the same kind of beasts, so they should have a bloody battle to the death. Just between them, Archduke contractors. As the castle rumbles, Ricky wakes up and feels Cody's presence, but also Taehyun's. Cody did not expect the leader of the demons to be an Archduke contractor, but it makes sense why he was so hard to catch until now. Taehyun notes that they should worry about his identity later. If the Archduke really sent his contractor here, it means that he knows they have infiltrated. The Archduke not making a move himself either means that he's too arrogant or tied up with something else. They can use this to get Ricky out of here. Cody knows only one way out of this, a pincer attack, which he will lead. Taehyun promises to back him up, so Cody dashes in, but Ji-hong is not that impressed, as this is something he can easily dodge. Unfortunately, Taehyun grabs his feet with Apocalypse, allowing Cody what seems to be a clean slash, which leaves golden sparks behind. Unfortunately, Cody's sword could not withstand Ji-hong, who prepares some type of projectile. Taehyun tries to warn him, but it's too late, as Cody gets hit by the weird ball before Ji-hong moves in with a powerful kick, crashing Cody directly into a wall. He said before that he knew his face, but it seems that is not true for his skills. Truly, he's been a disappointing opponent. Taehyun saw what happened. It seems like Ji-hong sucked in Cody's sword, no diddy. He also uses the same ability to take out Taehyun's power, which makes him no longer doubt it. This is the thing he saw when he raided Zhonglong's lab. It is a black hole that nullifies skills. A good skill for sure. Ji-hong asks if he has seen this before, which Taehyun confirms. He had a bad time because of a scroll of that ability. Ji-hong remembers those scrolls. They were a nice source of cash. Such a skill would make anyone's mouth water, would it not? Watching the powerless squirm is quite entertaining. He despises the weak, but hates awakened people who rely solely on their power a lot more. He wants to see if he's different from them, see how far he can be pushed. He throws the black hole directly at Taehyun, who tries to jump away, but Ji-hong lands right in front of him, finding what he can do quite boring. Instead of Taehyun suffering damage though, it's Ji-hong, with Taehyun noting that he did not know about his skill either. The black hole cannot absorb Archduke skills, so now it's hard to tell who was the one relying on their powers. Ji-hong is glad to have learned something new. This is his first time facing an Archduke after all, but this is really how they were meant to fight, with their real strength. After his transformation, Cody comes back, noting that he would have liked to know that the contractor's skills are safe earlier. With 2 against 1, Ji-hong feels quite vulnerable, but suddenly, a deep voice bellows from the walls. It is hard to hold back when they spread their mana around his castle. Suddenly, he breaks through the ceiling, with Ji-hong knowing that he dragged this a little too much. Opportunities like these are rare, but he apologizes for holding him back. This is the Archduke of the Abyss and the Beast King, Orgel. He tells Ji-hong that he has no excuse. If he wields his power, then these contractors of lesser trash should be crushed. Ji-hong feels like he didn't give him enough power. Maybe if he has a little more, he can get to work. Without warning, Orgel smashes him to the ground, wondering who he is to be making demands of him. However, he will consider it only because of how foolish he is. He turns to the other two and says that their days are over. They should attempt to survive against him now, because escape is not possible. Taehyun screams at Cody that they cannot fight an Archduke. He should remember why he's here and get to it. He will stay behind and try to hold this guy back as much as possible. As the predation monster hits Orgel and creates a big explosion, Taehyun immediately runs away, attempting to find Ricky. He does not need to search for long though, as he uses one of her skills to guide him. The monsters don't understand how he's here, but he easily deals with them and finds Ricky chained up, who is very glad to see him. He came here to repay his debt, but she didn't expect him to come to such a dangerous place just for that. She asks where Cody is. He wants to explain what happened, but they haven't got much time. Does she know about the Archduke? Ricky confirms as such, she is an investigator for the World Player Association after all. The master of this castle is Orgel. His mana alone was more terrifying than any monster she has encountered. Taehyun is glad she knows that, as she also knows that they have to run. He stalled him, but it probably didn't do much. He tries to get her up, but her legs are barely working, so he supports her as they go to the elevator. Ricky looks at him and notes that he truly is amazing. Ever since that lab incident, even though she thought she was going to die, seeing him makes her believe she's going to survive. Once again, she thanks him for coming to her rescue. Taehyun just smiles, but suddenly Orgel appears, pondering if they really thought they could run away. If he's honest, for a hunk of meat, he had recent mana comprehension, almost enough to make him a spare. With a hostage involved though, he knew where he would go. Taehyun understands, This is a fair assessment, but why is this bastard not hurt at all? Orgel urges him to use that power of origin on him once again. So Taehyun does just so, with Orgel holding the predation beast in place. His eyes were not deceiving him. This power is that of the king, although it's still far beneath what the true king had. Taehyun still tries, despite Devour not working. He uses the blood sword from Igman, and then charges in, using Dragon's Breath to enhance his mana and go right through Orgel. He recognizes this as the Dragon Lord's authority, but Taehyun does not stop there, as he uses Beast Transformation from Orgel too. With this final strike, Riki is amazed. She can't believe that Taehyun can fight an Archduke like that. Is he even human? Orgel grabs his arm and begins laughing maniacally. As this is fun, he has not had fun like this in ages. He wields the powers of others, just like the king. It's been almost 7 years since the king vanished. His sole aim was to fight the strongest. But after the king disappeared, his life has been dull, with nothing to do. But finally, he can throw down once again. Suddenly, Taehyun's arm is ripped off, as Orgel wants to see what else he can do. Taehyun knows he's in an extremely dangerous situation. None of his powers work, and with this brute charging in, there's only one thing left to do. He suddenly summons Rosaria, who arrives in a bud of vines right in front of him. Orgel recognizes her. She was one of the most loyal retainers of the king. Taehyun notes that he hoped he could finish this without summoning her, but alas, that's not possible. She sees his ripped arm and stares deeply at Orgel, wanting to repay him in kind. Taehyun wanted to end this without having to summon Rosaria, as an Archduke summoned through a contractor could never stand against a true Archduke body. The risk is massive too. Mana might get out of hand just like last time, or the clash between them could wipe everything around them. Even if he manages to live, there is no guarantee for Riki. Now though, he doesn't have time to be picky. Orgel did not expect her to be so close to this man. When did she make this summoning pact? Wait, now that he thinks about it, he felt a strong incubus energy before. So it was not Isman's contractor, but hers then. Rosaria thinks he will regret realizing this late. That woman's no easy target, like that vampire. Orgel admits that this is not something he was hoping for, and Rosaria turns her attention to Taehyun, noticing that he needs medical aid. Can he manage for a bit though? Taehyun knows he can regenerate if he uses Blood Frenzy, which is all Rosaria needed to know, as she sends him into her personal space, something separate from reality. She bluffed just now, but what she can do now is summon him to this place to buy time. Even this will not last long, so he should focus on recovering. Taehyun asks if he can bring that other person, and she does so, landing randomly on something hard. She wonders what happened, but Taehyun asks if she can get off, although she's more focused on the fact that they are somewhere else entirely right now. After she gets off, he explains that this is a temporary refuge created by Rosaria. In this place, they must find a way to fix this situation. Orgel notices Taehyun's mana disappearing. Even the woman behind her is gone. Did she conjure this with her own authority? Rosaria wondered so too. Even if she told him, that beastly brain of his could not comprehend it. Orgel is not playing around, and demands his play toy back, only for Rosaria to retaliate. Inside the other realm, Riki tries to make sense of what happened. They must make a plan to escape while the Archdukes fight, which Taehyun confirms. She gets it, but the part she doesn't understand is why he's contracted under the Succubus Queen, yet he's using the power of other Archdukes. All of this is way too abnormal. Is he even a human anymore? Taehyun notes that she said something when they first met, that people like them, monsters, need something to be bonded together. His answer is still the same. He's old-fashioned in that way, and can't break a promise to a friend. He can assure her that he's human. He just has a skill that can absorb their skills. Riki is surprised, but if that's the case, it does make sense. Although this is pretty busted, Taehyun knows he can trust her. Revealing this much is no big deal, as she will keep it a secret, although he will never reveal the regression, even if it means death. Suddenly, the realm begins to shake, Taehyun noting that they should think of a solution, as Rosaria is out there, struggling to buy them time. He used up every skill to no effect. Can she do something? Riki has something in mind, a portal, which is a skill that opens a gate to specific coordinates and lets someone pass through. Taehyun tells her to use it, but she believes it to be too dangerous. She has only ever used it to summon monsters, and never actually used it. A gate made by human mana is unstable. It could shut down, or worst case, make someone wander through dimensions forever. Taehyun tells her how it is, that there's no other way around this. She has to make a decision now, and he trusts her to do well. Riki is impressed and grabs his hand, but suddenly, the realm around them breaks, and Rosaria is barely able to tell them to run away as far as possible. Orgel smashes her head, glad to see that the key has returned. Shame on him for hiding under Rosaria. That's not how a king should behave. A king is one who ruthlessly fights and kills any who opposes him. Suddenly, Taehyun throws another predation monster at him, which confuses Orgel, as he knows it will not work, so why try? Taehyun just got tired of listening to him yap and scream at Riki to open the portal. She does just that, but Orgel will not let them escape with such a petty trick. He will chase them down, Taehyun tells him that there's no rush. He will have to wait, as someday he will come and devour him. He unleashes a mighty predation ball around Orgal, and Ricky wonders if this is the right choice. Although Taehyun trusts her, she's the world's greatest magician after all. They should just go in. Not like they have much of a choice, right? After they do go in, they wake up somewhere else, and Ricky is extremely glad for it. They are probably the first people to go through a human-made gate. Taehyun knew it would work, and she's also glad, but that gladness will soon be over, as Orgal reaches for her right in front of Taehyun. Taehyun tries to help Ricky, but it's too late, as Orgal fully clenches her in his fist, crushing her organs right there and then. He does not remember allowing them to escape, as the fight has only just begun. Before he can say anything more, the portal closes, cutting him in half and making him disappear. Taehyun catches Ricky, but he knows that her situation is dire. She will not survive if she does not receive help soon. He frantically looks for a skill to aid her, perhaps Blood Rampage, but that would kill her faster. He then thinks of Rosaria, but what could she even do in this situation? He thinks and thinks, but Ricky gives in and tells him it's alright. She always expected something like this to happen after all. Taehyun refuses to give up. He vowed to save her. Ricky tells him to stop. He's done enough already, and she knows better than anyone that it's too late to go back. Before she goes, she wants one last favor from him. He previously stated that he can absorb the skills of others, so she wants him to absorb hers. That way, she can continue to serve humanity. Taehyun knows how this looks, but he also knows that he can't refuse, so he reluctantly begins the procedure. As she passes away, Ricky thinks that she lived with no regrets. The only thing she truly regrets is not taking him out on a date before all this. Cody continues to fight Ji-hong, this being exactly what he wanted, as he just cannot sit idly by. Cody knows he needs to get rid of him soon. He can't stay with this guy while Taehyun and Ricky are in danger. He strikes heavily, but Ji-hong sees through his intentions of running off, which is truly disheartening, as he thought they had something. Also, if it's about Taehyun and that woman, he should just give up, as they were probably crushed by Orgal already. He stopped sensing their manas some time ago. Can he guess as to why? Before he can trash talk more, Cody pushes his blade into him and lets out a dark slash, making Ji-hong bleed. He knows that he's lying. He has faith that those two will survive. Before Ji-hong can counter, they both hear a bellowing scream that shakes the entire building, and Orgal calls Ji-hong back immediately. He refuses, as he's keeping the intruder occupied, but Orgal will not repeat himself. With that, Ji-hong is forced to leave. His egotistical master called for him, so Cody should consider himself lucky. He should remember that this is only the beginning. The world shall soon be consumed by an everlasting lame, and he will spark the fire, Min Ji-hong, of the malignant guild. Cody knows this is weird, since Orgal called for him, which means that Taehyun and Ricky must have won. He rushes back outside, barely catching his breath before asking those there if they saw Taehyun and Ricky come here. They didn't see anyone, but soon they do. Taehyun approaches slowly, carrying Ricky's lifeless body. Cody's heart sinks as he sees this, but he cannot change the past. The only thing he wants to know, at least, is if she had a peaceful end. Taehyun confirms as such, and apologizes for not being good enough to save her. Cody tells him it's not his fault. She died an honorable death for humanity, and because he was a weakling, he will take Ricky from him now, as she must go home. Taehyun refuses to let her go. He wants Cody to lead him to the United States Player Association, as he has a duty to relay an important message. With this, they all shortly gather up, and the president thanks Taehyun, on behalf of everyone, for bringing Ricky back. They have lost many great players today, though. They were busy enough as it is, but the aftermath will take a while to resolve. He hopes that the reason he called them here is truly worth it. Gale is angry. They are too busy to be forced into a damn meeting, about a failed mission no less. Cody wonders if that failed mission was directed towards him too. This makes Gale shut up, and Taehyun tells them that they will soon find out if it was worth it or not. He begins using a skill that shocks them all, Ricky's skill, which allows to replay recorded memories. Memorize. He will now let them hear her final words for themselves. He got 3 skills out of Ricky. One of those was a high-level monster's heart, which allows one to create a mana stone and freely will mana. Most of Ricky's skills were made out of this one. The reason why she seemed so intent on the difference between humans and monsters was probably this skill. The other was a portal, which she used to get them away from Orgal. If he sets a coordinate, he can even travel through dimensions. Lastly, it's Memorize, a skill that allows one to see anything related to memories, which is the exact reason why Ricky was able to act as an investigator of the World Player Association. The president is still in shock. He knows that skill was Ricky's, so how is he wielding it right now? Taehyun explains that nobody was as good as her when it came to mana manipulation. She seemed to also know how to transfer skills to others. He has to lie because predation is something he cannot reveal just yet. Cody asks what he intends to show them, so Taehyun goes ahead and shows it. What Ricky recorded was the info she found while investigating the castle. Info about the monster's language needed further investigation to fully decipher, but when Ricky looked at the painting, she knew instinctively that all those who saw next to Orgal were archdukes too. The Beastmaster, Orgel, the Queen of Nightmares, Rosaria, the Vampire Lord, Igmund, the King of the Demons, Beelzebub, the Dragon Lord Hazard, the Beast King Jormungand, and finally, the final angel, Lucifer. The 7 archdukes continued to fight over territory and ruled over the abyss in a precarious armistice. However, who is the one that sits on the throne above them? That is when she met Orgel, who would be the cause of her death. The president is left shaking. The archdukes they identified so far included Orgel, as well as Igmund and Lucifer. It was not clear to them how strong they were, but they now know. Thanks to these sacrifices, they now know that even one archduke is enough to destroy the planet. What's even more disheartening is that there are 7 of them, and there might be someone who stands even above those bastards. They are all left to think on this realization. Meanwhile, Jihong asks Orgel if it's over now. He confirms as such, but Jihong is still surprised that such a mighty archduke as he needs his powers to regenerate. Orgel notes that this was all an accident. He would have recovered without him, but he does not like waiting, and he will squint him like a bug if he talks to him that way again. Jihong will keep it in mind, but why was he so keen on going after Taehyun? Orgel reveals that he has a special ability, one that is only allowed by a very special person, the one who had led the archdukes to fight the upper realms in the past, the King of the Abyss. However, something is different than before, so he has new orders for him, to go to Earth and accelerate his plans. Earth shall fall into chaos, and he wants that man, as he's the key to the King of the Abyss. He will take the key for himself and rule over the Abyss, as he always should have. Jihong vows to do just that, as everything is going according to plan. Taehyun goes to the president after the meeting and asks what they will do now. He notes that another meeting is required, but he doesn't know if it will be that useful to begin with. Taehyun asks why they are keeping this hidden. This is no longer a matter for the US Player Association. This concerns humanity as a whole, which everyone needs to know about. The president notes that the world will fall into chaos if they reveal this, but Taehyun knows that there will be opportunities to unify too. Ricky was not someone who worked solely for the benefit of a single country. What would she have wanted here? The president relents and promises to share the information through the World Layer Association once they organize things. Taehyun is glad, but they must also know that, using Ricky's memory, he saw the form of light within their basement. The president is surprised he knows so much, but since he's one of their closest allies, he relents once again and tells him to come with. As they ride down a deep elevator, the president explains that if one studied history, they would know that humanity has changed completely after making contact with the Abyss. Starting with awakenings, they were able to bring rare resources from that place. They have made tremendous efforts in multiple fields because of this, but there is still one thing most do not know. The awakening of the people and the discovery of the Abyss did not occur all at once. To put it bluntly, the Abyss was a hellscape that they could not hope to handle. It only became a land of opportunity after they dragged something up from the Pacific. Humans began awakening after they made contact with this entity, the savior and the power that continues to update humanity, without a name. Most would choose to call him God, but they cannot do that yet. Taehyun is surprised, more so by the fact that this looks like the king. The president notes that his stance has yet to change. A chosen country and a minority of that certain country must lead progress. Despite the classified nature, they have not gotten anything out of him since the first awakening. Nobody, not even the most powerful people, were able to get anything more, but they are slowly getting signs that they might be able to learn more in due time. Suddenly, Taehyun notices that the creature moved, and sure enough, he opens his eyes, staring down at all of them. The president is shocked, as this has never happened before, so he tells the team to gather the research personnel as soon as possible. But Taehyun has noticed something else, that this being is staring directly at him. Suddenly, it speaks only to him, as he is different from the others, as expected of the person who regressed with the king's power. Taehyun is shocked to hear this, especially since he knows about the regression too. The being notes that it's almost time for the chains of reincarnation to break, and begins shaking the entire facility, which is the toughest in the known world. The others tell the president that they have to get out of here before it collapses on them, but he refuses to let his work go. The being asks Taehyun if he wishes to learn the truth. If he does, he will have to release the king's power. He cannot lose such an opportunity, so Taehyun chooses to stay, with the others heavily advising against it, as he's not safe, even if he's a powerful player. Taehyun just needs to check something, and Cody calms Marcus down, as Taehyun knows what he's doing. At least he hopes he does. With that, Taehyun uses predation on the being, transporting him into the realm of answers. The being calls Taehyun brave, a fitting trait for the key of the king. As he promised, he will now answer any of his questions. Taehyun has a lot of those, but he needs to know this before anything. Is he really God? The being notes that there is a difference between what humans think of as God and himself, but there isn't a better word to describe him otherwise. Taehyun notes that to be a god captured by humans is not giving omnipotent, but the being tells him that he's not literally God itself, but a fragment. He is no longer a piece of a big puzzle, and lacks the power to do anything on his own. He only has a general direction. Taehyun asks what that may be, and the being explains that he seeks the place where his whole self is. Taehyun doesn't understand it at all. There's a God somewhere, and this being knows how to get to him? He confirms as such. The reason why humans began awakening is for this exact reason. Additionally, the reason why he met the king also awakened. Taehyun asks if this king's power is the power of God, but why did he make him regress? And where is he now? The being shows him a vision taking place in a land familiar to him, but not quite his. The being confirms that this place is not his dimension. This is where the king is from. That right there is the king, and this is his past. On the cusp of death, the child, born with one of the scattered pieces of God, awakens. This power overtook him, and he moved his body unknowingly. The next vision Taehyun is familiar with, he has seen it in a dream. The king soon conquered the abyss and became a king, leading his 7 archdukes. Taehyun asks what being drawn to God has anything to do with subjugating the 7 archdukes, but the being only says that after the territorial wars, becoming the king of the lower dimension was but a requirement to reach the next step. What comes after this is the unavoidable war with the upper realm. Only once one wins the species war, do they have the right to challenge God. With that information, the king fought, and the archdukes helped him, but the upper realm is occupied by beings closer to God than those of the lower realm, so the king could not overcome that tremendous gap. Even after countless regressions, he was still human, so his mind began to war. One day, however, he realized that he is not the one who must do this, that he needs to find somebody who can achieve victory, a key. That is the meaning of this word, to carry on his duty and end this unending war toward reaching God. Taehyun's mind is overloaded with information, but he still has questions, as why God sent out the fragments, and why the king is so adamant about reaching him. The most important question, why him? The being notes that the answer to those questions is outside his capacity. Taehyun guesses he has to find out for himself then. The being tells him that he received his powers from the king, not God, so his path is not bound to theirs. He may enjoy life as is, as he wished during his regression. Whether he will proceed or not is up to him, so what will he do? As they ride the elevator up, the president damns himself for not staying. He could have found something about that thing, and helped humanity somehow. Marcus wonders if Taehyun is okay, but Cody does not know him as one who does foolish things. Sure enough, he's waiting for them at the entrance. He used Ricky's portal, but the president is more interested in what happened to the one with no name. Taehyun reveals that it disappeared, or more like, he was absorbed by him. Cody intervenes, as he has respected his ways up until now, but this is too far. Does he really have no explanation? He approaches Taehyun slowly, showing off his aura all the while. Taehyun explains what happened, that when he faced that being, he heard a voice that told him to touch it, and he absorbed it then. Cody asks what he talked about with it, but Taehyun cannot tell them at this time. The president tells him it's useless to keep secrets, as that was the property of the United States. Before he can whine more, Cody tells him it's fine, but what will he do from now on? Taehyun doesn't know yet, but he will find out what he can really do. Since he has delivered Ricky's last words, he will return to South Korea now. The president asks Cody why he didn't stop him, but Cody calls him a fool. Taehyun has already surpassed him. There's nobody on this earth who can stop him now. The president is surprised, but knows that it's because he absorbed that being. That might be true, but Cody notes that it had countless opportunities to talk with them, but it chose Taehyun. Since he was chosen by a godly being, they as humans have no right to intervene. Now everyone will be playing catch-up to him. After his return, the World Player Association announced the death of Ricky and 4 other SS ranks. They also told everyone about the 7 archdukes who rule the abyss. The world began to mourn the death of the players who died for them, but in the back of their minds, the fear of the archdukes continued to rise. The Korean branch leader hears what he went through and asks if he's injured, which he is not. He also knows about Ricky and knows how it feels to lose someone important, but it was never his fault. He apologizes for rushing him in this hour of mourning, but he heard from Young that he will be working in the abyss. Did the plans change because of the archdukes? Taehyun denies this claim. It's because the abyss needs him more than ever. The assistant tries to tell him something, but the chairman tells him it's fine. Taehyun asks what this is about, so the assistant tells him that the chairman wanted to keep this hidden from him since he would work in the abyss, but it's high time they tell him. While he was busy, a mysterious plague began spreading all around the world. It's been causing gray spots to appear on the skin along with a high fever. Has he seen something like that before? Taehyun remembers something about this from his past life. The disease that has plagued humanity for a very long time. The disease that came out of the Chinese dungeon after Venom was killed. But he thought he put an end to it by killing Venom early. So how did it surface? According to the pathologists, this is something that was created by humans here, in New South Korea specifically. Additionally, They have it on good authority that this is linked with the malignant guild. It is not a weak guild, but they shouldn't have anything that allows them to create diseases of all things. There must be someone they are working with, who is the target of their current investigation. The malignant guild is a global guild, but they are based in this country. The association is trying to root them out as of now. Before he can say anything more, Taehyun interrupts him, noting that he had something to ask. He met the malignant guild leader in Orgel's castle, Jihong. Who is he? The assistant is shocked, but Taehyun also mentions that he's working for Orgel now, and seemed to know them well. The chairman cannot believe that boy is siding with the monsters now. Just how low will he go? He decides to bear the burden of telling Taehyun. He really was not keeping it from him. He just didn't want to cause him trouble with it. It has been almost 20 years. Back when he was still an active player, there was a dungeon break in the countryside, and he was assigned to it. However, he was too late, as the monsters there were defeated, and in their place, an awakened child who had lost his parents. It was all done unconsciously, but a child, who was only 7, stopped a B-rank dungeon on his lonesome. That was his first encounter with Jihong, and he quickly realized the anger within him, but also his talent. He felt a sense of responsibility for not being there in time to save his parents, so he took him in. He trained him hard, trying to keep that hatred of his abated, and hoping that he would become one of New South Korea's saviors. He was even more talented than he expected. He handled all that training with ease. ADN was already one of the strongest in the country before reaching high school. Looking back at it now, it was all for nothing, as he ended up pushing him over the edge. Taehyun asks where it all went wrong, but the chairman finds it hard to speak. The assistant notes that nowadays, getting into the abyss takes a lot of conditions, but there were no such things in the past, so even at his young age, Jihong could work as a player. Countless players wanted to work with him, but despite his talent, his party always experienced one disaster after another, so casualties were many. This kept continuing until there was cause for an investigation, where it was revealed that Jihong drove all those people to death on purpose. He only had one thing to say in his defense. How can he fight monsters while taking care of some weaklings? If they had survived, they would have thanked him, as he would have made them stronger. The association swiftly decided that he was a problem, and fearing any repercussions, they tried to purge any records of his existence and take him out. However, Jihong killed everyone who tried to do this, and ran away, giving him his current title of international criminal. The chairman says that Jihong is a mistaken man. He believes the tragedies made him stronger, so he wants to give the same to others. This is his way of saving the world. That being said, the one who drove him to this point was none other than him. Taehyun thinks on it, and can't really say that he isn't responsible. But if he knew he was so twisted, he should have kicked his ass, as that's what fathers do. He will bring him here, and give him one more chance at redemption. He doesn't like his contempt for the weak, but he knows what it feels like to lose anything without being able to do anything about it. The assistant asks if he will join them, which he will, but not right now, as he has something to take care of first. It appears that a new status window has shown up after consuming the Boeing, a quest, counting down the beginning of the race war. He goes to Rosaria, but carries a worried expression upon seeing her, as she is in shambles. He guesses it's because of him, but considering that she fought the true form of an archduke, Rosaria notes that this is a good outcome. Taehyun is curious about the castle too, so she explains that Igman paid a visit, but he needn't worry, as the archdukes aren't friends after all. It's her fault that people envy her so much. Taehyun vows that he will make it so that she will never be treated in this way again, which she takes as a joke at first, but then sees something within him, something that has changed. Taehyun reveals that he heard the truth about the king and met with God, and also knows that the race war will be happening soon enough. Rosaria asks how that can be, and Taehyun explains that a piece of God was in his world, and he managed to meet and talk to it. She told him that even if he had the right to know about the king, there was nothing she could do, right? Things are different now. She is shocked, as he reached this point faster than expected. Perhaps it's fate, perhaps coincidence, but because of his poking around everywhere, everything has been ahead of schedule. If he heard the truth, then he must know about his fate. Seeing as he's standing here, he must have an answer already. Taehyun thought of what he wanted to do when that was being asked of him. He wanted to enjoy himself at first, to get even for all the years of frustration he went through. Then he wanted power, so that he could be truly happy. However, the more he learned about the abyss and its secrets, the more he began thinking there was a reason as to why the king chose him. Perhaps his drive and persistence, but the king wanted something. To use this drive and persistence of his for someone to carry the burden besides him. Knowing this, he has decided to walk the same path as the king. This concerns Earth too, and to protect his world, he's going to take control of the upcoming war. That is why he asks for her strength, as he will bring her to a higher plane. Rosaria finds his speech very interesting, but he's the key, not the king. So to become as strong, he has a long way to walk. To prove her wrong, Taehyun activates his new power, shocking Rosaria to the point where she gets up. When he decided to walk the same path, the fragment of God got absorbed in him. So can she believe him now? Rosera laughs as she opposed the king's idea to hand his power to someone else. She exclaimed, "There is nobody besides him who can do this," but it seems that she was mistaken. This really is a feeling that she has truly missed, to be in complete awe of someone. From this day on, she's no longer his superior. They are equal partners. Additionally, the race war that is approaching, how much does he know? Taehyun knows that once the territorial war ends, and he becomes king, the beings from the upper land will attack. That's basically it. Rosera feels that she's been lied to, but Taehyun did it so that she would cooperate. With this in mind, she tells him that she does not know a whole lot either. The reason the war happens is that those in the upper world do not want someone in a world lower than them to become powerful. To be specific, the king of the upper world does not want it. Taehyun asks if there's a king there too, and she confirms as such. He is the same as their king, a monster of the abyss who had the fragment of God, the one who rose to the upper realm and reached God first. The demon dragon king, Baal. Taehyun knows of him and asks if the ones who have the fragment of God are fighting each other to see God first. Rosaria tells him that Baal reached God already, but if he rejected the fate of owning the fragments, he would have betrayed God. He wants to sit in place of God instead. The king knew of it, and wanted to return everything to the status quo. That's why the upper realm king fights the lower realm king. Taehyun asks why they don't just attack now, with Rosaria guessing that there's some king of restraint against them that does not allow them to move unless some conditions are met. That must be something the king created. Taehyun knows what he must do until then. Beat the archdukes and create an army to oppose the upper realm, which is the key to this war. Rosaria is glad he understands, but now she will explain about the powers and forces that each of the archdukes wield. They continue talking about this for a long time, and when they are done, Rosaria asks where he will begin, and Taehyun decides that Orgel will be first, as he had a debt to repay. Unfortunately, Orgel has the biggest territory here. They will be at a disadvantage if this becomes a war of attrition. Before he can decide otherwise, a maid comes in with important news. Within the Western territories, there's been an attack. Rosaria sees this as a set stage. Since he told her that she will rise higher, he has a chance to prove his words. In Rosaria's Western territory, which has been contested by Igman, her soldiers are fighting bravely, but they are being overwhelmed little by little. The Grand Succubus Knight Museran has been overwhelmed by Bludia, rank SSS, who pities her for being connected to Rosaria. Well, her master is known to be the weakest archduke, so this is obvious. Mysaran tells her to not insult the queen, but Bludia feels that she should have beaten her if she wanted to demand things. This abyss is survival of the fittest. They all, and their little queen, will all bow before the Crimson Archduke. Taehyun likes that speech. Really powerful stuff there. Bludia asks who he is, but he's just a lowly mercenary of their prideful queen, or at least she would think of him that way, wouldn't she? Most monsters in the abyss do not have any sort of intelligence. They just eat, destroy, and sleep as their instincts demand. Among those that are like that, however, there are mutants, who are born greater, both in strength and intelligence. They are called the Chosen Ones, born to rule over the others. And just like humans have their ranking system, so do these guys, but only with levels. Those with a certain level are bound to face off against others of a similar level. The abyss is a constant battleground for survival, and she, Bludia, was always the one who came out on top. She killed so-called leaders countless times, and eventually there was nobody left to challenge her in an entire area. That was until she met him, an apex predator of the abyss, an archduke. She could not hope to stand a chance against him, putting her entire resume from before that to complete shame. For the first time in her life, she realized that there were bigger things than she. The archduke saw the look in her eyes. She understood the difference between them, yet she still dared to attack. The maximum power a monster can hope to achieve is predetermined at birth. She has just met her limit, and there is only one way to surpass it, to receive power from someone stronger than she. With this, Igman offered her a place by his side, shameful as it was, and just as distant, she still did it, because the power she received was something beyond herself. She felt it was well worth serving him. If she were wise and hid her intentions to grow, she could become an archduke herself. But is she, the one with such a big dream, losing against the servant of the weakest archduke? Taehyun grabs her hand after dodging several times and stares deep into her eyes, showing the true power Rosaria has. Bludia is stuck in place due to fear, and Taehyun claims his victory by slashing one of her arms. He knows the rules of this place, survival of the fittest and all that, so now she is his prey. However, he doesn't like the taste of monster flesh, although she did walk into his territory and talked about claiming it or whatever. He cannot let her leave, and since she serves Igmun, she had better summon him now. Bludia refuses to back down. She uses the last of her stamina to heal herself and charge in. She is no servant, but a monster who will rise to the top. She charges in foolishly, allowing Taehyun to eat her with predation. Musaran recognizes him as the contractor of their queen and thanks him for his service. Taehyun smiles. There was a time when an SS plus ranked monster would have been a life and death scenario, but just by synthesizing the fragment of God, he can easily wipe out even triple S ranks. His stats have increased considerably, along with a bunch of new spells. He is extremely overpowered. His newest acquisition gives him a mana cost adjustment for Blood Rampage and Summon skill Igmun. He guesses that it's because Bloodia was a servant of Igmun, but either way, if he continues to use Predation, he can take on the missing Archdukes too. Suddenly, a splash of blood appears, and Igmun summons himself, noting that he knew this was too much for Bloodia. He did not expect much in the first place, but she was successful in bringing him here at least. Taehyun finds it odd. He was searching for him too, so this makes his life easier. Igmun agrees. He wishes to meet the Key of the King once again too. As the Korean chairman prepares to leave, he looks at a picture he has in his office, noting that they were all pretty young back then. He shouldn't dote on the past though. Only old people do that. Suddenly, his assistant comes rushing in and explains that the combined investigation team of the Player Association and the Nightwalkers just called, and there appears to be movement in the presumed location of the Malignant Guild. They are waiting on orders from the association as they speak. The chairman tells him to call the nationally ranked players now, as he is going as well. The assistant tells him that Taehyun is not back yet, and they can't contact him yet. Will they be fine like this? The chairman wonders when their player association came to rely so much on one man. It might be good, as they must put an end to this themselves. To Taehyun, he's on a path only he may tread. He would like to support the man as he walks down it. They will need to do what they must and continue the fight themselves. Igmun notes that they did not get to exchange names last time they fought, so he would like to formally introduce himself. He is the Vampire Lord Igmun, an Archduke of the Abyss. Taehyun does the same. He is Rosaria's contractor and the King's Key. Igmun hopes that the last part is true, and if it is, he would like to make him an offer to rescind his contract with Rosaria and join him instead, as he will treat him well. He will be able to attain the power and strength Rosaria could never give him, and he will also conquer the Abyss with him. Taehyun refuses, as only he would be the one conquering stuff. Rosaria warned him that once the Archdukes find out he's the key, they will all want a piece of him, so that they can become kings themselves. Does he really think he would trust such a lie? Igmun notes that it would have been better for him to not realize, but if he won't come of his own will, then he will just have to make him. He'd better know though, that his body may not be complete by the end. Anyhow, he seems to dislike him, but not that woman. Quite strange. Taehyun says that Rosaria and he are equals, but Igmun tells him to stop believing such lies. There are only dominators, and the dominated in the Abyss. The king knew that already, which is why he even forced the Archdukes to follow him. Taehyun never told him that he wouldn't use force, but he would be merciful if they asked for mercy, although now, he knows force cannot be avoided when it's necessary. With that said, he has an offer for him too. He invites Igmun under him, as he will give him a chance to prove himself in the coming race war. Igmun laughs, as he's quite a cocky individual. Has he forgotten he is but a key? He is nothing, except a spoiled little brat. Taehyun just lets the blades fall on him, as they all miss and fall on the ground. This is the last time he will treat him like this, as it's time to show him who the real leader is. Igmun does not falter. He summons a bunch of blades again and sends them flying toward Taehyun, who simply jumps away and destroys them with blades of his own. Igmun is angry. To be able to use authorities like it's his own, he will make sure this kleptomancy will end here. Taehyun talked big, but an Archduke really cannot be compared to a mere triple S rank, so seeking Rosaria's help is the wise thing to do here. However, that's how losers think. He wants to see how far he has come, especially against an Archduke. He dashes past the incoming blade and right into Igmun, who barely has time to dodge a mortal wound. But at the same time, he also summons a blade, allowing him to block Taehyun's next attack. To use a stolen ability at such a level, truly amazing. Taehyun tells him to keep his surprised face for later, as he has more than his authority. He uses Blood Rampage and Monsterification, crushing Igmun's blade, who recognizes this as Orgel's power. He can't believe that he can combine the power of different Archdukes. He's a truly vulgar existence. They continue exchanging blows, but it's clear that Taehyun is coming out on top, something which Igmun despises. Mutsiran can't believe that Taehyun is actually making Igmun struggle. He doesn't even seem human anymore. Perhaps he has become more than an Archduke. Taehyun asks how it feels to lose against some brat, pushing him over the edge. He has barely shown what his authority can do, but that would be too much to use against someone like him. This is more than enough. Taehyun tells him that it's not, as he uses Dragon's Fury to double his power. The one who is the weakest one here is him. He pushes his hand into Igmun's chest, using demonic fluids to poison him at the same time. Igmun's blade fell into piles of blood, making Taehyun think that he actually won. Igmun admits that he surpassed any expectation. This is his defeat, but naturally, having to give his all against him is already defeat enough. He will not fully repay the humiliation he gave him in this blood field. This is the depth of power achieved by the owner of this skill, when it is not cast like some throwaway spell, that is. Taehyun calls for Rosa, and Igman allows him, because he will soon find out that he will not have the mana for it. As he laughs, Taehyun finds himself in an even deeper pool of blood that keeps absorbing his mana. This was clearly a mistake. He got too ahead of himself, not expecting this to happen. Igman notes that he will now be drowning in blood, slowly and painfully. Taehyun tries to breathe, but it's impossible as he falls on the ground. Igman approaches and reaches for him, wanting to see what the key looks like. Suddenly, though, Taehyun disappears right under Igman's eyes, and he speaks, noting that even if similar, this is not his realm, it belongs to someone else. Igman asks what he's babbling about, and the one who speaks reveals himself, welcoming the so-called vampire lord to his realm. Igman asks if he's talking with the key now, and the predation master wonders that too. Everyone asks what he is when they are here, but no one has yet to hear an answer. Will he be different? Igman tells him that he's in the presence of an archduke, and he will tell the truth, or else. The predation master doesn't know why all the archdukes act like they are so special. They should know by now that there is always someone else above them. He charges his own blades at Igman, who thinks that he's no different than Taehyun, but his blades suddenly become ravenous and eat the other blades with ease. The master thanks him for the meal, as he was craving some mana. Igman cannot comprehend him daring to mock a lord of blood. He will make sure he is punished before asking questions. The master is impressed that he's taking over another internal world, but it's to be expected of an archduke. There's something that the original did not do, though. To counteract this sea of blood, the master summons his own field around him, allowing ease of access right to his face. He has such a good set of skills, yet he doesn't know how to use any of them. He tried to pretend he was gone and watched from behind, but alas, Taehyun is way too inexperienced. He even used all his mana and made him appear again, but this is not such a bad thing for him either. He demands Igman to rise, as he will show him what a true fight looks like. He continues his physical assault on Igman, who tries to retaliate, but he is nowhere near as fast as the master. He suddenly grabs his head and kicks him away, before disappearing right into his face and putting him in the ground. He probably never experienced such a beating since he became Archduke, but it's time he got one anyway. Igman suddenly charges in with his blade faster than before, with the master guessing that he's really angry now, and grabs his strike before it can touch him, but he's suddenly off his feet, as it seems that one of his legs has been completely cut out. Igman is truly mad, as he has summoned a banishing sword that traps the target it cuts within. It seems he was planning to banish Taehyun to absorb the king's powers. It will take him some time to regenerate, and being in Taehyun's body made him careless. There's no other choice here but to let the original take over, as he has done enough. With that, he disappears, and Taehyun appears from behind, using predate on Igman, who has no shot at dodging. As his realm falls, Igman damns him. How can he, an archduke, lose to a mere fragment of the king? With no warning, Rosaria arrives, really concerned for Taehyun, as she feels Igman's presence. It appears that he has to withdraw for now, but he will have the king's key in his hand soon enough. Taehyun tells him that it won't happen because he will definitely win next time. Rosaria is glad to see him doing fine. If he knew Igman was here, she would have come herself. Taehyun notes that it's his fault for not summoning her instantly. But how about it? Was this enough of a declaration to start the territorial wars? She just smiles, as he's really quite something. In the real world, the malignant guild base is under heavy attack by all the expert rankers, including the guildmaster, who notes that Ah Young is chasing after a convoy too. But they might need assistance, so they need to finish here and help. They rush in without stopping and demand that everyone surrender upon entering deeper, as they are surrounded. But they only find one person, who notes that the only thing he's surrounded by is fear and dead men. The chairman can't believe it. If Shadow is here, who is Ah Young chasing? After stopping, Ah Young is surprised to meet face-to-face with Lee Jung-soo, who wondered who was chasing on their tails. Ah Young guesses that it was his Taehyun group that was helping the malignant guild, but if she's honest, they always were suspicious of them. The gray diseases spread because of the malignant guild, and that's not achievable by just any old group of ragtag villains. They thought that someone who had the means to do so was behind them after all. They also noticed that the ones who created a cure in record time were Taehyun Pharmaceuticals, who also raked in the cash because of it. There was no concrete evidence they could find, but since they have them coming out of the malignant guild HQ, there's no need for that. The first thing she will ask, though, is why do all of this? Jung-soo explains that before being a player, he was a businessman, so using the malignant guild was deemed quite advantageous to them. The Korean Player Association is getting first pick on anything, because they had the support of 4 guilds was bothering him too. Ah Young feels that's weird to say he was just a weakling, but whatever, he will explain everything else while in a jail cell. Jung-soo just laughs, as it's far too early to act like they've been arrested, is it not? He has no intention of coming quietly after all. Ah Young wonders why cause such commotion when he's just an S rank, but that's when she notices too, that he was an S-ranked player. He has far surpassed that level with his monsterification. Ah Young is shocked. Is this perhaps the result of Jung Lung's monster experiments? So it wasn't just the virus that escaped from that hellish place. Jung-soo reveals that his strength is closer to a nationally ranked player now, so he wonders what she will do when she's just an S rank. Back at the Malignant Guild, everyone tries to attack Shadow, but for some strange reason, their attacks are not landing at all. They try, using as much power as possible, but all they get in return are his counterattacks. The chairman charges in too, breaking his attacks, but not for long. He reveals that nobody has put a hand on him up until now, because he cannot be caught. The others are frustrated by this power of his, but the chairman only wonders why he's emphasizing what his power is again and again. He wants to test something, so he requests everyone's backup. They continue attacking, making Shadow sad to see that so-called nationally ranked players are not learning at all. The results will always be the same, no matter how hard or how many times they try. He told them so already. They are the ones stuck in here with him. He also notices the chairman coming from behind, so he sends a bunch of his attacks at him. From this, the chairman gathered something. He parried his attack and let go of 2 players, meaning that he couldn't both attack and defend at the same time. This all means that the timing is important. He will make an opening for him to attack, while someone else attacks. With him temporarily stunned, the chairman unleashes the second movement of the ancient martial arts, the Mountain Domain. Due to the ice being destroyed, they believe they got him, and in truth, they did hurt him, while also figuring out his powers. He expected no less from a veteran and from the teacher of Jihong. The chairman demands to know where he is, in the abyss or here. Shadow doesn't feel the need to reveal that to him just yet. Dealing with them all is a tall task for only one of him. His only role here was to delay them while they transfer information out of here after all. It's a shame, though, that they have to give up such a good facility, although there's nothing left for them anyway. They try to stop his teleportation, but are unsuccessful, and he leaves them with one last message, that the world of villains will soon show its fangs. Some want to give chase, but the chairman gives up on it, because they have to go after Ah-young. They all know, though, that she is no longer the person she was in the past. Sure enough, Jung-soo is easily defeated, although he wonders how that's possible when she's just an S rank. Ah-young notes that he got some pretty dated information. She wasn't just messing around, letting everyone else level up after all. One day, Taehyun gave her a sudden invitation. It was for training, as Taehyun felt she couldn't join the South Korean squad due to her injuries, so she needed to keep up separately. She felt like she didn't have time for all this, but Taehyun warned her that his sister will be a part of that squad. So does she want to fall behind her? Ah-young did not want to lose, but Taehyun only asked her to do as he said. The Guildmaster of Undivided and Magicians are all nationally ranked players, and it would be a shame if the Nightwalkers weren't the same. Since then, she has continued a nightmarish training routine every week, but thanks to it, she has also become a nationally ranked player. It seems that in this case, it helped. Not telling everyone about it, that is. She asks Jung-soo if he has anything else to show. If so, he should do it quickly. The more evidence she can gather on the better. Jung-soo suddenly calls out to someone and asks how long he will just sit idly by and watch while they are slaughtered. Jihong slowly reveals himself, noting that he previously wanted him to stay back, but now that he's asking for help, he should really be thankful. He also greets Ah-young, as she looks healthy. At the Korean Player Association, Taehyun comes back, hoping that everyone is safe and sound. A bit in the past, after the fight between Taehyun and Igman, Taehyun woke up suddenly, right in front of Rosaria, who was glad that he woke up. Rosaria tells Taehyun not to worry, reassuring him that he's in her home, a place he has visited before. She then explains that after a tough battle that pushed his body to its absolute limits, she filled him with her magical energy, and since he has been unconscious for 2 days, he should be feeling better now. Taehyun, clearly taken aback by the length of time he was unconscious, expresses his surprise and asks if anything significant occurred while he was out. Rosaria responds that his actions had widespread consequences, stating that his declaration of war has spread far and wide, and as a result, the territorial wars have now officially begun. Rosaria continues to explain the consequences of Taehyun's actions, stating that the archdukes, who had been dormant for centuries within their own territories, are now active. She adds that they are already mobilizing and have raised their armies, with their initial target being Igmun. Rosaria, with a sinister smile, remarks that the archduke's choice of target is an obvious one, as Igmun is currently powerless because of Taehyun. She explains that the survival of the fittest also applies to them. Taehyun then asks what happened to her territory. Rosaria responds that she suffered no losses during the conflict between him and Igman. Rosaria continues her explanation, telling Taehyun that he is the key, and that everyone is being cautious about attacking her because of their knowledge of him. She then addresses him as contractor, and reveals that while he was unconscious, she looked through his memories. Rosaria states that she knows his fight with Igman was not an ordinary one, because another being intervened halfway through the battle. Taehyun acknowledges Rosaria's statement, confirming that he did receive assistance during the fight. He then reflects on the situation, realizing that the being didn't fully disappear when he subjugated him on the island. Finally, he asks Rosaria if she knows anything about this mysterious entity. Rosaria tells Taehyun that the entity is likely something the king placed within him to safeguard him, but she cautions that it seems quite perilous. She then advises him that it would be unwise to depend on it, and urges him not to get into situations where he would be forced to rely on it. Taehyun acknowledges Rosaria's advice, and states that to avoid relying on the being, he must become powerful enough to hold his own against any archduke. In response, Rosaria offers to train him, suggesting they do so in the depths, where she can be of assistance. Taehyun, clearly astonished by the proposition, repeats the phrase, "training with an archduke." He then admits that the offer sounds quite appealing. Despite his eagerness, he has a condition, stating that he must first return to Earth before they can begin. Rosaria inquires if he left anything behind on Earth, to which Taehyun replies that he actually left a lot there. With a hint of fondness, he then explains that Earth is his home. That is why Taehyun returned to Earth through the portal. Taehyun, now surrounded by a vivid blue aura, explains that he had more pressing duties in the abyss, but a promise is a promise. He elaborates that he had pledged to help them with the malignant guild. Taehyun thinks to himself that time moves differently in the abyss compared to Earth. He observes that it's nighttime, yet he feels a sense of unease. He ponders why the player association feels so quiet, especially since it normally operates around the clock. He then questions whether something has happened in his absence. In the place Ayoung fought, the chairman and the others look at the aftermath, with Ayoung missing, and her men dead. Several men from the player association try to stop Taehyun, yelling that he can't go inside and demanding that he move out of the way. Then another man recognizes him, exclaiming, "That's Kim Taehyun!" Before he can ask if something happened, the chairman tells him that Ayoung is missing. The chairman explains that while they were assaulting the enemy's base, someone pursued those who fled. He adds that they attempted to join her as quickly as possible, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late. The president of the association expresses regret, saying he shouldn't have left her alone in a place where they were unaware of the dangers that awaited her. He concludes that he doesn't deserve to be president. The others tell him that he's not to blame, but he fully believes he is, although Taehyun says it's his fault. Taehyun takes responsibility, admitting that it was his fault for setting things aside while he focused on his own matters. He thinks to himself that if he can't handle matters in the abyss, Earth will be in danger too. However, he then questions the point of trying to save everyone in the first place if people get hurt because he's not there. He does not want to go through that hellish thing again. The chairman approaches Taehyun and says they cannot rely on him for everything. Taehyun responds by asking what would happen if the chairman relied on him. He then thinks to himself that he gets stronger to protect everyone and to achieve happiness. Taehyun, filled with determination, tells the others that it's not too late. He believes that the reason their adversaries kidnapped Yu Ah-young is that they think they can use her for their own purposes. Because of this, he asserts that it is highly probable that she is still alive. He then directs his attention to the task at hand, asking for an update on the tracking efforts. The chairman's assistant notes that the association will do everything in their power, and they have contacted the police too. The chairman reflects on the immense burden shouldered by player Kim Taehyun, acknowledging that he has too much on his plate already. He then thinks that he won't allow Taehyun to carry the entire weight of this responsibility alone. He pauses for a moment, and then expresses his gratitude for Taehyun's reassuring words. As they speak, the chairman's phone suddenly rings, but he knows only one person who knows his number. He decides to pick up the call, and his heart drops as Ji-hong notes that he's surprised his phone number is still the same. Ji-hong, sitting down with his phone to his ear, expresses his astonishment by saying he never thought he would be calling the person again. He then remarks that it is an interesting twist of fate. With a smirk, he adds that the person's sudden appearance surprised him quite a bit. Ji-hong expresses his astonishment at the chairman's boldness, saying he never imagined the Player Association of South Korea had such resolve. He adds that he thought the chairman only existed to provide aid to Taehyun. The chairman, growing angry, yells at Ji-hong to cut the bullshit, declaring he's not in the mood for pleasantries. He then furiously demands to know the whereabouts of Yu Ah-young. Ji-hong responds to the chairman's demand, saying that she's not dead. He adds that he can't say she's doing too well either. Ji-hong explains that he didn't truly want to bring her with him either, but just as he was about to kill her, he remembered something. He recalls that she was on the news with Kim Taehyun, and since he has unfinished business with him, he decided to keep her alive. Ji-hong addresses the chairman with a condition. He instructs him to tell Kim Taehyun that if he wants Yu Ah-young back, he should come alone to the labyrinth located in the deepest part of the abyss, Tartarus. Suddenly though, Taehyun picks up the phone. Taehyun, speaking into his phone, says he will do as he wishes, but only if they guarantee her safety. His tone then changes, and with an intimidating aura, he threatens that otherwise, he will make him regret everything, even in death. Ji-hong, with a sinister smile, says that Taehyun's threat sounds quite fun. He then states that he might just do that. telling Taehyun to hurry up before he does. After closing the call, someone tells Ji-hong that he expected this from the contractor of the succubus queen. He is quite lively, and he will make a fine prey. This is the leader of Harsultan, the most terrible villain, Qasim Amitov. After Ji-hong confronted Qasim, telling him his prey was not to be taken, Qasim responded with understanding. He told Ji-hong that he had only wished to learn about the one who had slain Oppido Uro, and that he also needed to apologize to his master. Upon discovering that the king of demons wished to beat him with his own hands, Qasim expressed his surprise. He cursed at those who were saying something he could not hear. Meanwhile, Ah-young looked on, recognizing the danger of the situation and thinking of Kim Taehyun. Taehyun observes his situation, stating that he appears to be on his own. He then acknowledges the difficulty that lies ahead, but resolves to endure it. He concludes with a firm declaration, vowing to retrieve her no matter the cost. Taehyun wastes no time. He immediately goes to the maze of Tartarus, where he lets nothing stop him. Inside, the ones who called him are already there, with Ji-hong being the most excited. The maze of Tartarus is a perilous dungeon, and one of the most treacherous ever discovered in the abyss. Qasim describes the maze, noting that it is a location that continuously goes deeper. Qasim states that no one knows how truly deep the maze goes, and people are not even allowed to enter if they are not S-rank, since it is one of the deepest parts of the abyss. In truth though, the dungeon was cleared long ago by him. Qasim says that as long as the dungeon's owner lives, a dungeon break does not happen. Because of that, the organization uses this location as its base. The owner of Tartarus is Tartarus himself, an SSS-Rank boss. Ji-hong looks at the bound figure, his expression one of surprise. He asks if this person is the owner of the gloomy dungeon. From behind him, Qasim lets out a dry chuckle. He says the individual might seem frail and helpless, all tied up in their current state. Qasim admits that they had a tough time accomplishing that feat. He then gestures toward the captive and explains that the person is a subordinate of the powerful King of the Giants. Ji-hong's eyes widen as he repeats the title, the King of the Giants. He then poses a question that hints at a larger history, asking if that is the one who lost his position of leadership to Orgel. Ji-hong states that he has no interest in unsuccessful people. He then asks if the reason he suggested using this location is just so he can boast. Qasim asks Ji-hong if he's not listening. He states that Taehyun doesn't know this location. Qasim goes on to mention the numerous traps and various monsters, adding that, along with all the evil characters he has placed, Taehyun will meet them all. He points out that by the time Taehyun reaches this location, he is certain to be worn out, and they just have to land the ultimate blow. Ji-hong finds that pretty boring, but Qasim tells him he's not as cunning as he. Even if he's a predator, it's better to tire the prey out, no? They notice a bunch of shaking, noting that Taehyun must have arrived, but suddenly, they all feel a dark aura overwhelm them, as Taehyun is casting a skill throughout the entire maze. Ji-hong declares that everything prepared is futile, and as he observes this power, he thinks regular men cannot endure it. Believing Taehyun undermines himself as he questions if he will use all his mana before they can even fight. Suddenly though, a tendril appears from below Qasim, and begins draining his mana. Taehyun thinks the potent monster's heart governs the mana's flow, and he uses it to replicate Ricky's mana-absorbing skill, Energy Drain. Taehyun thinks that if he merges the skill with Apocalypse, he conceptually creates an endless area of effect attack, a skill he conceived during his fight with Igmun. Ji-hong wonders if Qasim will just let this continue, who simply releases some power from his staff, and combined with Ji-hong's own skill, it seems to stop Taehyun's skill, but the ground is still rumbling, meaning that Taehyun is heading this way, and sure enough, he breaks through the wall not long after. Ji-hong says that locating the skill that nullified Taehyun's skill with them is noteworthy, and in response, Taehyun says he picked the improper person to play a game of pursuit with. He is not here to play, he's here to rescue Ah-young. Before Ji-hong can respond, Qasim suddenly releases a surge of power. Qasim feels embarrassed after Taehyun rejects his gifts and acts like he doesn't exist, and he apologizes to Min Ji-hong, saying he needs time to restore his pride. Ji-hong notes that this is different than what they agreed on, but Qasim tells him not to worry, he will still have his body to play with. He unleashes his aura, even pushing Ji-hong back. Qasim laughs and asks Taehyun if he has heard of him, and Taehyun replies that it is impossible not to know who he is. Taehyun thinks that this unhinged individual committed widespread destructive assaults using monsters and demons, causing countless fatalities. Although he is unregistered and has no rank, the vast scope of his power is evident. Taehyun thinks that this individual, commonly acknowledged as a formidable villain and at least an SSS rank in his former life, is now in the company of Min Ji-hong. Delighted that he finally recognizes him, Qasim reveals that he also knows things about him, including that his servant has caused problems for him at East Point. Taehyun questions if Opid Uro belongs to Qasim, and if he conspires with Min Ji-hong for vengeance, but Qasim scoffs, saying a malefactor like him does not care about such things, and he wonders how Taehyun endures with his immense audacity. His ability is quite unlike what Kasim expected. He explains that the skill is not from a single source, but is the result of many distinct factors working together. Kasim then boasts that he also possesses a formidable mastery in area of effect abilities, and he asks if Taehyun would care to experience one. Suddenly, Taehyun gets hit with a bunch of debuffs, and even if he tries to resist, he still gets partially afflicted. Kasim explains that his formidable dystopia skill is a potent debuff that persists until the vital statistics of a chosen adversary are completely depleted. He laughs and asks Taehyun what he is doing, commanding him to respond with the skill he used earlier, and taunting him about whether he can still move. Taehyun responds by asking why Kasim is talking so excessively. He declares that he will not participate in his schemes and that he has nothing to do with the situation. Kasim asks if the person is frantically trying to rescue that woman, then challenges them to confront him, revealing that he knows her whereabouts, and admits to toying with her due to his impatience, having wondered about the consequences of Beelzebub's essence entering an ordinary individual. His curiosity was satisfied, and as expected, she is in great pain. Kasim remarks that he genuinely savored hearing her cries, adding that such delightful praises directed at his master would have undoubtedly pleased him as well, prompting the other individual to ponder if there remains any justification to entertain this aged man. Taehyun agrees and socks him right in the mouth, leaving him on the ground. He then recalls his prior admonition, thinking that if Yu Ah-young's well-being was not ensured, he would ensure the man fully paid for his deeds in the afterlife, before finally commanding the elder to cease his pretense and rise, as he's not done with him just yet. Kasim does just that, slowly getting up from the blow he had just received. Kasim chuckles, observing that he is indeed a lively young man, noting that with just a slight provocation, he directly attacks him. He has unmatched speed too, even while affected by the countless debuffs. Simply amazing. He truly is a monster. Taehyun notes that he's the one to call him that. What's up with that disgusting body of his? Kasim then inquires if he is finally intrigued by him, though he quickly expresses doubt, suggesting they cease their immature display of abilities, and instead, as chosen individuals, contend with their inherent potentials. He, Kasim Amitov, is a contractor and worshipper of the great Beelzebub. Taehyun ponders if Kasim truly conversed with Beelzebub, as he had believed Zhang Lung was the one who did so, then recalls first sensing Beelzebub's ominous mana within Zhang Lung after he transformed into venom. Kasim chuckles, and states that the person must be referring to the former president of the Chinese Player Association, revealing that the individual was merely a spare, an extra who was discarded because he failed to meet the Archduke's rigorous expectations, a fact he apparently never realized, before proudly declaring himself as the authentic contractor of the King of Demons. Ever since his youth, Kasim confesses he harbored a profound fascination for observing creatures' desperate fight for existence, a predilection that extended to the sight of an all-consuming fire reducing everything to ashes, the subsequent devastation of ruined structures, and the fading cries of anguish, accompanied by the metallic tang of blood, all of which affirmed his inherent malevolence. Having been captivated by such dark fascinations, Kasim reflects on the decades that have passed since he initially joined a terrorist group, noting how, with no foreseeable conclusion to their operations, his adversaries resorted to discussing divine judgment and faith. Yet, Kasim recounts that he remained utterly fearless, as he believed in the absence of any divine entity, and he perceived demons as an entirely distinct category. Despite his belief that demons were a distinct category, and his lack of fear in the absence of a deity, Kasim reflects that it was not a divine being, but rather the World Player Association, that ultimately challenged their expanding faction. He recounts how, in the face of what he believed was their complete defeat, his prior conviction regarding the non-existence of a divine being must have instead attracted the attention of a demonic entity, and that's when he first awakened, with a loud demonic roar. Kasim details how the formidable ability he acquired, named Devil's Gate, granted him the power to summon monstrous demons from the profound depths of the abyss, and with this newfound might, he successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the World Player Association, ascending to his infamous status as the most dreadful villain. Yet, a persistent inquiry lingered in his thoughts. Despite his rise to power as a formidable villain, a persistent question remained in Kasim's mind. Precisely who was the entity that responded to his fervent desires? A query that led him to embark on decades of relentless exploration beyond the Devil's Gate. After years of searching, he finally found his master, who did not know of him, but found him interesting. Kasim immediately fell on his knees, begging the demon to tell him his name. The demon indulged him. He was Beelzebub, the king of demons. Kasim immediately noted that he wanted to serve him forevermore. He would follow him and spread evil on earth. Beelzebub did not know what he meant, but he sensed that they share the same will, so he chose him as his contractor. Not only did he acknowledge him, but he also shared his powers with him. That is why he can attack so harshly and send Taehyun flying. Ji-hong notes that he said he wouldn't lie, but Kasim notes he would be wise not to trust the words of a demon. Suddenly, Taehyun unleashes predation, which Kasim thinks is useless, but the predation monster actually takes a chunk out of him. Taehyun asserts that he is unaware of whom the person encountered, or the purpose for which they wield their abilities, yet he fully intends to confront all the archdukes regardless, before defiantly questioning if that was the extent of their power. In Kasim's place, Ji-hong charges in, noting that this is what he got for messing with someone when he doesn't even know what he does. He's going to be the one to take this bastard down. Taehyun simply says that he's no different than that other bastard, and unleashes a blue predation dragon on him. Shadow remains on the ground, as he has never felt this kind of aura before. He cannot even move. Taehyun proclaims his desire to achieve something far exceeding the Archduke's wildest comprehension, instructs them to convey this message to their superiors, and then, after defiantly questioning if that was the extent of their power, he demands that if they wish to defeat him, they cease deploying their underlings to abduct individuals, and instead confront him personally. Kasim believes he is too proud for his own well-being, as nobody can be above the Archdukes. Taehyun questioned if his opponent was not also a human being, just like himself. He surmised that Kasim was comfortably serving their master, implying a subservient position. He then prepared to reveal a significant truth with his mighty punch, that they are not the same at all. Kasim cannot follow him at all. Even though he has surpassed humanity with his lord's powers, he's still being thrown around like a puppet. What's more, Taehyun descends on him and uses predation to strip him of power, while demanding to know the location of Ah-young. Kasim cannot believe the power he received from his lord is gone, but Ji-hong jumps in with a punch to try and rescue his associate. Taehyun notes that he shouldn't interrupt his betters, but Ji-hong refuses to take part in something that looks like so much fun. They clash, exchanging blows, but it is clear as day that Taehyun has the upper hand. Shadow sees this too, the disparity between them. Even if they are both contractors, Taehyun is beyond all three of them. It might look like he's holding out, but Ji-hong is on the losing side of this fight. At this rate, they will surely all die. They have to use their last resort if that is the case. Ji-hong, recognizing the formidable challenge, proclaimed the current engagement to be an authentic battle. He further acknowledged his own considerable might, evidenced by his continued upright stance, even after enduring a powerful strike. Taehyun notes that it is because he hasn't received a proper beating just yet, but Ji-hong wants him to try. As soon as Taehyun rushes in though, Shadow intervenes and tells Ji-hong that they must get out of here. Ji-hong refuses, as they were finally just getting started, but Shadow reminds him that they are not here to have fun. They have a purpose. Kasim has already disappeared. It is frustrating, but just the two of them will not be enough to defeat Taehyun. They will have to blow him up, along with this whole dungeon. Before Ji-hong can say anything else, Taehyun pushes behind the Shadow, only to find nothing. Taehyun clarified that a collapsing dimension doesn't simply vanish. Instead, it becomes dislocated from its original dimension. He then emphatically states that no matter how mighty he might be, he could not defy the inherent principles of the abyss itself. Following this, he steeled himself to search for Ah-young, and to proceed directly to Tartarus. Taehyun realized this was the reason behind Ah-young's hidden position. He identified the imposing figure as the dungeon's master. Observing the master's wounds, Taehyun concluded that the master's demise was imminent. Recognizing the critical lack of time remaining, Taehyun urgently considered the necessity of locating Ah-young and making an escape, questioning his ability to accomplish this with sufficient speed. He then decisively determined that the matter wasn't about the feasibility of the task, but rather his absolute imperative to accomplish it. After all, he refuses to go through that again. Before he can launch himself, a voice tells him to wait, recognizing him as the contractor of Rosaria. Inside the chairman's office, everyone is worried, some thinking that they should have gone with Taehyun to rescue Ah-young, but in reality, they would have likely just held him back. Suddenly, the chairman's assistant comes rushing in with news from the abyss. The Tartarus dungeon, in the very heart of the abyss, just began a dungeon break and suddenly disappeared. The chairman knows what this means. The dungeon was cleared, surely, but where are Taehyun and Ah-young? The assistant explains that nobody made it out, leaving the chairman utterly shocked. Everyone is too, and they are hoping for some kind of miracle. Inside Rosaria's castle, though, she demands to know what is going on here. Taehyun looks at his own hands and notes that he's very glad to see her. Did she do something to her hair? Thank you for watching. See you next time.